Chapter 4175. In the void, the flowing time temple floated, and on the steps of the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood solemnly. The two of them had obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the flowing time, great emperor, and had cultivated and lived together. After many years, they had long since become one and had a tacit understanding of each other, fighting and retreating together. Yang Kai wanted to test them, so the two of them naturally had to join forces to fight. Even though the two of them had grown tremendously over the years and were now second-order Emperor Realm Masters, if they worked together to stimulate the power of the flowing time temple, even an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master would not be their opponent. However, facing Yang Kai was still like a mountain. Yang Kai just stood there, not giving off the slightest aura, but it was like an insurmountable mountain in front of them. Even if they looked up, they could not see the scenery at the top of the mountain. "Little Andy, we're going to go all out." Yang Zhao's palms were full of sweat, but his eyes were burning with a burning fighting spirit, as if he wanted to burn a hole in the sky. Yang Shui nodded and took a deep breath, her amber eyes flashing with electricity. Yang Kai stood 1,000 meters away with his hands behind his back, his face calm and relaxed as he chuckled. "Don't say that I'm bullying you two. You can attack me however you want. I won't use the Star Boundaries world force, and will only suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. If you can meet me within 3 moves, you win." Yang Xiao was furious. "Adopt a father. You're looking down on me too much. I haven't been wasting my time all these years. I'm much stronger than I was back then." "It's useless to say more. Make your move." Yang Kai hooked his finger at him. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth, and Yang Shui also said angrily, "In that case, please take our first move, big brother." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them formed hand seals together. There was no need for discussion at all, not even the slightest bit of eye contact. Their movements were so uniform that it was as if they were the same person, and there was no difference at all. Yang Kai nodded upon seeing this. After so many years of cultivating together, the two little ones were able to communicate with each other. Such a terrifying synchronization rate was something that even twins might not be able to achieve, but they were able to do it so easily. It was obvious that they had really cultivated diligently all these years. Yang Kai's hand seals changed, and he laughed. "Flowing time, Great Emperor's shuttle? I know this move too." Saying so, his hands also changed time's hand seals. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was the flowing time Great Emperor's famous consummate skill. Yang Kai had learned it a long time ago, and had even scratched the surface of time principles. After that, he had used the mysterious small world to devour various continents in the demon territory and found an ancient battlefield. That ancient battlefield was where the flowing time Great Emperor had fought a life or death battle with the Great Emperors. That ancient battlefield had many traces left behind by the battle between the two of them countless years ago. Yang Kai immersed himself in these traces and comprehended them. It was as if he had recreated the battle between the flowing time Great Emperor and Mo Sheng, completely comprehending the essence of the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. His flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was tantamount to the flowing time Great Emperor's teachings. Unlike Yang Kai, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the flowing time Great Emperor from the flowing time temple. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, it could be said that the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor had taught them step by step. The principle of time fluctuated wildly as the two sides changed their hand seals, and the power around them surged. Yang Kai's hand seals were one step behind, but he was the first to reach them. A low murmur resounded through the world. The flowing time Great Emperor's withering glory shuttle dream. A palm shot out. At the same time, on the flowing time temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui also shot out their palms. The power of the flowing time Great Emperor eroded each other. collided in midair, and dissipated. The time in the void seemed to have experienced thousands of years of flowing. In an instant, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation coming from the flowing time temple. The originally evenly matched situation was instantly broken. The principle of time displayed by the two little guys on the opposite side suddenly froze by 30% and suppressed his flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. The flowing time temple has such a magical effect. Yang Kai was surprised. The fluctuation coming from the flowing time temple had the magical effect of strengthening the power of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's divine technique. Yang Xiao laughed and said, "Little ant and I have inherited our master's legacy, and this flowing time temple was our master's temporary residence. Using the divine technique of the principle of time in this temple has its own advantages. Adoptive father, are you surprised?" In a few words, Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was defeated. On the contrary, although the principle of time of the two little guys was weakened, it was still fiercely attacking. This was not the end. Yang Shui shouted, "The second move." As soon as she finished speaking, a small hourglass suddenly appeared in front of her. In the hourglass, divine sand flowed and floated out. There were exactly 10,008 grains. This was the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand that the Great Emperors had spent endless effort to polish into. The flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand floated and wrapped into the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, adding to each other, making the power of the two divine technique extremely terrifying. Yang Kai retreated quickly. His expression was dignified. Spring sleepy, summer tired, autumn sleepy, hibernation. Yang Xiao suddenly waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force gushed out from his palm and wrapped in the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Adoptive father, you are sleepy. Take a good rest." The three moves combined into one, and the power increased again. Yang Kai's vision was filled with the 10,008 grains of divine sand. Before the attack arrived, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fatigue, and even his eyelids became heavy. Divine soul attack? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smacked his lips. Interesting. If it was an ordinary divine soul attack, he might not have taken it seriously, but this divine soul attack driven by the principles of time seemed simple, but it could give people the illusion that they had experienced the endless flowing time Great Emperor in an instant. In this endless flowing time Great Emperor, endless exhaustion would accumulate, and no one would be able to withstand it. Yang Kai's figure suddenly stopped, and he no longer retreated. The 10,008 grains of divine sand swept over. Yang Zhao's face was overflowing with excitement, and Yang Shui also gently clenched her fists. The divine sand was about to envelop Yang Kai. Once that happened, he would not be able to escape. Yang Kai slightly raised a finger and pointed in front of himself. In an instant, so close, yet so far, the smile on Yang Zhao's face stiffened, and Yang Shui also showed a look of surprise, because in their perception, Yang Kai was only a few thousand feet away from them, but it also felt like they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and the distance between them was extremely far. The 10,008 grains of divine sand that were about to rush over also froze in midair. Yang Kai wasn't frozen in place, but was instead moving forward at a slow speed, as slow as a turtle crawling. Obviously, he was so close yet so far away. That small distance had been extended infinitely by Yang Kai's movement. This was the mystery of the so close yet so far divine technique. "We lost." Yang Xiao gnashed his teeth. "Ha!" Yang Shui sighed slightly, and the seal on her hand dissipated. Restricted by Yang Kai's space divine technique, she could not even take back the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand, dispersing the divine technique. The 10,008 grains of divine sand swept back, and the two-time divine technique hidden in the divine sand also collapsed. The flowing time great emperor, master, was a peerless genius. With his foundation, he already had the ability to jump out of the shackles of heaven and earth, but in order to destroy Mo Sheng's conspiracy, he did not hesitate to risk his life and become the demon race's territory, fighting with Mo Sheng to the death. In the end, although he died, he also brought new hope to Star Boundary. It can be said that the flowing time great emperor, master, contributed greatly to Star Boundary's success today. Otherwise, Star Boundary would have long become the second demon race's territory. Yang Kai sighed. Although the flowing time great emperor, master, died, he also left behind his legacy. The two of you are lucky enough to inherit his legacy, so you should also inherit his will. If Star Boundary is in trouble in the future, even if you have to give up your lives, you must protect the peace of Star Boundary. This way, you will not disappoint the sacrifice of your predecessors. We will follow adoptive father's teachings. Yang Shao quickly adjusted his expression. Prepare yourselves. In 2 months, follow me outside of heaven and earth. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he left in a flash. Yang Shao and Yang Shui were left looking at each other. After a while, Yang Shao scratched his head and said, "Little auntie, I don't know if I heard wrong, but adoptive father just told us to follow him outside of heaven and earth." Yang Shui pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Isn't this exactly what you want?" Yang Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up and he put his hands on his hips and laughed. "I knew adoptive father would take me away. Outside of heaven and earth, this young master is coming." He had a temperament that did not like to be quiet, and now that his wish was fulfilled, he was naturally overjoyed. When Yang Kai returned to Ling Shao Peak, the girls had already gotten up. Ji Yao stood there with a red face, and she was somewhat at a loss. When she saw Yang Kai, she looked at him with some resentment. Shua, shua, shua. The others looked at him with piercing eyes, especially Yu Rumeng. Her gaze was as if she wanted to eat someone. Shan Qing Luo even gritted her teeth and sneered. Yang Kai touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Have you all rested well?" Ji Yao's face was already red, and when she heard this sentence, her face became even redder, and smoke was about to come out of her head. Yu Rumeng said indifferently, "So what if you have rested well? So what if you haven't rested well?" Yang Kai laughed awkwardly. Yu Rumeng stepped forward and pinched the flesh on his waist. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are you laughing at? Now that things have come to this, you have to come up with a plan." Yang Kai's expression did not change, and he said suspiciously, "Plan? What plan?" Yu Rumeng was furious. She looked at Ji Yao, who had her head lowered, and said, "Don't you need to give her an explanation? Isn't this too much?" Yang Kai was speechless. Yu Rumeng was furious. "Is this considered an explanation? What about Bing Yun? How are you going to explain this?" Yang Kai blinked, thinking that there was no need to explain anything. But after thinking about it, he really had to talk to her. After all, Bing Yun was Ji Yao's honored master. It would be unjustifiable if he did not explain. If he really went to Ice Heart Valley to talk to Bing Yun about this, he thought that Bing Yun would be happy to see it happen. After all, she should have been aware of it and would not obstruct him. It was just that he was too embarrassed to show up. He looked at Yu Rumeng for help. Yu Rumeng coldly snorted. "Why didn't you think about it when you were acting like a beast? Now you feel guilty?" She glared at him hatefully. "Okay, I will go to Ice Heart Valley tomorrow and talk to Bing Yun." He turned his head and looked to the side. "Su Yan, you go with her." Su Yan nodded. "Okay." Ji Yao was Bing Yun's third disciple, and Su Yan was Bing Yun's youngest disciple. She was Ji Yao's senior sister, so it would be easy for her to talk to her. Kai Yong felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 4176. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The square of Ice Snow City was packed with people. There were at least 600,000 cultivators gathered here. Although there were many of them, they were arranged in neat rows, forming huge square formations. No one was making a ruckus. The 600,000 cultivators stood there quietly like a well-trained army. However, everyone's eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation. Zishao was a young man in one of the formations. Compared to when he first came to Ice Snow City 2 months ago, the young man's appearance had not changed much, but he had grown a lot. His cultivation in the Tao of Arrays had improved by leaps and bounds. Xiao Wu quietly sent a message. No wonder people say that we can't cultivate behind closed doors. In the past 2 months, I've been competing with many fellow cultivators, and my attainments in the Tao of Arrays have improved greatly. It seems that I'll have to communicate with others more often in the future. Zishao was also filled with emotion. Yes, in the origin returning realm, there are many people whose attainments in the Tao of Arrays are higher than ours. It's really amazing. Xiao Wu chuckled meaningfully, but we still got what we wanted. Now we can follow the Void Master to the outer world. I wonder what it's like outside the outer world. In the past 2 months, Ice Snow City was in full swing. There were all kinds of competitions and tests. The 2 young men passed all the tests. Although there were times when they failed, they did indeed show great talent in the Tao of Arrays. Now, their cultivation was not high, and their knowledge in the Tao of Arrays was relatively shallow. However, their growth was obvious to all. The Southern Gate Army made the decision to let these 2 young men pass. After 3 months of screening, 500,000 people were selected from tens of millions of people. This was an extremely huge project. For this, the entire High Heaven Palace was put into operation. Not only the High Heaven Palace, but also the Northern Territories' Ice Heart Valley Fire Dragon Palace and Meteon Pavilion invested an incalculable amount of manpower and material resources. Even the great sects in the Eastern Territory, Southern Territory, and Western Territory contributed. This was how Yang Kai was able to select the number of people required in such a short period of time. In the end, the final result was not 500,000, but 600,000. It did not matter if there were more people, since the Void was in dire need of manpower anyway. These 600,000 people might not be the strongest in the astral boundary, but they were the current and future elites of the various territories and territories of the astral boundary. Their existence was bound to give the Void Zone an extremely vigorous development and a vast future. Palace Master. Everything is ready. On the other side of the square, Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded. Start the array. Upon receiving the order, Hua Qingxi took out a compass and sent out a message. In the next moment, the Southern Gate Army on the square immediately summoned a disc array and poured their Emperor Qi into it. Rumbling sounds came from the ground, as if thunder was rolling. Above the entire square, bright lines flickered, wrapping around the 600,000 people. Everyone had already been instructed to relax their minds and not put up any resistance. The light grew brighter and brighter, and when it reached a certain level, it burst out with a bang. When the light dissipated, the 600,000 people gathered on the square disappeared, all taken into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the sealed world bead back from the void. He then reached out to grab the Southern Gate Army and put them into the sealed world bead as well. Only then did he look at Hua Qingxi and said, I'll leave everything in the astral boundary to Grand Chief. He originally wanted to take Hua Qingxi with him. After all, she had been managing the High Heaven Palace for so many years. If she was taken to the Void Zone, she could continue to display her talents and save Yang Kai a lot of effort. However, Hua Qingxi did not agree. There were still tens of thousands of disciples in the High Heaven Palace. The Grand Chief, left, the High Heaven Palace would be leaderless. She insisted on staying, so Yang Kai could only let her do as she wished. Fortunately, Bian Yuqing, the second chief, followed him. With her presiding over the situation in the Void Zone, it was the same. Hua Qingxi said seriously, "Rest assured, Palace Master, this mistress will take good care of the High Heaven Palace and the Star Boundary." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't delay your own cultivation. Let's meet again outside the universe." Although he took many people with him, he also left behind a lot of cultivation resources. The cultivation resources obtained outside the universe were not suitable for the cultivator in the Star Boundary. However, the Star Boundary itself had many resources that had not been discovered. During the 2 months of selecting the cultivator, Yang Kai did not stay idle. He searched around and found all the cultivation resources available in the Star Boundary. With the help of these resources, coupled with the World Tree stabilizing the Star Boundary and repairing the world principles of the Star Boundary, he believed that in the near future, masters in the Star Boundary would definitely spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The entire Star Boundary was the rear base of the Void Zone. It could continuously send talents to the Void Zone. The only drawback was that the distance between each other was a little far. "I will not disappoint, Palace Master. Let's go." Yang Kai took a step forward and was already in midair. Below, Hua Qingxi bowed gracefully. "Farewell, Palace Master." In Ice Snow City, countless people shouted in unison, "Farewell, Void Master." Yang Kai looked back, waved his hand gently, and took another step forward, his figure disappearing from sight. This time, when he left the Star Boundary, he took not only the 600,000 elites selected from the various territories, but also many emperors. In the Northern Territory, needless to say, the masters of the High Heaven Palace were Yurumeng, Suyen, Xiaoning Chong, Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, Xiao Xiao, Luyan, Qiongqi, Guizhu, Qiyu, Aio, Bian Yuqing, and others. All of them were emperors. There were also Ice Heart Valley's Bingyun, Ji Yao, and Ruoyun, Sun, Yun Xiu Fire Dragon Palace's Li Jiao, Mi Qi of Mitian Pavilion, Serene Soul Palace in the Eastern Territory, Star Soul Palace, Azure Sun Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land in the Southern Territory were all masters. In addition, in the ancient wild lands, there were the 3 Saint Venerables and their respective monster kings, the Stone Mongoose, and the Wood Spirit clan. It could be said that the current small sealed world was not only a gathering of the elites of the entire Star Boundary's territory, but also a gathering of the top forces. Not to mention, many great emperors were also among them. Yang Kai's trip had almost emptied the Star Boundary's foundation. However, the World Tree was rapidly repairing the astral world. The remaining warriors could grow together with the astral world in a very short period of time, witnessing the rise of a universe. As the astral world flourished and developed, more and more powerhouses would emerge. After a while, at the periphery of the Star Boundary, a figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared. Lu Shui and the others, who had been guarding this place, quickly stepped forward and cupped their hands. "Master," Yang Kai nodded and looked to the side. "Hey, I have a task for you. Please instruct me." "Master?" He looked solemn. "Stay here and protect the safety of this world. If you slack off, you will be executed without mercy." He felt bitter in his heart, but he had no choice but to respond. This humble servant obeys. Although his cultivation was countless times stronger than Yang Kai's, since he had left his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness list, he could not resist at all. Otherwise, Yang Kai would only need to use the Xieji horn to scratch out his name, and his soul would scatter. Yang Kai had almost emptied the Star Boundary's foundation and taken away most of its high-end forces. So how could he not leave some backup plans? After all, the Void was far away from the Star Boundary, and there was no way to contact each other in time. If the star boundary really encountered any danger, he would not be able to provide support at all. He was a fifth stage heaven splitter and was very strong. With him guarding this place, he could deal with any danger. However, Yang Kai also knew that although he agreed readily, it was only because of the loyalty and righteousness list. He might not be so sincere in his heart. Smiling gently, Yang Kai said, 500 years. You only need to guard here. For 500 years. As long as you don't make any big mistakes, I will return your freedom after 500 years. I swear on my Tao's seal. He was shocked when he heard this, and a look of great surprise appeared on his face. He cupped his hands again and again. Many thanks, Master, for your kindness. This humble servant will do his best, and will not allow any accidents to happen to this world. He was a fifth stage heaven splitter. Although 500 years was not a short time for him, it was definitely not long either. Naturally, he could afford to wait. Moreover, Yang Kai had sworn on his Tao seal, so he could be trusted. Yang Kai then asked him to take out his universe map and mark the location of the void. He also told him that if there were any disasters that were difficult to resolve, he should immediately report to the void. He respectfully complied. After arranging everything, Yang Kai looked back at the star boundary again. His eyes paused for a moment on a towering ancient tree before he sped off in a certain direction. Now that the matters in the star boundary were dealt with, all that was left was the new demon territory. When he left back then, he separated the small sealed world from the demon territory and formed a new demon territory. He left his embodiment to oversee it. Today, there were still countless demon race living in the demon territory. Demon Saint Bei, Li Mo, and Chang Tian were also among them. Yang Kai did not plan to bring the demon race to the void. In the war between the two worlds, both the human and demon races had suffered countless casualties. The hatred between them was irreconcilable. If he really brought the demon race to the void, who knew what kind of disputes would arise? However, he could take Chang Tian and Bei Liemo with him. One of them was a demon saint, while the other had the bloodline of the dragon race. With the cultivation of a demon saint, if they wanted to advance further, they could only jump out of the shackles of the universe. The new demon territory was located in the same large territory as the star boundary. Back then, in order to prevent the two worlds from having any contact, Yang Kai deliberately chose a relatively distant location when he separated the two worlds. However, from what he could see now, the distance between these two worlds was not too far. A few days later, Yang Kai flew over a piece of the void and looked around. Suddenly, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. If he remembered correctly, this was the place where he separated the demon territory, but today he did not see any trace of the demon territory. This made him a little puzzled, wondering if he had remembered the wrong location. Although the demon territory he separated from the demon territory had turned into a rolling shape, it was still a universe world after all, so there was no reason for it to move so easily. Did something happen? Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. He immersed himself in his divine sense and carefully sensed. The embodiment sat in the demon territory and had an inseparable connection with him. As long as the distance was not too far, he could naturally sense it. After a while, Yang Kai looked up in a certain direction and sped off. Chapter 4177. A few days later, the trio had crossed hundreds of millions of kilometers, and Yang Kai sensed that they were getting closer and closer to the demon territory. Lu Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Master, there's a situation up ahead." Her cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, so whether it was in terms of eyesight or perception, she was naturally better than Yang Kai, so she was able to discover some things ahead of time. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai turned and asked. "There's a ship chasing, is that a universe world?" Lu Shui's tone was a little uncertain. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked, "What kind of universe world?" Lu Shui said with a strange expression. It looks like a big fish with a round and rolling belly. Strange. Why can this universe world move? It seems to have its own sentience. Yang Kai's face sank. A universe world that looked like a big fish with a round and rolling belly. If it wasn't the new demon territory, what could it be? When Yang Kai separated the demon territory, the new demon territory turned into a rolling territory, because the rolling was created by the embodiment using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law. The demon territory retained its rolling shape. It was also for this reason that the embodiment had to stay behind to take charge. It could be said that the relationship between the embodiment and the demon territory was similar to the relationship between Yang Kai's main body and the small sealed world. It was not easy to move a universe world, but this new demon territory was different, with the embodiment presiding over the overall situation. The rolling universe world could move as it pleased. But where did that ship come from? Can you investigate the specific situation of that ship? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Lu Shui slowly shook her head. It's too far. I can only get a general idea. This couldn't be helped. She could only discover the ship from this position. And if she wanted to pry into its specific information, she would need to get closer. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai summoned the shadowless muslin, wrapped the three of them, and quietly approached. Although the demon territory was moving, its speed was not very fast, and the ship following behind was not too fast, neither too slow nor too fast. So in less than a day, the three of them were already close to 1,000 kilometers away. In order to avoid exposing his whereabouts, Yang Kai didn't dare to get too close. Although the shadowless veil was quite good, it still had its limits. Before he could confirm whether or not there was a medium-grade heaven splitter on this ship, it was best to be careful. The distance of 1,000 miles was not close, but the view in the void was wide, so the situation in front of them could be seen very clearly. Lu Shui observed for a while and said seriously, Master, I'm afraid there's at least one mid-rank heaven splitter on that ship. How so? Yang Kai asked. Lu Shui said, this ship is not ordinary. Even if a low-grade splitter can drive it, it can't be used for a long period of time. Only a mid-grade splitter can handle it with such ease. Yang Kai's heart sank. This ship was chasing after the demon territory, so it clearly didn't have good intentions. And now, there was at least one mid-rank heaven splitter on the ship. If it was below the 5th rank, then it would be fine. Lu Shui was also at the 5th rank, so she should be able to handle it. But what if it was a 6th rank? If that was really the case, then even if Black River was summoned, he wouldn't be the ship's match. He didn't even understand why this ship was chasing after the demon territory. Just as he was puzzled, the rolling ship's huge body suddenly shook, and a crack appeared on its back. From that crack, a blood-soaked figure rushed out, and behind him was the phantom of a miniature universe world. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became gloomy. This person was shockingly a heaven splitter, although from the miniature universe world's phantom, it was only a low-grade heaven splitter. There was definitely no such person in the demon territory. In that case, was that ship attacking the demon territory? But now, the demon territory's barrier had been torn apart, and that low-grade heaven splitter had escaped. Demonic chi. Lu Shui's expression froze as she saw the demonic chi lingering around the blood-soaked figure. Could it be someone from the great devil heavens? Yang Kai was startled. The great devil heavens was one of the 36 paradise, and emotion was most likely from there. If the person on this ship was really someone from the great devil heavens, then this matter would be troublesome. While speaking, the blood-soaked figure had already rushed back into the ship. In the next moment, 2 more figures rushed out from the ship and rushed into the demon territory's barrier that had been torn apart, disappearing from sight. So that's how it is. Lu Shui suddenly revealed a look of understanding and whispered, Master, they should be trying to devour the world principles and world force of that miniature universe world to strengthen their own miniature universe world. What do you mean? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Lu Shui explained. Master is currently only an emperor realm master, so there are some things you might not know. After we cultivate to the Heaven Splitter realm, if we want to become stronger, the only way is to continuously raise our own grade. But how difficult is that to do? It often takes hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer to accumulate. Take this mistress, for example. I broke through to the 4th stage more than 600 years ago and have been refining Heaven Splitter pills all this time, but until recently, there were no signs of me breaking through. According to my estimate, it will take at least 100 years before I can break through to the 5th stage. So long? Although he had long known that it was not easy to break through to the Heaven Splitter realm, the time it took to do so was a bit too long. Lu Shui's aptitude should be quite good. Otherwise, she would not have been able to break through to the 4th stage. If even she was like this, the others would not be much worse off. Lu Shui continued. Of course, in addition to this, there are many other ways to strengthen one's miniature universe world. For Heaven Splitters, the deeper the foundation of their miniature universe world, the more power they can display. Yang Kai lightly nodded. This was not difficult to understand. Heaven Splitters used world force, and the foundation of world force lay in the miniature universe world within their bodies. The deeper the foundation of their miniature universe world was, the more power they could display. As such, after a cultivator breaks through to the Heaven Splitter realm, what they need to do the most is to constantly increase the foundation of their miniature universe world. Taking Heaven Splitter pills is the most common method, and although it is slow, it is very gentle. In addition, there is a more extreme method, devouring the world principles and world force of that miniature universe world for their own use. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Like what we are seeing now? That's right. Lu Shui nodded. However, this method has a very large drawback because the world principles of every miniature universe world are slightly different. If you rashly devour and refine them, it is extremely likely that it will cause varying degrees of impact on your miniature universe world. If the impact isn't too great, it won't matter. But if the impact is too great, it might even cause the cultivator's strength to decrease instead of increase. As such, very few people use this method to strengthen their foundation because the risk is too great. Very few doesn't mean there isn't any. What Master said is that if you can find a miniature universe world that is perfectly compatible with your foundation, then you won't have to worry about the consequences of devouring it. For example, when Master breaks through to the Heaven Splitter realm in the future, the most suitable place for you to devour is the miniature universe world you came from, because all your foundations are laid in that miniature universe world and are perfectly compatible with the world principles. Of course, if Master really does this, then the world principles of your miniature universe world will be broken, and the more you devour, the more unstable that miniature universe world will become. Over the years, it will become a land of death. Yang Kai was shocked. Has anyone done this before? Lu Shui nodded solemnly. Yes. In ancient times, this sort of thing happened quite often, but it's much rarer nowadays. The reason for this is that as long as you aren't crazy, you won't do this sort of thing. After all, even if you devour the world principles of your miniature universe world, you won't become much stronger. Secondly, every miniature universe world has its own great emperors. Although the great emperors don't have high cultivations, they have obtained the approval of the world will and are able to use the world principles. In their own miniature universe world, they are equivalent to lower rank Heaven Splitters, so devouring them won't be easy. Thirdly, in the current 3,000 worlds, most miniature universe worlds have their own high sex and are protected by them. Rashly devouring them will only lead to chaos. Yang Kai suddenly said, then wouldn't a miniature universe world without the protection of a high sect be in trouble? The large territory where the star boundary was located was relatively remote, and there weren't any decent forces here. It could be said that it was an ungoverned area, which was exactly what some people wanted. Lu Shui gently nodded. If I'm not wrong, the world principles of that miniature universe world should be very compatible with the miniature universe world of the master of this ship, so he chased after it and constantly sent his subordinates to suppress it, wanting to take it down. Since he's a medium rank heaven splitter, why doesn't he do it himself? Yang Kai was puzzled. In the demon territory, there were only embodiments, Chang Tian and Bei Liemo, who were supported by the world will in the demon territory and were comparable to lower rank heaven splitters, but in the face of a medium rank heaven splitter, they still didn't have the power to fight back. If that ship master really wanted to take action, the demon territory wouldn't be able to resist at all. Lu Shui said, if he personally took action, there would be a great battle. At that time, the miniature universe world would be shattered, and its principles would collapse, which wouldn't be good for him. At this point, Lu Shui said, Master, what does that miniature universe world have to do with you? Yang Kai had come straight to this miniature universe world. She wasn't a fool, so she could naturally see some clues. Yang Kai said, that miniature universe world is mine. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes flashed. Since that's the case, then we can't just sit back and watch. What we need to confirm the most now is how strong the master of this ship is. This was a bit difficult. Unless they took the initiative to expose their whereabouts to spy, no one knew how strong the master of this ship was. Guizian said, Master, should we ask Black River to come over? In the face of an unknown powerful enemy, 2 5th rank heaven splitters were better than one. It's too late. Yang Kai shook his head. This battle had been going on for who knew how long, and the situation in the demon territory wasn't optimistic. If they called Black River over, it would take at least 10 days. I'll go. Lu Shui volunteered. Yang Kai shook his head. No. If that ship's master is a 6th rank heaven splitter, you'll be like a lamb in a tiger's den. Judging from how this person acts, he should be evil and not easy to deal with. Lu Shui smiled. He's now wholeheartedly focused on that miniature universe world. Even if he's a 6th rank, he might not be willing to waste time on me. If he really wants to fight, even if I can't beat him, can I run? Master gave me the world fruit, saving me hundreds of years of bitter cultivation, and also giving me the chance to see the splendor of a high-rank heaven splitter in my lifetime. Master, my kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Now that you're in trouble, I'll naturally do my best. Chapter 4178. Yang Kai pondered for a long time before saying, You can go, but take this with you. While speaking, he handed Lu Shui 2 space spirit beads and told her how to use them. Lu Shui nodded and received them. With this space spirit bead in hand, even if Lu Shui encountered any danger, she would have a great chance of escaping. Of course, the premise was that she operated it properly. The space spirit bead was refined by Yang Kai and could only be used in pairs. When one space spirit bead was activated, the other could ignore space barriers and instantly cross the void. Putting away the space spirit bead, Lu Shui took the initiative to leave the shadowless veil. Although the two sides were separated by 1,000 kilometers for a mid-rank heaven opening master, this distance was nothing at all. Therefore, the moment Lu Shui's figure appeared, a tyrannical divine sense swept over from the ship 1,000 kilometers away. Lu Shui's world force fluctuated wildly, deliberately showing off her strength to attract the attention of the ship's owner. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and quietly rushed towards the demon territory with Guizian. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the two had already arrived at the crack in the demon territory's barrier. Turning their heads, they saw Lu Shui slowly boarding the ship. Although Lu Shui was a fifth-stage heaven-opening master, she did not know the strength of the enemy, so rashly entering the ship of another person was taking a huge risk. If that person wanted to harm her, her situation would definitely be worrying. Knowing that Lu Shui's move was to create an opportunity for his whereabouts, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and plunged into the demon territory. From the outside, the entire demon territory looked like a huge monster fish, but the space inside was extremely vast. As soon as he entered, Yang Kai felt the world force violently shaking, and the entire demon territory seemed to be shaking. At the same time, an aura closely related to him was closely connected. That was the aura of the Avatar. The Dharmakaya was a clone of himself that entered the body of the stone mongoose. It could be said that the Dharmakaya was his clone. Just like how Yang Kai could sense the Dharmakaya from a certain distance, the Dharmakaya could also sense Yang Kai. Sensing that the main body had entered, the Avatar immediately sent out some information with its divine thought. Kai Yang thought for a moment and quickly understood what was going on. Ever since he had left behind a new devil territory. His Dharmakaya had entered it, and with the assistance of Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian, the entire devil territory had been developing rapidly. Originally, everything was going well. However, half a year ago, an uninvited guest suddenly came to the periphery of the demon territory. That uninvited guest was the ship that Yang Kai had seen before. After a period of spying and investigation, the ship launched an attack on the demon territory. Of course, the Dharmakaya would not sit still and wait for death. He joined forces with Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian to fight back. At the same time, he urged the rolling ship to escape. As they fought and fled, a few months passed in the blink of an eye. The true strength of the Dharmakaya, Chang Tian, and Bei Li Mo was far inferior to the Kai Tian realm. However, in the devil territory, these three were equivalent to the status of the great emperors in the star world. They had the geographical advantage and could mobilize the world's power in the devil territory. They could display the strength of the lower Kai Tian realm. It was by relying on the foundation of the devil territory that the Dharmakaya and the others could deal with the enemy for such a long time. However, the enemy was also very difficult to deal with. There were too many of them. Although they had injured many of them, they could not kill any of them. On the contrary, the enemy executed the tactic of taking turns very well. When someone was injured, they immediately retreated, and their companions came to take over. Yang Kai had seen the lower Kai Tian realm escape while covered in blood. This was the situation. After all, the strength of the Dharmakaya and the others was too low. If the lower Kai Tian realm wanted to escape, they could not stop them. In the devil territory, there were 3 demon saint level fighting forces. Therefore, the enemy always maintained 5 lower Kai Tian realm experts, showing a comprehensive suppression of them. Today, the Dharmakaya could still fight. After all, he had the body of the stone mongoose and did not know exhaustion. However, whether it was Chang Tian or Bei Li Mo, their mental strength was greatly exhausted, and they were already at the end of their rope. If Yang Kai did not come, the devil territory would be captured in less than a month at most. At that time, they would be fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. It only took a moment for Yang Kai to receive this information. After understanding the current situation of the demon domain, Yang Kai grinned. He put away the shadowless veil and revealed himself with Guizian. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Yu Rumeng. When Rumeng appeared, she was still a little confused. She did not know why Yang Kai released her so quickly. However, she soon realized that this was the devil territory. She was also a demon saint born in the devil territory. She was recognized by the will of heaven and earth and had a close connection with heaven and earth. As if she had noticed something wrong, Rumeng frowned. Yang Kai briefly explained the current situation in the Devil Territory. Ru Meng's beautiful eyes were full of killing intent as she listened. Yang Kai comforted her a little and quietly communicated with the Dharmakaya for a while. He told Ru Meng and Guizian the plan. Both of them nodded seriously. The next moment, an invisible force wrapped the three of them. When the law of space fluctuated, the three of them suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in a battlefield hundreds of thousands of miles away, the Dharmakaya, Bei Li Mo, and Chang Tian were separated by 5 lower-grade splitters. They were fighting desperately. The Dharmakaya was the current master of the Devil Territory. He had cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor of Wukong. He was not a flesh and blood body, so he did not know pain or fatigue. Therefore, he was the strongest among the three. At this moment, 2 lower-grade splitters were attacking him from left and right. The Dharmakaya roared and repeatedly urged the world force. It was difficult to tell who would win. Every time he fought with the 2 lower-grade splitters, he was fighting with his life, which made his 2 opponents frightened. On the other side, Bei Li Mo was entangled by a thin woman and could not get away at all. The woman also had the cultivation of lower-grade splitters. Even if she was fighting alone, she had the advantage. After all, Bei Li Mo had been fighting with the enemy for several months. She was almost exhausted. At this moment, her face was extremely pale, her body was stained with blood, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a ghost. However, her opponent only entangled her like a cat playing with a mouse and consumed her strength. Compared to Bei Li Mo's situation, Chang Tian's situation was extremely dangerous. Just like the embodiment, his opponents were 2 lower-grade sky splitters. These 2 lower-grade sky splitters didn't make a move, but once they made a move, it would be fatal. Chang Tian had already revealed his true form. He was a huge demonic dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon's eyes, which were bigger than a house, were bloodshot. Its sharp claws had been broken and countless dragon scales had been knocked away. The pitch-black dragon blood was constantly dripping down. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, smashing huge craters on the ground. The 3 demon saint level forces were separated. The enemy's intention was very obvious. It was nothing more than to divide and destroy them. First, kill Chang Tian. After killing him, the 2 lower-grade splitters would be able to support the other side of the battlefield. At that time, whether it was the Dharmakaya or Bei Li Mo, it would be difficult to resist. Chang Tian also knew that he was the key to the victory of this battle, so he also risked his life and madly burned his essence blood. The world lost its color, and the mighty force of the world collided endlessly. The surroundings of the battlefield were full of void cracks. With the battlefield as the center, the laws of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were shattered and withered. However, even if he did his best, he still could not see any hope of victory. Chang Tian's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and his strength was almost drying up. He did not have much lifespan left. Back then, before the demon territory was devoured, Yang Kai was stranded on the 100-spirit continent. He had taken a fancy to him and wanted to cultivate Yang Kai to be his successor. If his lifespan was not at its end, how could Chang Tian have such thoughts? He could persist until now because he was burning his life force. After this battle, whether he won or lost, he would not live for long. His mind was in a trance, and a flaw appeared in his defense. The 2 lower-grade splitters fighting with him had extremely sharp eyesight. Naturally, they would not miss such a good opportunity. One of them wiped his long sword with his finger, and man and sword became one. They turned into a stream of light and slashed directly at Chang Tian's chest. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Dragon scales flew, dragon blood splashed, and the long sword pierced through his chest. Chang Tian's eyes suddenly widened, and the flesh on his chest wriggled crazily, finally stopping the long sword before it pierced through his heart. The pain made him roar angrily. He raised his dragon claw and was about to claw at his chest. At this moment, the other lower grade splitter shouted in a low voice. The long halberd in his hand danced, and he raised it high to block the huge dragon claw. The scene froze at this moment. Two people and one dragon wrestled fiercely. Chang Tian's dragon beard fluttered in the wind, and the dragon roared continuously. The fierce wind urged the world force of the demon territory. The two lower grade splitters also knew that it was a critical moment, and they used their strength without reservation. The dragon claw that was blocked could not move, but the long sword locked in his flesh stabbed towards his heart inch by inch. Every time the long sword moved an inch, it made a creaking sound which was extremely ear-piercing. Suddenly, Chang Tian's dragon eyes widened, and he looked behind the enemy in shock, as if he had seen an extremely inconceivable scene. His eyes, which were originally filled with despair, suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance. At the same time, the two lower grade splitters who were in a deadlock with Chang Tian felt their blood run cold, and a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. When the lower grade splitter holding the long sword hurriedly turned his head, he saw a tall and sturdy figure appear behind him at an unknown time, holding a large axe and grinning sinisterly, chopping down with the axe. This person turned pale with fright. The power of this axe was extremely fierce. Inferring from the aura of the world force, the one who attacked him was surprisingly a third-grade splitter, and he himself was only a third-grade splitter. Where did this guy come from? The aura of death enveloped him, and at the critical moment of life and death, he hurriedly pulled out his sword, but the long sword was imprisoned by Chang Tian's flesh. So how could he pull it back in such a short time? Helplessly, he could only abandon his sword and quickly form a seal with both hands, raising his hands high. The phantom of the universe world behind him flashed, and the world force fluctuated. With a loud bang, the large axe chopped down. The man's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt his Tao seal and the small universe in his body shake endlessly, and the blood in his chest roiled, making him feel nauseous. If it were under normal circumstances, he would not be so weak. After all, he was also a third-grade splitter, comparable to Guizian in strength, but under a sneak attack. How could he display his full strength? Hastily responding, not being chopped to death was already a decent response. A huge force came from the front, and he was involuntarily forced back, fiercely slamming into Chang Tian's body before bouncing back. His figure was like a fallen leaf in a storm, withering with the wind. Chapter 4179. Roar. A dragon's roar rang out as a bloody maw came down on him, its mouth filled with sharp fangs like the sharpest sword. Boundless darkness descended as Chang Tian bit down on this man's head. Asterisk crack, asterisk his head shattered as his headless corpse fell from the sky, blood gushing out from his neck like a fountain. In a flash, a third-grade heaven splitter had fallen. The change happened too suddenly, and before his companion could react, this man had already died. Although Chang Tian did not know who Guizian was, since Guizian had saved his life, at the critical moment of life and death he was a friend and not an enemy. After killing one of them cleanly, he did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He spat a mouthful of dragon's breath at the remaining lower-grade Kaipin. This dragon breath contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. If it were any other time, this person might not care much, but when the dragon breath was spat out, Guizian chopped down with his axe again. World force fluctuated. This person's face changed slightly as he raised the halberd in his hand and sent Chang Tian flying, urging his own world force to wrap around the halberd as he met the axe head-on. With a loud bang, heaven and earth surged as the four extremes collapsed. The two of them, who were both at the third stage heaven splitter, were actually evenly matched in this confrontation. Guazian's figure swayed slightly as a flush appeared on his face, while the third great heaven splitter borrowed the force to fly back, turning around in midair and quickly escaping. He was smart enough to know that he was not a match for Chang Tian and Guazian, and if he continued to fight, he would be doomed. So he decisively left to report to the ship. As for his other three companions, he couldn't care less about them. However, when he turned around, he suddenly saw a charming woman looking at him with a smile. When their eyes met, the woman's beautiful eyes emitted a soul-stirring divine light that seemed to transform into a huge vortex that pulled at his mind, wanting to pull him into the endless abyss. In an instant, illusions appeared in front of his eyes, and the sounds of killing rang in his ears. What a powerful illusion technique! This person's heart trembled. In his perception, this woman was only from the Emperor realm, but the illusory technique she used had already surpassed the level of an Emperor realm master. Even a third stage heaven splitter like him had fallen for it. This was definitely a cultivator, who specialized in cultivating the power of the soul. Break! The man opened his mouth and roared. His soul surged, and the illusion before him shattered. Yu Meng let out a muffled groan. Her illusion was broken, and she suffered a backlash. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she staggered. Even her eyes were bleeding. With her strength, even with the support of the demon territory, it was still too difficult for her to deal with a third stage heaven splitter. But it was enough. Although she didn't manage to kill the enemy, she did delay the enemy's escape. At this moment, in this place, this one breath of time was the difference between life and death. A huge dragon claw suddenly reached out from the void and grabbed him. The dragon claw tightened, and the person immediately showed a difficult expression. A series of crackling sounds came from his body. Turning his head, he saw that Chang Tian, who had been sent flying by him just now, had actually fought back while bathed in blood, firmly binding him. On the other side, Guazian held a large axe in his hand and slashed down like a meteor from the sky. Killing intent surged, making this person feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The halberd trembled and stabbed at Chang Tian's arm. The blow was so powerful that it almost broke Chang Tian's arm, but Chang Tian refused to let go. He allowed the dragon blood to gush out, his bones to break, and his tendons to connect. The other dragon, Claw, also closed in on him. With a bang, it shackled Chang Tian even more. This time, he was truly at a dead end. He looked at the falling axe with a face of despair. His vision blurred, and he couldn't feel anything, since Guazian appeared, and the 2/3 stage heaven splitters died. Only a dozen breaths had passed, but Chang Tian seemed to have experienced thousands of years. Seeing the second enemy die in front of him, his huge body rumbled and rolled to the ground. He shrank and revealed his human form again, but his aura quickly withered. The instant the first third stage heaven splitter was killed, the heaven splitters on the other two battlefields all sensed something. The expression of the woman entangled with Bei Li Mo changed greatly, and before she could see what had happened, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Shocked, she hurriedly investigated and found that this person was only from the Emperor realm, letting out a sigh of relief. As for the disheveled Bei Li Mo, she cried out, "Kai Yang!" The one who had come to support her was Yang Kai. This was also the plan he had discussed with the embodiment. Bei Li Mo's opponent was not very strong, only a second stage heaven splitter. With his current strength, he could definitely deal with him. Bei Li Mo was pleasantly surprised at first, but then her beautiful face paled, and she screamed, "Run! This person is comparable to the great demon god. He's not someone we can deal with." Yang Kai acted as if he didn't hear her. Raising his hand and grasping the black dragon spear, he said indifferently, "So, what if it's the great demon god? It's not like I haven't killed one before." As soon as he said this, the golden crow cried. and a round sun suddenly jumped out. Heaven and earth trembled. The second stage Heaven Splitter woman didn't put Yang Kai in her eyes at all. And when Yang Kai appeared, she summoned a handkerchief artifact to cover him. But the moment this round sun appeared, the woman's figure trembled, and she cried out involuntarily, "This is divine technique embodiment?" Without hesitation, she retreated several dozen kilometers in an instant. Yang Kai stabbed out with his spear, and the round sun jumped to the tip of the spear and slammed into the handkerchief artifact, instantly creating a huge hole. Yang Kai's offensive did not decrease, and several dozen kilometers were flattened in an instant. The woman's field of vision was instantly filled with the golden sun, and as she screamed madly, she urged her miniature universe world to support herself. Asterisk Hong, asterisk the round sun was annihilated, and Yang Kai's face paled slightly as a figure was sent flying like a ragged sack. It was the second stage Heaven Splitter woman. Bei Liemo was dumbfounded. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master, had actually blasted away an enemy she looked up to. What kind of strength was this? One had to know that Yang Kai was one of the great emperors of the Star Boundary, but in this demon territory, he was unable to obtain any support, so he could only rely on his own ability to achieve this. Has he also reached the same realm as the great demon god? Just as Bei Liemo was in a daze. Yang Kai's voice reached her ears. What are you waiting for? Take advantage of her illness and kill her. In her field of vision, Yang Kai took a step forward and arrived beside the woman, his face like jade, and his spear like a dragon as he brandished it, filling the sky with spear shadows that enveloped the woman. Bei Liemo shivered and pushed her tired body forward, rushing into the battlefield and joining forces with Yang Kai, forcing the woman to retreat again and again, forcing her into a dangerous situation. In the Great Void Boundary, when Yang Kai first displayed the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine technique, Xiao Baichuan had once said that with this divine technique, even if Yang Kai was only an Emperor Realm Master, he was qualified to compete with a low-rank Heaven Splitter. Although Xiao Baichuan was only a fifth-stage cultivator, his eyesight was extremely sharp and his comments were on point. The Golden Crow Casting Sun was extraordinary, and even a third-stage Heaven Splitter would not be able to withstand it, let alone a second-stage Heaven Splitter. However, the Golden Crow Casting Sun required a huge amount of energy and could not be maintained for long. With the annihilation of the Great Sun, Yang Kai's combat strength took a sharp turn. The woman supported her seriously injured body and struggled to cope for a while, but when she found that Yang Kai was only a facade, she calmed down and gnashed her teeth. "Smelly brat, I'll kill you." Her eyes were filled with resentment, as if she wanted to skin Yang Kai alive, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. Being injured by an Emperor Realm Master was a great humiliation. Raising her hand to repel Bei Liemo's attack, she stretched out her other hand and grabbed at Yang Kai like a beast's claw. Yang Kai's face turned pale as he staggered back, but he could not escape from his opponent's attack. Seeing that this attack was about to land, Yang Kai suddenly showed the woman a malicious smile. This strange smile made the woman's heart skip a beat, instinctively feeling that something very bad was about to happen. The next moment, she saw the spear in Yang Kai's hand disappear and be replaced by a gourd. The mouth of the gourd opened, and a large amount of seven-colored, profound light gushed out from the gourd. It rushed towards her in an overwhelming manner, and the aura that escaped from the profound light made her feel even more terrified. Divine essence-fused light. Sixth-order divine essence-fused light. The woman screamed in horror, as if an invisible hand had grabbed her throat. How could she still care about killing Yang Kai? Her figure flickered as she tried to retreat, but she had just approached Yang Kai and was only a few meters away. So how could she retreat? What's more, the moment he summoned the divine essence-fused gourd, Yang Kai had also stimulated his space principles. So close, yet worlds apart. In that small space, twisted and distorted. The divine, essence-fused light instantly wrapped around the woman. A scream immediately rang out as the invisible divine, essence-fused light washed over the woman, causing her skin to crack inch by inch, as if it had been peeled off by an invisible knife, revealing her crimson flesh. The phantom of the mini-universe world appeared behind her. The woman madly urged the power of her own world to surround herself and resist the attack. However, she was only a second-stage heaven splitter. So how could she resist the sixth-order divine essence-fused light? Although the divine essence-fused light had a single attribute, its grade was something this woman could not compare to. Previously, in the Seven Openings lands, when Yang Kai used the divine essence-fused light, those third-stage heaven splitters had not been able to resist for too long, let alone this woman. The mini-universe world that appeared behind her was originally thriving and full of life, but it soon withered and died. This was because she had exhausted too much of the world's power and damaged the foundation of her mini-universe world. The foundation of a heaven-splitter cultivator lay in their minor universe world. Once the minor universe world was damaged, the impact on a heaven splitter was difficult to estimate. Within the divine, essence-fused light, the woman bitterly held on, her minor universe world on the verge of collapse. It would probably collapse in just a few breaths of time. "Spare me." The woman opened her mouth and begged for mercy. Yang Kai remained unmoved, only coldly looking at her. He was determined to kill her. Chapter 40, 180. There was a soft pop, like the sound of a bubble being popped. The mini-universe world behind the woman shattered and vanished into thin air, washed away by the grade 6 divine essence-fused light. Her minor cosm world shattered just like that. Her heaven-opening realm aura plummeted, going from a second-order heaven-opening realm cultivator to the emperor realm. In the next moment, the woman's flesh and blood seemed to have been cut by an invisible knife. Her 5 viscera and 6 organs were reduced to the tiniest specks of dust, leaving behind only a white skeleton that still maintained a defensive posture in front of Yang Kai. By the time Yang Kai withdrew the divine essence magnetism light, the skeleton had completely fallen apart with a crash. Bei Li Mo was dumbstruck as she stared at the gourd in Yang Kai's hand in a daze, a look of horror filling her face. Although she didn't know what the hell the 7-colored light that came out of the gourd was, she was sure that it was an extremely terrifying killing weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to kill an opponent that she looked up to in such a short time. When these second-order heaven-opening realm cultivators died, the battle between Guazian and Yu Rumeng also came to an end. The 2 battlefields had finished off their respective opponents almost at the same time. Without stopping, Guazian, Yu Rumeng, and Yang Kai flickered and rushed towards the embodiment. Bei Li Mo was stunned for a moment before hurriedly chasing after them. The embodiment was fighting one against 2, one a third-order heaven-opening realm cultivator, and the other a second-order heaven-opening realm cultivator. He was in a precarious situation, his body riddled with holes and debris flying everywhere. The relationship between the embodiment and the demon territory was similar to the relationship between Yang Kai and the mysterious small world. In this miniature universe world, he was the master and could display strength far beyond his own. It could be said that the power the embodiment could display in the demon territory was much greater than that of Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. When Kai Yang and the others appeared, his 2 opponents were naturally aware of their presence and were both startled. They didn't know what kind of background these people had. In just a few breaths, several of their companions had been killed. This caused their souls to leave their bodies. Seeing Yang Kai and the others charging at them like ferocious tigers, how could the 2 of them dare to continue fighting? They looked at each other and threw a palm strike at the avatar. Then they fled into the sky. The embodiment roared in anger. He didn't dodge or evade the attacks. He forcefully endured the might of the two attacks. He madly urged the world force in the demon territory to form an invisible cage that enveloped the two of them. In an instant, the two heaven-opening cultivators found it difficult to even move, despair appearing on their faces. Before they could break out of the encirclement, Yang Kai and the other three had already arrived, completely cutting off their escape plans. The battle that followed was one-sided. Guazian alone was enough to deal with the third stage splitter. The remaining second stage splitter was no match for Yang Kai and the others. After an incense stick's worth of time, the battle ended. Bai Li Mo was gasping for breath, a look of lingering fear on her face. This was the first time she had faced a heaven-opening cultivator, and even with the support of the world force in the demon territory, she still felt despair. During the Great War of the Two Worlds, she had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai very early on, so she had never faced the great demon god head-on, and had never experienced the power of a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If it weren't for the fact that her opponent had only been pestering her and had no intention of fighting her to the death, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even now, she couldn't understand what kind of realm these people were in and how they could be so powerful. Yuru Meng's face was slightly pale. Just now, she had used an illusion technique to deal with a third stage splitter, and after her illusion technique had been broken, she had suffered an extremely strong backlash. Yang Kai and Guazian, on the other hand, were fine. The former's background was deep, and the latter's strength was formidable. So dealing with this kind of situation was a piece of cake for them. However, after several months of continuous fighting, the world principles of this battlefield had been shattered and countless mountains and rivers had collapsed. This 1 million kilometer area had almost become a ghost realm. This kind of battle had caused great damage to the foundation of the entire demon territory. Wanting to restore it would take hundreds or thousands of years of accumulation. The third stage splitter had already been killed by the joint efforts of Yang Kai and Guazian, leaving only the second stage splitter. At this moment, all of his strength had been sealed, and he was kneeling on the ground, his face pale. Guazian's axe was resting on his neck, gleaming with a cold light. Kai Yang leisurely walked up and looked down at him from a high vantage point. The man trembled and cried out in panic, "Master, please spare me! Master, please spare me! This lowly one was forced to do this. Master, please spare me!" Yang Kai kicked him to the ground and stamped his foot on his chest, exerting a bit of force. The sound of bones breaking immediately came from the man's chest. The broken bones pierced into his lungs, causing the man to grimace in pain. "Whatever I ask, you'll answer. If there's even a single word of nonsense, I'll make you beg for death." Kai Yang glared at him fiercely, like a vicious thug, his face ferocious and terrifying. The man suppressed his fear and pain and nodded quickly. A moment later, Kai Yang finally figured out the whole story of the matter. The master of the ship was just as Lu Shui had guessed. He was indeed a mid-rank splitter, but not a sixth-stage splitter, but a fifth-stage splitter. It could even be said that this fifth-stage splitter was not at his peak, and was seriously injured. Yang Kai had some doubts before. Since the master of the ship was a mid-rank splitter and coveted the laws and world force of the demon territory, why didn't he take action himself? If he took action, the demon territory would not be able to resist. Lu Shui's explanation to him was that a mid-rank splitter was too powerful. If the demon territory was shattered, it would not be good for him. So he kept sending his subordinates to the demon territory to suppress it. But now, it seemed that this guess was not correct. The real reason was that that person was injured and could not take action. The master of the ship called himself Old Ancestor, MOU, and was originally the sect master of the Black Feather sect. He occupied the spiritual province in a large territory and could be considered a tyrant. Old ancestor MOU had a fifth-stage splitter cultivation base and was on par with Heavenly Lord's 7 openings from before. He also had several mid-rank splitters under him, so the Black Feather sect was also a second-class force. Patriarch MOU was ruthless in his actions, and the disciples of the Ink Feather sect were also vicious in their methods. More than a year ago, one of Patriarch MOU's most beloved sons had brought his subordinates to stroll around a certain star city and had taken a fancy to a woman. He had stealthily followed her, and when that woman had left the star city, he had stopped her with ill intentions. The woman naturally did not comply, and she also had many guards under her. The two sides did not agree and fought. After a fight, all the guards around the woman died in battle, and the woman was taken away by the dandy young master and brought back to the Black Feather sect. The dandy young master had done this kind of bullying many times and usually did not cause any trouble. Unfortunately, that woman's identity was somewhat extraordinary. She was the fiancée of the young pavilion master of another second-rate force, the Sky Pillar Pavilion. She was his childhood sweetheart. The Black Feather sect and the Sky Bearing Pavilion were in the same large territory and were not on good terms with each other. When the disciples of each sect went out, there were many conflicts. Every year, a few people would die. It could be said that they had accumulated resentment after learning that his fiancée was taken away by that dandy. The Sky-Bearing Pavilion's young pavilion master's eyes turned red. He naturally wanted to kill his way to the Black Feather sect to take revenge. This matter was related to the face of the Sky-Bearing Pavilion, so the pavilion master of the Sky-Bearing Pavilion was also furious. Usually, there were some conflicts between the disciples of the sect, but the casualties were not serious. Everyone tolerated it, but this matter could not be tolerated. What's more, that woman was not an ordinary person. To be able to marry the Sky-Bearing Pavilion's young pavilion master, she was naturally a match. She was the daughter of the leader of a second-class force, the Flying Flower Boat, in a large territory next door. This time, she was ordered by her father to go to the Sky-Bearing Pavilion to discuss some matters. It could be said that the Black Feather sect's young sect master's unintentional action offended two major forces all of a sudden. When the news was spread, the leader of the Flying Flower Boat was furious. He immediately ordered the troops and crossed the territory to kill. A great battle was about to break out. With the Sky-Bearing Pavilion's family power, even if the Black Feather sect's foundation was extraordinary, how could it resist? If it was an ordinary conflict, there might be room for negotiation. However, the matter of the sect's humiliation was related to their face. There was no need to negotiate at all. There was only a battle. The Black Feather sect barely held on for less than half a year before the protective array was broken. Subsequently, there was a world-shaking battle. The Black Feather sect's disciples were killed and injured. Ancestor MOU fled in a sorry state. He was also seriously injured in that battle and had not recovered until now. With Ancestor MOU fleeing, the Sky-Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat were naturally unwilling to leave the matter at that. Under the leadership of the Sky-Bearing Pavilion's pavilion master and the Flying Flower Boat's leader, they split into several groups to chase and intercept Ancestor MOU. It had been 2 years since that battle. However, in these 2 years, the Sky-Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat had been chasing Ancestor MOU nonstop. He did not even have time to heal his injuries. He was completely beaten to the point that he had no temper at all. Ancestor MOU had no choice but to keep fleeing. If not, he would not have come to this large territory. The large territory where the Star Boundary and the Demon Territory were located was already at the edge of the entire map of the universe. It could be said that it was lacking in resources and was deserted. If it were normal times, Ancestor MOU you would not have come. This time, in order to escape, he could not care less. After drifting here, he did not expect to unexpectedly discover the demon territory. Ancestor MOU was immediately wild with joy, because in his perception, the laws and world power of this world of universe had a high degree of compatibility with his own small world of universe. If he could devour the laws and world power of this world of universe, he would definitely be able to recover from his injuries. At that time, not to mention revenge, at least the hope of escaping would be greatly increased. Naturally, he did not put a world of universe in his eyes. He immediately ordered his subordinates to go and suppress it. However, the resistance of the embodiment and the others was beyond his expectations. After several months, they did not succeed. After that, Yang Kai and the others arrived. After listening to the explanation of the second stage heaven splitter, Yang Kai frowned. He really did not expect that there would be so many grievances involved in this. Master, I've said everything that needs to be said. Master, please spare my life. The second stage heaven splitter was also a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. After speaking, he kept begging for mercy, his face full of fear. Chapter 40, 181. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "You just said that old ancestor MOU is seriously injured? How much strength do you think he can display now?" The man said with a bitter expression, "This lowly one does not dare to speculate. Just say it." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "What's the point of spouting so much nonsense? 60%. Maybe 70%? Yang Kai nodded slightly and moved his foot away from the man, his eyes shining brightly. A heavily injured fifth stage heaven opening realm who had yet to fully recover and was full of evil. There was no psychological burden in killing him. Most importantly, since old ancestor MOU was the sect master of Black Feather Sect, he would definitely take all of Black Feather Sect's assets with him when he fled. Setting up the 9 Heavens Void Array consumed too many resources, and although Yang Kai had made a fortune in the great cosmological realm, he could not support such a consumption. Now he had to bring 600,000 people from the star boundary, and these people all needed resources to cultivate. Perhaps he could take advantage of old ancestor MOU. As he thought so, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the embodiment, only to see the embodiment sitting cross-legged and silently circulating his secret art. As he did so, the spatial cracks that had been created by the battle just now were rapidly mending, and even the shattered world principles in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers were mending at an extremely fast speed, and the world force that had been consumed was also recovering. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, and when he communicated with the embodiment, he was immediately surprised. In the battle just now, 4 heaven-opening realm cultivators had died, 3 of which were third-stage heaven-opening realm, and 1 was second-stage heaven-opening realm. Although these heaven-opening realm cultivators had died without a complete corpse or even turned to ashes, when the miniature universe world and their bodies had shattered, the world principles and world force had been released. These forces that could not be seen with the naked eye filled the battlefield, and at this moment, the embodiment was using the entire demon territory as a foundation and using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to devour these forces. Therefore, the broken world principles on this battlefield were rapidly mending, and the world force was also recovering. Yang Kai couldn't help but think back to the battle in the 7 Openings land. After the heaven-opening realm cultivators died, their world might had leaked out, and a portion of it had fused into the 7 Openings land. Yuhi had said that the world force would strengthen the foundation of the Chiqiao land and make it more prosperous. Those blessed and heavenly abodes had developed step by step in this way. Before their experts died, their mini-universe world collapsed, and the power of the world was channeled into their headquarters. Only after many years did the blessed and heavenly abodes reach their current scale. From the looks of it, The situation in the demon territory was the same as the situation in the Chiqiao lands. However, there was a big difference between the two. Back then, quite a few heaven-opening experts had died in the Seven Openings land, and there was no lack of mid-grade heaven-opening experts among them. Even though an extremely large amount of world might have leaked out, the Seven Openings land could not absorb much of it. A large portion of it was wasted, dissipating into the void. However, the situation in the demon territory was different at this moment. The entire demon territory was built with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics as its core. Now that there was an embodiment presiding over it, using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, it was able to absorb the world might without wasting anything. The subtle changes in the universe could not be hidden from Demon Saint Yu Ru Meng and Bei Li Mo, and the two women quickly revealed looks of surprise. As the embodiment continued to use its battle tactics, these changes became more and more obvious. Yang Kai was still a little hesitant at first, but after noticing the changes in the demon territory, he immediately made up his mind and turned to the second-grade heaven-opening cultivator, asking in an amiable tone, "After talking so much, I still haven't asked what your name is." The man replied in a trembling voice, replying to Master, "This lowly one's name is Ma Yuna." Yang Kai nodded and took out the loyalty and righteousness record from his space ring, flipping to the third blank page, and enthusiastically calling out, "Come, come, come. Use your blood essence to leave your name and aura on this." Half an hour later, Ma Yuanda turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. At the same time, on the outskirts of the demon territory, on the ship, Old Ancestor, Mo, Yu sat at the head of the table while Lu Shui sat to his left, the two chatting happily. On the surface, the two of them seemed to be old friends who had known each other for a long time, but Old Ancestor, Mo, Yu was secretly complaining. When this fifth-grade heaven-opening cultivator suddenly appeared in his divine sense perception, Old Ancestor, Mo, Yu was really startled, thinking that it was the pursuers of Sky-bearing Pavilion and the flying flower boat. He was so frightened that he almost fled immediately. However, after taking a closer look, he found that this newcomer's face was unfamiliar, as if he had never seen him before. Unwilling to miss such a great opportunity to heal, Old Ancestor Mo, Yu suppressed the bewilderment in his heart and stayed behind. The two sides simply communicated for a while. Only then did Old Ancestor Mo, Yu discover that this fifth-stage heaven splitter had nothing to do with Sky-bearing Pavilion and the flying flower boat. He was actually one of the leaders of a force called Sword Pavilion. He knew about Sword Pavilion and had even dealt with the leader of Sword Pavilion a few times, so he knew how powerful that person was. After probing a little, he found that Lu Shui answered fluently, and the doubts in his heart disappeared, confirming that the other party's identity was true. Since he was not the pursuers of Sky-bearing Pavilion and the flying flower boat, there was nothing to be afraid of. He had some friendship with the leader of Sword Pavilion, but it was too rude to always leave him outside, so he could only ask Lu Shui to board the ship. Old Ancestor Mo, Yu had never dealt with Lu Shui before and did not know what her temperament was like, so he naturally did not dare to expose his real situation. So when communicating, he endured the pain and did not show the slightest trace of weakness. Between his words, he repeatedly revealed that he had important matters to attend to and that it was inconvenient for him to keep the guest. Lu Shui did not know whether she really did not understand or not, but she was indifferent. This made Old Ancestor Mo, Yu slightly unhappy in his heart, but the other party's strength was not inferior to his, so he could not lose his temper. Right at this moment, Old Ancestor Mo, Yu suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and he raised his head to look outside. He saw a figure charge out from the world, and the figure was bathed in blood as he directly landed on the deck and shouted excitedly, "Report!" Old Ancestor Mo, Yu raised his eyes to look over, and noticed that it was one of his subordinates, Ma Yuanda, and his expression immediately became refreshed. "Come in." Ma Yuanda entered respectfully and swept his gaze over. When he saw Lu Shui, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but he quickly smiled and cupped his hands. Reporting to Old Ancestor, "It's done." Even though Old Ancestor Yu had his guesses, he still roared with laughter when he heard this, and he said good 3 times in succession before looking at Ma Yuanda with a pleasant expression. "All of you have rendered meritorious service. I, Old Ancestor, will reward you heavily later." Ma Yuanda smiled with delight and flattery. "Serving Old Ancestor is this subordinate's duty. I dare not ask for a reward." Old Ancestor Yu touched his rosy face and turned to look at Lu Shui. "Leader Lu, I still have some miscellaneous matters to deal with here. So," Lu Shui smiled, got up, and said, "Since Old Ancestor has something to do, then I won't disturb you." She was naturally unwilling to leave, but if she insisted on staying, it would definitely be noticed. Just as she was thinking about what to do, she suddenly saw Ma Yuanda give her a meaningful glance. Lu Shui's mind was full of thoughts, and she immediately understood. "Leader Lu, take care. When I have time, this old man will definitely pay a visit to Sword Pavilion." Old Ancestor Yu said politely. Lu Shui pursed her lips and chuckled. "Then I and Leader will wait for Old Ancestor's arrival." A moment later, Old Ancestor Yu stood on the deck and looked into the distance. He waited until Lu Shui disappeared from his sight and confirmed that she had really left. Only then did he relax and wave his hand. "Let's go." The ship immediately sped towards the crack in the territory of the demons and soon arrived at the territory of the demons. The aura of the universe world pounced on him. Feeling the laws of this world and the mighty power of heaven and earth at close range, Old Ancestor Yu was overjoyed. He found that this world was different from what he had felt before. This world seemed to be more compatible with him. If he could devour the power of this world, not only would his injuries be healed, but his strength would also be stronger. Not to mention reaching the 6th stage of splitting the heavens, he would at least be able to save hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. Old Ancestor Yu was wild with joy. Ever since that unfilial son of his was exposed more than 2 years ago, everything had gone wrong for him. Finally, today his luck had changed. The unexpected surprise made him want to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. In the next moment, the surprise turned into great astonishment. A vine that emitted 7-colored light swept over from the void. The 7-colored vine actually emitted the aura of the 5th stage of splitting the heavens. Wherever the vine passed, the void shattered and heaven and earth trembled. An ambush! Old Ancestor Yu's heart beat wildly. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the vine, he immediately shouted. Ignoring his unhealed injuries, he hurriedly activated the protective array of the ship. In an instant, a layer of misty blue light screen appeared on the surface of the ship. The vine whipped on the light screen, and with a loud bang, the light screen only lasted for less than a breath of time before shattering like a broken mirror and turning into specks of fluorescent light. It was not that the ship's protection was not good. Normally, such an attack would not be able to break it, but in the past 2 years, Old Ancestor Yu had been chased by the experts of the Sky-Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat. He had fought more than a dozen battles, big and small. The ship's array had long been fragmented and was completely destroyed in the most recent battle. Now that the array had been barely repaired, although it could be operated, it was less than 20% of its peak power. How could it resist such a shocking attack? Kachacha. The remaining force of the vine did not diminish as it swept towards the center of the ship. The mast was directly torn apart, and the entire ship was almost split into 2 halves. Some of the low-level martial artists standing on the deck were swept by the aura, and without uttering a single sound, they all exploded into a bloody mist. With a puff, Old Ancestor, M.O., you spat out a cloud of blood. He had forcibly activated the ship's protection, which affected the suppressed injuries. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a figure rushing out impatiently. Old Ancestor, M.O., you flew into a rage. Ma Yuenda, you dare to betray me? The one who rushed out was Ma Yuenda, who had reported the good news to him before. Old Ancestor, M.O., you was old and shrewd. How could he not know that he had fallen into the other party's trap? As for this Ma Yuenda, it was likely that he had been instigated by some unknown means and benefits. Suppressing the churning blood in his heart, he was furious and sent out a palm strike. Chapter 40, 182. Ma Yuenda was only a second-grade heaven splitter, so how could he block Old Ancestor, M.O., use angry attack? This palm hit him squarely on the back, and the violent world force rushed into his flesh and blood, wantonly attacking his mini-universe world, causing it to be riddled with holes in an instant. Ma Yuenda's face turned pale, and he spat out pieces of his internal organs. He fell from the ship and stopped breathing in midair. Although Old Ancestor, M.O., you was seriously injured and could not use his full strength, his angry attack was not something that Ma Yuenda, a second-grade heaven splitter, could resist. Just one blow, and he lost his life. Old Ancestor, M.O., you did not even look at Ma Yuenda's corpse. With a thought, the huge ship immediately sped away. He was also decisive. After sensing the ambush, he knew that he could not do anything. So how could he dare to stay? He just wanted to escape as far as possible. The embodiment Yuru Meng and Bei Li Mo were already prepared. The moment Yang Kai activated the gourd vines, they had already mobilized the world force in the demon territory. Under the three people's roars, the world force madly surged towards the ship. In an instant, the ship's speed decreased greatly, and the surrounding space became sticky like a swamp. Without the protection of the ship, a series of laborious sounds came from the ship. Although its speed slowed down, it still retreated unswervingly. The three sovereigns in the United Demon Territory were unable to stop Old Ancestor, MOU. The powerful foundation of a fifth-grade heaven splitter could be seen. Seeing that the ship was about to escape the range of the world force, the three people were anxious, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not stop the ship's movements. In Yang Kai's plan, with their current strength, they had to keep Old Ancestor, MOU, in the demon territory. Only then would they have a chance to kill him. They could not let him escape so easily. At the critical moment, a huge dragon, hundreds of feet long, shook its head and wagged its tail. Demonic chi lingered all over its body, and its huge dragon claws grabbed at the ship. Chang Tian attacked. Stop him! Old Ancestor, MOU's eyes were about to split open as he roared. In order to resist the methods of the embodiment and the others, he had already used all his strength. Coupled with his previous injuries, he no longer had the strength to deal with Chang Tian's attack. However, he was not the only heaven-opening cultivator on the ship. Apart from the 5 heaven-opening realms Yang Kai had seen in the demon territory, there were 3 low-rank heaven-opening realms on the ship. Following Old Ancestor, MOU's roar, the 3 low-rank heaven splitters finally came back to their senses. They urged the power of their small universe and used the divine technique to attack Chang Tian. A sorrowful dragon roar resounded. Blood splashed out from the dragon body, and dragon scales flew everywhere. Chang Tian could only hold on for less than a breath of time before he was sent flying back. His huge body tumbled in midair and slammed into a small mountain in the distance, breaking it in half. During this brief moment of delay, Yang Kai had already taken out the divine essence-fused gourd and opened it. 7-colored light bloomed from the gourd. This is feeling the grade of the seven-colored profound light. Old Ancestor MOU was shocked, unable to figure out how such a powerful artifact could appear in such a damned place. Without any protection, the ship was instantly riddled with holes by the divine essence-fused light, and the several heaven-opening realms had no choice but to urge their strength to resist the terrifying power of the divine essence-fused light. The world force rose and fell one after another. The energy was violent and chaotic. Even so, the ship was still leaving the demon territory at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at this time, it was already more than halfway through. It would probably only take a few breaths of time before it was completely free. Yang Kai grit his teeth as his crimson eyes searched the void, seemingly looking for something, until a cold light suddenly bloomed in his field of vision. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally made it. The cold light came without a sound, but it soon converged into an earth-shattering sword chi that slashed down at the ship. What? Old Ancestor MOU was shocked, sensing the terrifying might of this sword strike. Ancestor MOU did not hesitate at all. With a leap, he leaped down from the ship. How could the ship that had lost its defensive ability withstand such a sword strike when it had lost its host? The sword chi silently streaked across the center of the ship, cutting through the body of a third-grade, heaven-opening realm cultivator who was struggling to resist the divine essence-fused light. In the violent battlefield, there was a brief moment of strange calm, with only the sound of panting coming from everyone's mouths. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk accompanied by a light sound. The ship was directly split in half, the cut smooth and clean. Not only that, a line of blood appeared on the forehead of the cultivator, who had been cut by the sword chi. He seemed to have realized something, and his eyes were filled with panic and bewilderment. He turned his head to look in the direction of Old Ancestor MOU and shouted, "Old Ancestor, save me!" Just as his voice fell, the line of blood suddenly extended downwards, spreading all the way to his legs. Asterisk poo, asterisk blood spurted out as the body of this third-grade, heaven-opening realm cultivator was split in half, his internal organs spilling all over the ground as he instantly died. At this moment, the remaining two lower-grade, heaven-opening realm cultivators seemed to have awoken from a dream. They cried out in alarm and spread out, reaching out to touch their bodies. After confirming that there was no damage at all, they breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up, they saw that at the crack in the world, there was a woman in a fluttering dress, holding a cold sword and a cold expression on her beautiful face. Master Lu, Old Ancestor MOU gritted his teeth and roared. Although the anger in his eyes was about to burst out, he could only forcefully suppress it and ask, "What is the meaning of this?" This woman who had cut his ship and one of his subordinates suddenly appeared in front of him. Surprisingly, it was Lu Shui, who had just left not long ago. Why was she here? Why was she here? Old Ancestor MOU could not figure it out. Lu Shui said indifferently, "Old Ancestor knows what it means. Why ask when you already know the answer?" The corners of Ancestor MOU's eyes twitched wildly as he gritted his teeth and said, "All day long, but today I was pecked in the eye by a wild goose." This old man admits defeat, but there are two things that this old man doesn't quite understand. I hope that Master Lu can explain. Lu Shui just looked at him quietly without any intention of speaking. Yang Kai, however, put away the origin magnetic divine gourd and chuckled. "What do you not understand? Feel free to ask. Don't worry, I'll let you die with understanding." Saying so, he waved his hand, and Guo Zian, the embodiment, Yu Meng, and Bei Li Mo immediately pounced on the two low-grade heaven splitters, fiercely releasing their divine technique as they attacked the two. The two cried out in alarm and hurriedly blocked, instantly fighting with Guo Zian and the others. The corners of Old Ancestor Mo.U's eyes twitched as he turned his head to look at his two remaining heaven splitters. He hesitated for a moment between rushing to help and quietly watching the situation unfold before turning his head to look at Yang Kai and saying, "Who do you think you are to have the qualifications to speak to this old ancestor?" He was a fifth-grade heaven splitter, so he naturally wouldn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he only had one enemy, and that was Lu Shui. As long as he could go around Lu Shui, he could escape with his life. But unexpectedly, Lu Shui said indifferently, "This is my master." Old Ancestor Mo.U was shocked. He looked Yang Kai up and down and said hesitantly, "Sword Pavilion's young pavilion master?" It wasn't strange for him to have such suspicions. After all, Lu Shui was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion. The only people who could be called master by her were probably the Sword Pavilion master himself or the young pavilion master. Sword Pavilion? Yang Kai sneered. Sword Pavilion was destroyed by me a long time ago. As early as 10 years ago, Sword Pavilion no longer existed in this world. What? Old Ancestor Mo.U's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He then turned his head to look at Lu Shui, as if he wanted to get confirmation from her. Lu Shui's expression was calm, and he couldn't see any clues. But the more she was like this, the more shocked Old Ancestor Mo.U was. Sword Pavilion had most likely been destroyed. For a time, Old Ancestor Mo.U broke out in a cold sweat. He had experienced the strength of Sword Pavilion's pavilion master. In Sword Pavilion, there were several heaven-opening masters. It could be said that Sword Pavilion's overall strength was above Black Feather Sect. Even such a force had been destroyed. So, who was this young man in front of him? Could he be the son of an elder from some paradise? Old Ancestor Mo.U was bewildered, and his previous disdain had long since disappeared. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Old Ancestor, didn't you have 2 questions? Do you still want to ask? If you don't, you won't have another chance to ask." Old Ancestor Mo.U was furious, but he took a deep breath and said, "This old master wants to know, why are you making things difficult for this old master? If this old master remembers correctly, this is the first time we've met, and there has never been any grudges between us before, so why are you acting like this? Making things difficult for you?" Yang Kai chuckled and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to embrace the entire world. "This universe is mine, yet you came to my doorstep to behave atrociously, even wanting to swallow my family's foundation and covet my family's world principles and world strength. Are you making things difficult for me, or am I making things difficult for you?" Old Ancestor Mo.U was stunned, and after a long time, he dryly said, "This may be a misunderstanding. This old master originally thought that this place was ownerless. If I had known earlier that this place had a master, I would not have acted so rashly." Yang Kai waved his hand. "What's done is done. So what's the use of explaining? Now that things have come to this, either you die or I die." Old Ancestor Mo.U's face sank. Anai's heart was filled with anger as he turned to Lu Shui and asked, "The second question is, may I ask why Master Lu was able to return here so quickly?" He had clearly seen Lu Shui leave with his own eyes, which was why he had boldly rushed into the demon territory. But just as he had stepped in, Lu Shui had returned. Even if Lu Shui was a fifth-order heaven-opening realm master, it was impossible for her to be so fast. This was what he couldn't understand the most. If it weren't for Lu Shui slashing out with her sword at the last moment, he would definitely have been able to escape from the demon territory. He wouldn't have been trapped here with no way out. "I have no comment," Lu Shui lightly said. The reason she had been able to return here so quickly was naturally because she had used the space spirit bead. Before this, she had pretended to leave, but she had secretly left behind a space spirit bead. At the critical moment, she had stimulated the space spirit bead's strength, instantly returning and slashing out with her sword. Yang Kai had given her the space spirit bead because he feared that the master of the ship would be too strong, making it convenient for Lu Xue to escape. He hadn't expected that it would play such a role in such a critical moment. Hearing Lu Xue's answer, "Old ancestor, Mo, you almost died from anger," his face alternating between red and blue. Chapter 40, 183. Old ancestor, Mo, you don't have to pretend to be so angry. You are a 5th grade heaven splitter after all. I don't believe that you don't even have this little bit of temperament. Yang Kai looked at old ancestor, Mo. You mockingly. You are so long-winded. You just want to stall for time to adjust your aura, but your injuries haven't healed yet. Even if I give you time, what can you do? The anger in old ancestor Mo's eyes suddenly disappeared, and he looked at Yang Kai with a solemn face. "Since you know my intentions, why are you so cooperative?" Yang Kai looked at him calmly. "Because I also want to stall for time." Old ancestor Mo was shocked and immediately scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but he heard Yang Kai say, "Don't be nervous. There are no more ambushes around. What you see is all of our strength, but it should be more than enough to deal with you." Old ancestor Mo was shocked and doubtful, not knowing why Yang Kai was stalling for time, but in this desperate situation, he still had a ruthless expression. "Junior, I admit that I am not your opponent, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It won't be so easy for you to take my life. If I fight back with my life, I should be able to destroy half of this world. Since this is your territory, I don't think you want to see this happen, right?" Old ancestor's words are reasonable. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The fight back of a middle-grade heaven splitter is indeed no small matter. Old ancestor Mo, you coldly snorted. "I admit defeat this time. Tell me if I can satisfy you. I will definitely not bargain." Yang Kai grinned. Old ancestor misunderstood. "I schemed and lured you into a trap, not because I coveted your money, but because I wanted your life." When he said the last sentence, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became ferocious, like a beast that had seen its prey, eager to try. Old ancestor Mo, you flew into a rage. "Junior, you insist? What good will it do you to fight until both sides are injured? You have to have the ability to do so." Yang Kai coldly snorted. It was at this moment that a miserable cry rang out. It was a lower-grade heaven splitter from the Ink Feather sect who was unable to defeat Guizian and his avatar. He had been killed. This inferior-grade heaven splitter from the Ink Feather sect did not have high fighting spirit. Guizian was also a 3rd-grade heaven splitter and was stronger than him. With the help of the avatar, killing him was naturally a piece of cake. After killing this person, Guizian and his avatar didn't stop to rest and went straight to the other lower-tier sky splitter. That person was entangled by Yuru Meng and Bei Li Mo. Initially, he could still handle it. However, when Guizian and the Dharmakaya joined the battle, the pressure on him suddenly increased. He felt like he was a lone boat in a stormy sea. He was at risk of capsizing at any time. He screamed in horror, "Ancestor, save me!" Yang Kai shouted at the same time, "Do it!" With a flash of sword light, Lu Xue became one with her sword and slashed towards Ancestor Mo's head. Ancestor Mo clenched his teeth and formed a seal with both hands. He immediately sent out 2 rays of profound light, which intersected and turned into a scissor-like artifact that cut towards Lu Xue. At the same time, he roared, "Little brat, if you don't let your ancestor have an easy time, don't think you'll have an easy time either." Without any hesitation, he urged the power of his small universe to meet Lu Xue head-on. Rumbling sounds rang out as the 2 middle-grade heaven splitters clashed. The power behind their clash was astonishing, and in an instant, the world was overturned and world principles collapsed. Just as Ancestor Mo said, although he was not Lu Xue's opponent in his current state, if he fought back desperately, Lu Shui wouldn't be able to do anything to him for a while. Two middle-grade heaven splitters fighting in the demon territory had a huge impact on the entire territory. This was also the reason why heaven splitters rarely fought in the universe world. If they were not careful, the world might collapse. Back then, the star boundary had almost been destroyed. Ancestor Mo, you wanted to make Yang Kai hesitate, but Yang Kai didn't buy this at all. Massive void cracks appeared in the void, like the maw of an invisible beast. From these void cracks, an aura of primal chaos and nothingness leaked out. The sky cracked, and the earth turned upside down. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers shook violently, and in just a dozen breaths of time, everything changed beyond recognition. On the other side, the low-grade heaven splitter from Black Feather Sect was completely suppressed by Guizian and the others. He was unable to fight back and begged for mercy. But how could the embodiment and the others pay any attention to him? Every move was fatal. At that moment, Yang Kai wielded the Azure Dragon Spear and arrived. Using the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine technique, a round sun appeared behind him, shining with golden light. Golden crows cried out from this sun, and before Yang Kai's attack arrived, the tyrannical aura it released caused the low-grade heaven splitter to panic. In his panic, he lost control of his defenses and was struck in the chest by Bei Li Mo's palm. Icy laws filled the air, condensing into a layer of frost on his chest, causing his movements to stagnate for a moment. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon Spear pierced through his chest, and a wild strength poured into his body. The low-grade heaven splitter coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. In this life-or-death crisis, the low-grade heaven splitter clenched his teeth and crazily burned his blood essence. His aura soared, but before he could counterattack, Yu Rumeng suddenly flashed in front of him, her beautiful eyes turning into an endless abyss that pulled at his mind, causing him to sink into it. The embodiment arrived and slapped out a palm, directly shattering the low-grade heaven splitter's head. Black Feather Sect's last low-grade heaven splitter had fallen. Originally, with everyone's strength, it would have been impossible for them to kill two low-grade heaven splitters so easily. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the chaos star boundary, the many great emperors of the star boundary had desperately fought back, paying an extremely painful price to kill the great demon god. At that time, the strength the great demon god had displayed was not even comparable to these two low-grade heaven splitters. But with Guizian's help, things were different. He was also a third-grade heaven splitter, the peak of low-grade heaven splitter. As long as a mid-grade heaven splitter did not appear, he would be an invincible existence. Now that the battle was over, the embodiment did not hesitate and immediately sat down cross-legged. Just like before, using the entire demon territory as a foundation, it displayed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. This time, a total of 4 low-grade heaven splitters had followed old ancestor Mo Yu to the demon territory. Now that they had all fallen in the demon territory, the minor universe worlds in their bodies had collapsed, and the laws and world force they had condensed naturally dissipated. At this moment, under the embodiment's control, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique frantically devoured, replenishing the resources consumed in the demon territory. The spatial cracks created by the clash between the two mid-grade heaven splitters were immediately mended at an extremely fast speed. Even the shattered laws shone with vitality once more. The changes in the surroundings could not escape old ancestor Mo Yu's senses. He immediately exclaimed, "What is this?" Heaven splitters could devour the resources of minor universe worlds to strengthen themselves. Similarly, if a heaven splitter died in a minor universe world, it would strengthen the resources of that minor universe world. As a 5th grade heaven splitter, old ancestor Mo you naturally knew this clearly. However, even if a minor universe world could obtain the nourishment of a heaven splitter cultivator after their death, it would only be absorbed extremely slowly. A very large portion would dissipate and be wasted. Only 10 or 20% could be absorbed. He had never thought that a minor universe world could actually take the initiative to devour the world force of a heaven splitter cultivator after their death. The minor universe world here seemed to have turned into a living creature in an instant, as if it could devour all the world force until there was nothing left. It made him shudder. His mind wavered, and a sword light slashed at his chest, almost cutting him in two. Old Ancestor Mo cried out in alarm and fought back with all his might. Only then did he avoid the misfortune of dying on the spot. However, after receiving this attack, his chest was dripping with blood. The churning flesh was extremely terrifying, and one could almost see the beating heart inside. The originally dejected situation became even more precarious. He finally understood why Yang Kai was also stalling for time. This minor universe world was so strange that it could actually devour the world force of a heaven splitter cultivator after their death, replenishing and repairing itself at the fastest speed possible. Then his low-grade heaven splitter subordinates were practically the same as this minor universe world's resources, stalling for time, in order to kill all the low-grade heaven splitters as soon as possible. Only in this way could he ensure that this minor universe world would not be destroyed by the two mid-grade heaven splitters. Understanding this, Old Ancestor Mo's heart was as dead as ashes. He originally wanted to display his powerful strength and let Yang Kai know what the consequences of his desperate counterattack would be. But now that he saw this minor universe world recovering rapidly with his own eyes, how could there be any hope left? Lu Shui was a 5th grade heaven splitter, and he was also a 5th grade heaven splitter. However, one was at his peak, and the other was still heavily injured. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, Old Ancestor Mo's momentum plummeted. Facing Lu Shui, he could only parry and had no power to fight back. Although he repeatedly wanted to escape from the Devil region, Guizian and the others did not only know how to watch a show, they had long since surrounded the surroundings of the battlefield. Every time he had the intention to escape, he would be suppressed back, causing Old Ancestor Mo to be so depressed that he almost vomited blood. From time to time, Guizian and the others would display a divine technique, making Old Ancestor Mo tired of parrying. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, Old Ancestor Mo's aura was extremely weak, and Lu Shui was also gasping for breath. Although she had the upper hand, a 5th grade heaven splitter was not so easy to kill. I surrender. Please spare my life, little friend. This old man swears by the Tao seal that in the future I will only follow little friend's lead. If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death. Old Ancestor Mo shouted, his face full of defeat. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him. Although swearing by the Tao seal showed Old Ancestor Mo's sincerity, and he indeed had the intention to surrender, what use did Yang Kai have for him? If Old Ancestor Mo had not provoked the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat, Yang Kai could have recruited him. He had the loyalty record in his hand, and the 9 pages of the loyalty record could control 9 people. Now, there were only Chun Tianfei and Hei He, so adding another name was not a big deal. What's more, a 5th grade heaven splitter was indeed worth recruiting. However, this guy was a thorn in the side of the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat. Recruiting him would only bring trouble to himself. The void land had just been built, and the 9 heavens great array had not yet been perfected. It was the time for development. For a 5th grade heaven splitter with bad moral conduct, adding 2 second-grade forces as enemies for no reason was too much of a loss. However, since old ancestor Mo you said this, it meant that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grasped the black dragon spear. Holding the spear, he pointed it forward and said coldly, "Kill." Chapter 4184. Half a day later, the battle subsided and the dust settled. Yang Kai licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his head to look around, only to see that almost everyone who participated in this battle was injured, even Lu Shui. It was true that old ancestor Mo Yu was seriously injured and had not recovered from his injuries, so he could not exert his full strength. But after all, he had the foundation of a 5th-grade heaven splitter, so his desperate counterattack was really difficult to deal with. If it were not for the fact that the demon territory was used as the battlefield and several demon saint territory worked together, it would not be difficult for Lu Shui alone to defeat him, but killing him would be a little difficult. Old ancestor Mo Yu died, and the minor universe world in his body collapsed. The foundation of a 5th-grade heaven splitter dissipated in this world, and the embodiment used the demon territory as the foundation to display the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, and madly devoured it. Coupled with the foundation of the lower-grade heaven splitters who died before, in this battle, although the foundation of the demon territory was damaged, it also gained huge benefits. The shattered world began to reform, the world principles solidified, and the world force became richer. Everyone healed themselves. Yang Kai put away the black dragon spear, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned his head to look in a certain direction, and after a few steps, arrived at the bottom of a collapsed mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, Chang Tian's face was haggard, and his hair was white. He was sitting cross-legged, and although he looked haggard, he was looking at him with a smile. In the battle just now, Chang Tian was the most seriously injured. Before Yang Kai and the others arrived, he was already seriously injured, and the following battle made things worse. Compared to when Yang Kai left, Chang Tian had aged more than a few hundred years. If the image he displayed in front of Yang Kai back then was that of a burly middle-aged man, then, at this moment, he was an old man. Yang Kai stepped forward to check his injuries, and after a while frowning, he took out a spirit pill from his space ring and handed it over. "This thing should be useful to you." Chang Tian took it and looked at it for a moment, showing a look of surprise. Dragon blood pill? Furthermore, it's an extremely high-grade dragon blood pill. Good stuff. With a sigh of admiration, he casually threw the dragon blood pill back. "I don't need it. You should keep this for yourself. You also have the bloodline of the dragon race. This pill can improve the power of your bloodline." Chang Tian's problem wasn't the severity of his injuries, but the fact that he didn't have much time left. He didn't have many years of lifespan to begin with, and he'd incessantly burned his blood essence in the previous battle, causing his already short lifespan to shorten by a great deal. At this moment, the vitality in his body was withering, and he was like a piece of wood that was gradually rotting away. This was definitely not something that could be solved with a single dragon blood pill, unless he could find some heavenly treasures that could prolong his life. Yang Kai stuffed the dragon blood pill back into his hand. "I have a lot of these things. Don't refuse." Chang Tian pondered for a moment, but he didn't say anything. He nodded and stuffed the dragon blood pill into his mouth, swallowed it, and silently refined it. As the dragon blood pill's medicinal effects spread, his chaotic aura quickly calmed down. At this moment, Guazian rushed over and whispered, "Master, there's something on the ship." Previously, the ship had been cut in half by Lu Shui's sword and landed in the demon territory. After the battle subsided, Guazi and Lu Shui went to search it and found some interesting things. When Yang Kai returned to the ship, he saw a young man kneeling on the ground, trembling as he constantly kowtowed and begged for mercy. This young man's eyes were swollen and his complexion was sallow. At a glance, it was clear that he was a person who indulged in wine and sensual pleasures. His cultivation wasn't high, only at the second stage heaven-opening realm. However, Yang Kai felt that this second stage heaven-opening realm didn't live up to its name, seemingly even weaker than Ma Yuanda. Ink Feather Sect's young sect master, Yang Kai's heart stirred, and he asked. When Patriarch Ink Feather fled from Ink Feather Sect, he had brought many people with him. However, after the repeated battles with Sky-Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat, the sect's experts had suffered heavy casualties. By the time they reached the demon territory, there were only 8 lower stage heaven openers left. Of these 8, 4 were first killed by Yang Kai and the others, and then released Ma Yuanda to lure them into the trap. The remaining 4 were also killed on the spot, along with the rest of the low-level cultivator on the ship. Since this young man was able to survive, it meant that his identity was extraordinary. Moreover, from the way he was dressed, he was indeed from a wealthy background. Apart from being the young sect master of Ink Feather Sect, Yang Kai couldn't think of any other explanation. Since he was the young sect master of Ink Feather Sect, he could naturally use a large amount of resources to increase his cultivation. However, he was limited by his aptitude, and the second stage heaven-opening realm was the limit. Moreover, a second stage heaven-opening realm that was accumulated with resources was definitely not as strong as Ma Yuanda. As expected, the young man kowtowed and said in a panic, "Mo Ning greets the master. I beg the master to spare my life. Master, please spare my life." In the previous battle, he had always been hiding in the ship that had been split in 2, watching on helplessly as the heaven-opening experts of the Ink Feather Sect died one by one. Even Ancestor Mo Yu was unable to escape misfortune, causing him to be filled with extreme terror. But now that he had landed in the demon domain, there was no way out. Where could he escape to? When Guizian was inspecting the ship, he immediately pulled him out. Kai Yang didn't pay attention to him, but instead looked towards his side with interest. Guizian found not only Mo Ning from the damaged ship, but also a woman. However, at this moment, the woman was sealed in a block of ice. Her eyes were closed and her hands were clasped in front of her chest. Her expression was serene, as if she had died thousands of years ago. However, Yang Kai could sense a faint vitality in the woman's body with his divine telekinesis. In other words, the woman was not dead. Looking at the woman's face, she was not bad looking. Her body was curvaceous, her skin was white, and there was a strong heroic spirit in her charming face. It was very tempting. Yang Kai looked at Mo Ning and said, "This is the woman you kidnapped?" Mo Ning's head was bleeding, but he did not dare to delay, and quickly said, "Yes, master. She is the daughter of the Flying Flower Boat's owner, Shangguan Yu." "You did this?" Yang Kai knocked on the ice and found that it was cold to the touch, and the material was strange. Mo Ning shook his head like a rattledrum. "Master, please see clearly. This is not the work of a lowly person. She used a secret technique to become like this." "Nonsense!" Yang Kai snorted. In his senses, Shangguan Yu was just from the Emperor realm. She did not have the heaven-opening realm in her body. However, the ice that enveloped her was at least of the 4th grade. In other words, to melt this ice, it would take a 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator to use the 4th grade fire elemental energy of the 4th grade. Moreover, this was only a possibility. Shangguan Yu's secret technique might have other restrictions. If it was forcefully broken, it might cause other problems. Otherwise, why would the great ancestor Mo Yu, a 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, leave it alone? Mo Ning said in fear, "It's true, master. I dare not lie. She really did come out of her own accord." Yang Kai looked at him strangely. In other words, you kidnapped her, but she used a secret technique to become like this? Yes. Mo Ning nodded. Yang Kai did not know what to say. If that was the case, then Mo Ning was really a tragedy. Not only did he not get to eat the lamb, but he also got himself into trouble. Because of a woman, the MOU sect was destroyed, and even his own father died in a foreign land. Master, Mo Ning looked at Yang Kai carefully. I am willing to follow Master, and be at your beck and call. Master, please spare my life. Yang Kai looked down at him and said in disgust, You useless piece of trash. You can't even do anything when you captured a woman. What use do I have for you? Kill him. Mo Ning was shocked and wanted to beg for mercy, but Guizian had already appeared behind Yang Kai and swung his axe. Mo Ning screamed in agony as she was cleaved in half before she could even defend herself against a single blow. Guizian could not help but grumble. Too weak. He had also ascended from the second-grade Heaven Splitter, but with the same second-grade Heaven Splitter, he alone could take on 10 people like Mo Ning. Master, what do we do with this woman? Lu Shui asked. Should we save her first? It's best to stay put. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He was more and more certain that Shangguan Yu had a special way to break this secret technique. Otherwise, the great ancestor, Mo, you would not have let her do this. If something happened during the rescue, it would be troublesome. After all, Shangguan Yu was sealed in ice and would not die any time soon. Moreover, since she was the daughter of the owner of the Flying Flower Boat and the fiancée of the Sky-Bearing Pavilion's young pavilion master, if he could bring her back and hand her over to the Flying Flower Boat or the Sky-Bearing Pavilion, these two forces would definitely be grateful. The Void Land had just been established, and if he wanted to establish a foothold in the 3,000 worlds in the future, he would have to deal with other forces. The Flying Flower Boat and the Sky-Bearing Pavilion were both second-grade forces, on par with the Void Land. If he could get in touch with these two forces, it would be beneficial for the Void Land in the future. At the very least, he could get some benefits from these two forces. The construction of the Void Land required a lot of resources, and the 600,000 people he brought this time would be a bottomless pit for cultivation. Yang Kai naturally had to be prepared. After instructing Lu Shui to keep an eye on Shangguan Yu, Yang Kai began to check the harvest of this battle. Other things aside, just those heaven-opening realm space rings alone were more than a dozen. Those low-rank heaven splitters weren't a big deal, as they didn't have much on them. Yang Kai was also someone who had seen great storms, so he naturally didn't put them in his eyes. The key was old ancestor Mo used 3 space rings. Each ring was full of resources, and each ring had a lot of resources. Yang Kai was beaming with joy as he looked at them. An ordinary 5th-grade heaven-opening realm space ring might not have such a huge wealth, but old ancestor Mo was different. He was the sect master of the Ink Feather sect, and when the Ink Feather sect was breached, he would definitely take all the resources of the Ink Feather sect with him when he fled. This was the storage of an entire second-grade force. Although there were not many precious resources, there were a lot of them. Whether it was heaven-opening pills, cultivation resources of various grades, or pills, there were countless of them. This could be considered to have solved the urgent problem. He had made a fortune in the great cosmological realm, but the 9 Heavens Array was too expensive. Yang Kai estimated that when the 9 Heavens Array was completed, the resources he brought out of the great cosmological realm would be consumed. The current harvest was just enough for the 600,000 people he brought out to cultivate for a period of time. Chapter 40, 185. 6 days later, the magical clone stood up. Following his movements, the entire world rumbled incessantly. After 6 days of refinement, the foundations of all the heaven-opening experts that had died in this world had been devoured by the demon territory. Although there was definitely a portion that had been wasted, It definitely did not exceed 20%. This was a very terrifying ratio. Lu Shui and Guizian both looked at the embodiment in shock. Even though they were used to great storms and had seen many things, they were still quite shocked at this moment. It had to be known that if a heaven-opening expert died in a world, although the mighty world force that leaked out would be absorbed by that world and slowly assimilated, it would take a very long time. Furthermore, the amount of mighty world force that could be absorbed was not much, at most 10 or 20%. The majority would dissipate in the void, resulting in an unavoidable waste. However, in the past few days, they had clearly sensed that the foundations of the heaven-opening experts that had died in MOU sect had not been wasted at all. They had basically all been absorbed by this world at an extremely fast speed. Just what kind of world was this? And what kind of existence was this stone golem? Guizian and Lu Shui were not too clear, but Yang Kai had received extremely clear feedback from the embodiment. In this battle, the demon territory had indeed consumed a lot of their foundations. After all, the final battle between the two heaven-opening experts had caused the world to change, and the world to shatter. However, compared to the consumption, the gains were even greater. Just the deaths of the 8 heaven-opening experts were enough to make up for the losses in this battle, and even more, not to mention the mighty world force that had leaked out after Ancestor MOU's death. The reason why Ancestor MOU had set his sights on the demon territory was because he sensed that this world was very compatible with him. If he could take over the demon territory and use the laws and world force of the demon territory to devour, not only would he be able to recover from his injuries in a very short time, he would even be able to raise his strength to another level. Unfortunately, in the end, Yang Kai had ruined this matter. Not only did his plan not succeed, he had even lost his life. The laws and world force of the demon territory were great supplements to Ancestor MOU. Similarly, Ancestor MOU's foundations were also great supplements to the demon territory. When the two fused together, success would be achieved without any effort. If that wasn't the case, the Avatar wouldn't have been able to finish devouring in just 6 days. It would have taken even more time. At this moment, although the landscape of the millions of kilometers around the demon territory had not changed much compared to before the battle, the demon territory had grown greatly. The laws of heaven and earth became more solid, and the world force became more vigorous. The solidification of the laws meant that the demon race living in the demon territory would be able to better comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth and improve their strength faster and more conveniently. The mighty power of the world represented the Dharmakaya. Yu Ruming and Bei Limo were demon saint who were recognized by the will of the heavens and earth, so they could display even more power in this land. If it was said that before, when they were in the demon territory, they could display the strength of a rank 2 or rank 3 heaven splitter. Now, they could display the strength of a rank 3 or rank 4. According to the Dharmakaya's estimation, if there was such a foundation in the territory of the demons, Patriarch MO, you would have to personally take action to suppress them. Sending those subordinates would be of no help at all. In short, the territory of the war demons had grown tremendously. This made Yang Kai's imagination run wild. Yu Rumung Bei Limo and the others were fine. Although they were demon saint, they still had the possibility of going one step further. After jumping out of the shackles of the universe, they could condense their own Tao seals and walk the path of heaven and earth splitter. However, the Dharmakaya was different. Back then, the Dharmakaya used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to give birth to a strange existence like the Rolling Stone. It was already completely tied to the demon territory. If he left the demon territory, without the foundation of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, the demon territory would definitely fall apart. This was also the reason why Yang Kai left the Dharmakaya in the demon territory. It was because the Dharmakaya could not leave. He originally thought that the Dharmakaya would have no room to grow in this life and would be trapped in the demon territory forever. But now, it seemed that the Dharmakaya might have another way to grow. As long as enough heaven splitters died in the demon territory, he would be able to devour the power escaping from the collapsed universe and strengthen the foundation of the demon territory. The stronger the foundation of the demon territory, the greater the power the Dharmakaya could display. Now that he could use the power of the third or fourth stage heaven splitter with the help of the demon territory, would he be able to display the power of the fifth stage, sixth stage, or even the seventh stage or eighth stage one day? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. However, although this was possible, it was extremely difficult to implement. After all, how could there be so many heaven splitters to slaughter? Even if there were, they might not necessarily come to the demon territory to fight. The Dharmakaya and the demon territory's growth was promising, but the limitations were not small. Restraining his thoughts, Yang Kai communicated with the Dharmakaya for a while and passed some information to him. The Dharmakaya understood and immediately drove the demon territory in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the star boundary. This time, Old Ancestor Mo, you inadvertently discovered the demon territory and intended to do something to the demon territory. This made Yang Kai realize that even at the edge of the 3,000 worlds, it was not absolutely safe. Maybe there would be another old ancestor eyeing the demon territory next time. With the current strength of the demon territory, it was still beyond their ability to fight against a powerful mid-rank heaven splitter. Therefore, it was best to go to the star boundary where he could help take care of it. If other universe worlds wanted to move, they would probably have to pay a huge price, but the demon territory was different. Under the pursuit of Old Ancestor Mo, the demon territory had been fleeing in this large territory for a long time. At this time, they only needed to change direction. Yang Kai left a jade slip for the Dharmakaya and asked him to pass it to He, telling him the details so that he would not be unaware of the situation. After dealing with this, Yang Kai put Bei Li Mo, Yu Meng, and Chang Tian into the small sealed world. After a while, the three of them took the ice that sealed Shangguan Yu and soared into the sky. A few days later, they arrived at the territory gate. Yang Kai stopped and looked back, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the endless void and look at the star boundary. Although this trip home had some twists and turns, it was generally smooth. Now that he had found the star boundary, it would be simple to come back next time. It was just a delay on the road. Calculating the distance, a round trip would take at most half a year. Unfortunately, he could not move the star boundary to the void territory or even the demon territory. After all, although the territory gate was not small, it could not accommodate the crossing of a universe world. And if he did not go through the territory gate, if he wanted to go from this large territory to the void territory, it might take hundreds of years on the road. There were too many variables. Perhaps one day, when he advanced to the high-rank heaven opening realm, he could find a way to move the star boundary and the demon territory to the void territory and obtain its protection. At that time, the star boundary and the demon territory would no longer have to worry about being targeted by others. The journey was safe and sound, and after 7 days, the group had stepped into another large territory. With Lu Shui controlling the flying artifact, Yang Kai did not have to worry about anything at all. He could cultivate in peace. He had now condensed 4 types of yin-yang and 5 elements, and still needed 3 more to advance to the heaven-opening realm. However, his requirements were too high. If he wanted to find yin-yang and metal element force above the 7th grade, he would have to rely on luck. However, his foundation in this vast universe was too shallow, and he had no way to collect these resources. Perhaps he could borrow the power of the Lady Boss to inquire about them. The first in his business was intelligence, and after so many years of accumulation, It should have some understanding of resources above the 7th grade. He secretly made up his mind that after the void stabilized, he would go and find the lady boss. As for the hidden dangers of advancing to the high-rank heaven-opening realm that the lady boss mentioned before, he did not take it to heart. After all, being targeted by those heavenly abodes was definitely not a good thing. However, he had already laid such a good foundation. It would be a pity if he gave up halfway, if he changed his original intention because of fear of what would happen in the future. It would also damage his Tao heart. How could he dare to face difficulties in the future? He would probably only think about escaping. In any case, he had to give it a try. Master, someone is chasing us. Lu Shue's voice suddenly sounded. They're very fast. HM? Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and looked back, but found nothing. Who? Lu Shue shook her head. I don't know, but I'm sure they're chasing us because I couldn't shake them off even after changing directions several times. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Being chased for no reason made him a little annoyed. But when he glanced at Shang Guanyu, who was frozen in ice, a look of understanding suddenly appeared on his face. If he guessed correctly, the ones chasing them might be people from Sky-Bearing Pavilion or the Flying Flower Boat. These two forces had relentlessly pursued Old Ancestor MOU. In the past 2 years, they had fought more than a dozen battles with Old Ancestor MOU. This large region was not far from the large region where the star boundary was located, so it was not strange for them to encounter each other here. As for why they were targeting them, Yang Kai looked Shang Guanyu up and down, vaguely guessing that this woman had some kind of guiding artifact on her. Although he had such a guess, it was always better to be safe than sorry. While Yang Kai had Lu Shue continue to run in circles, he secretly arranged the space spirit bead in the void. At the same time, in a very distant location, a huge lotus flower turned into a stream of light and sped through the void. This lotus flower was not a real lotus flower, but a flight-type artifact forged in the shape of a lotus flower. However, the artifact refiner who refined this artifact was skilled and refined it vividly. From a distance, it looked like a real lotus flower. On the lotus flower, a number of figures stood, all of them exuding the aura of the heaven-opening realm. The leader was a woman in a palace robe who had the cultivation of the 5th stage heaven-opening realm. This woman was the owner of the Flying Flower Boat, Shang Guanlong. Shang Guanlong looked to be in her early 30s. She had a voluptuous figure, a pair of willowy eyebrows, and a pair of beautiful eyes. Gritting her teeth, she stared at the void in front of her and shouted, "Faster! I can sense the bloodline aura of you, This time, no matter what, we can't let Old Ancestor MOU escape." As Shang Guanyu's birth mother, she had a set of secret techniques that allowed her to sense the existence of her daughter from a position not too far away. If not for this, she would not have been able to chase Yang Kai and the others. Previously, she had relied on this secret technique to chase Old Ancestor MOU. With an order, the speed of the huge lotus flower increased by 30%. Chapter 4186. Half a day later, in the void, Yang Kai's trio stopped and waited quietly. The speed of the flight-type artifact chasing them was too fast. Even with Lu Shue's best efforts, she only managed to buy half a day's worth of time. Looking at the path they came from, a huge lotus flower rapidly bloomed in their field of vision. Very quickly, it filled the entire space. At the same time, a sharp and delicate cry came from the lotus flower. "Old Ghost MOU, let's see where you can escape to this time. Today, this place will be your burial ground." Yang Kai felt a headache coming on, thinking to himself that it was indeed the people of Sky-Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shouted such words. He just didn't know which force was chasing them. Fortunately, after half a day's arrangement, he had left a lot of space spirit beads in the void. If the situation was not good, he could escape at any time. Moreover, he was not Old Ancestor MOU and was Shangguan Yu's savior. This pursuer should be able to distinguish between red and green. Right? He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Which group of friends are you? We are not from Black Feather Sect. Please open your eyes and look carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, the lotus flower suddenly stopped not far ahead. After a short silence, more than a dozen figures flashed out of the lotus flower. These figures were all in the heaven-opening realm, including several middle-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were men and women, old and young. These people were not the remnants of the Ink Feather Sect. The Ink Feather Sect had been jointly attacked by the Sky Pillar Pavilion's major forces. After more than a dozen battles, countless experts from the sect had been killed or injured. Even Patriarch MOU had been severely injured. However, these dozen people in front of them all had sharp auras. Pairs of eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others, revealing a sense of scrutiny, especially the woman in the lead. The feeling she gave Yang Kai was almost the same as Zhao Bai Chuan. In other words, this woman was probably at the peak of the 5th stage heaven-opening realm, only one step away from advancing to the 6th stage. "Who are you? Where is Old Ghost MOU?" Shangguan Long frowned and swept her beautiful eyes over the ice, seeing that her daughter was safe and sound and had successfully performed the secret technique she had taught her back then. She finally felt relieved. However, Kai Yang and the others looked unfamiliar to her, so she couldn't help but feel suspicious. In particular, Lu Shui, a 5th stage heaven splitter existence, made her even more puzzled. In the Ink Feather Sect, there was only Old Ancestor Ink Feather, a 5th stage heaven splitter. Who was this woman? If they were not from the Ink Feather Sect, why would you fall into their hands? Yang Kai of the Void greets Madam. Yang Kai slightly cupped his hands. "May I ask if you are from the Sky-bearing Pavilion or the Flying Flower Boat, Void Land?" Shangguan Long frowned slightly. She had never heard of this force before, but Yang Kai, a member of the Emperor Realm, was neither servile nor overbearing in front of her, a level 5 splitting heaven expert. He did not show any restraint because of the difference in strength between them, which made her click her tongue in wonder. What surprised her even more was that the 2 men and 1 woman in front of her seemed to be led by the Emperor Realm. Whether it was the grade 5 woman or the grade 3 man, it seemed like they were just guards. This young man must have some background. Thinking of this, Shangguan Long's expression eased a little. Although she had never heard of the force called the Void Land, the 3,000 worlds were too big. She did not dare to say that she knew all the forces in the world like the back of her hand. Since they dared to use the word land as their name, they were undoubtedly a second-class force that was an existence that was on par with the Flying Flower Boat. "I am the owner of the Flying Flower Boat, Shangguan Long," Yang Kai suddenly realized. "So you are Madame Long." Previously, he saw that she was somewhat similar to Shangguan Yu and had some suspicions in his heart. Now he could confirm it. "You said that your name is Yang Kai. Then I will call you little brother Yang," Shangguan Long said softly. Although she had a good face, her lips were sharp and slightly harsh. Yang Kai smiled. "Madam, please." Shangguan Long nodded. "Little brother Yang, I will let you know that the lady beside you—" "Oh, I almost forgot." Yang Kai patted his head and reached out to push away the ice that sealed Shangguan Yu. "This is your daughter, right? She was already like this when I found her. I didn't know how to save her and didn't dare to act rashly. I wanted to send her to the Flying Flower Boat personally, but now that I have met you here, it will be easy." The ice floated to Shangguan Long, and one of the grade 4 men immediately went forward to catch it. Then he took a deep look at Yang Kai and flew back to the boat with Shangguan Yu without looking back. Shangguan Long was surprised. "So, It was you who saved my stupid daughter? Yang Kai said with a smile. You flatter me. I just happened to be there. What about MOU? Shengguan Long asked. The remaining members of MOU sect have all been killed by us. Don't worry, madam. As soon as he said this, everyone was in an uproar. They had been chasing the remaining members of MOU sect in this endless void for 2 years. They had almost succeeded several times, but MOU sect had escaped. They knew how difficult it was to deal with that old man. Now that they suddenly learned from Yang Kai that the remaining members of MOU sect had all been killed, they could not help but feel complicated. Some could not believe it, but some were relieved. After all, they had been chasing for so long and were very tired. However, looking at the grades of the 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators beside Yang Kai, they did have the ability to kill MOU sect. Previously, they had severely injured MOU sect, so it was reasonable that he had taken advantage of them. Now that your daughter has been handed over to you, madam, there is nothing for us to do here. We will take our leave. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said. Although he said this, he had no intention of leaving because he knew that the people on the flying flower boat would not let them leave. As expected, just as he finished speaking, Shengguan Long raised her hand and shouted, Little brother Yang, please wait. What can I do for you, madam? Yang Kai looked at her sincerely, thinking, I saved your daughter, so you can just give me some natural treasures as a thank you gift. He was not greedy, but since they were a second-grade force, they would definitely not be bad. Unexpectedly, Shengguan Long said, It's not that I don't trust you, little brother Yang, but everything that happened before was just your side of the story. That MOU sect elder is crafty and cunning like a fox. Little brother Yang, please wait a moment for the truth of the matter. After I understand it a little, I will come to a conclusion. Yang Kai blinked, not daring to believe his ears. Madam, are you suspecting that I am in cahoots with MOU sect? Shengguan Long shook her head slowly. I don't mean that. While she was speaking, the dozen or so heaven-opening realm cultivators on the flying flower boat actually spread out without leaving a trace, surrounding Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai's heart was filled with anger. He had only wanted to obtain some benefits from this flying boat, but he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even give him the slightest benefit. Not only that, they even treated their savior in such a manner. What kind of people were they? But thinking about it from another perspective, if he were in Shengguan Long's position, he would probably not trust others easily either. Thinking of this, although Yang Kai's expression was ugly, he suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. Then how does Madam want to find out? I won't hide it from Madam. Not a single person from the Ink Feather sect is left alive. Right now, only the few of us know about it. If you want to ask anything, feel free to ask. We will definitely not lie to you. However, whether Madam believes us or not is up to you. He was not in the mood to ask for any benefits. It was more important to settle this matter quickly and return to the void to set up the array. Shengguan Long smiled. There's no need to trouble you all. I have my own plans. Yang Kai frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the lotus thoughtfully. A moment later, 2 figures flew out of the lotus. One of them was the 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator who had left earlier, and the other was a pure and beautiful young girl. Yang Kai was surprised to see this and stared at the young girl in a daze. Who else could this young girl be but Shengguan Yu, who had been frozen in ice before? She had managed to escape from the ice so quickly. Although she had escaped, it seemed that because she had been frozen for a long time, Yuan Qi had been injured. At this moment, her face was as pale as paper, adding a touch of pitifulness. After being brought back by the 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator and standing beside Shengguan Long, the mother and daughter had a surge of divine thoughts, obviously communicating something. Yang Kai was puzzled. He had checked Shengguan Yu's situation before. Her whole body was frozen, and only a very weak vitality was maintained. Even if she was on the battlefield at that time, what could she have sensed? But looking at Shang Guanlong's posture, it was obvious that she wanted to get information from Shang Guanyu. What he didn't know was that although Shang Guanyu was completely frozen, there was only a weak vitality supporting him. He couldn't sense much, but he could still vaguely sense and receive some information from the outside world. Especially the battle in the demon territory, which was earth-shattering, it was hard not to sense it. After a simple inquiry, Shang Guanlong learned that there was indeed a great battle not long ago. One after another, the heaven-opening realm cultivators fell one after another. Shang Guanyu even heard the scream of ancestor Mo Yu before he died. There was no more doubt now. These people in the void were indeed Shang Guanyu's saviors. As for the remaining members of Mo Yu sect, they were probably doomed. Shang Guanlong turned around and smiled. Little brother Yang, please forgive me. You has already explained everything to me. I was overthinking. Yang Kai waved his hand and said dispiritedly, "It's about your children. It's normal for you to be careful. You don't have to be like this." Shang Guanlong's eyes lit up. Little brother Yang is so reasonable. I'm ashamed. Yang Kai said, "If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." With that, he turned and left. Shang Guanlong hurriedly said, "Everyone, please wait." Yang Kai turned back to look at her. Shang Guanlong said, "Everyone is my daughter's saviors. You also helped us kill a big enemy like old MOU. It's a great contribution to my flying flower boat. There were some misunderstandings earlier, and I'm really sorry. Please move to the boat and let me have a chance to apologize. My daughter can also thank everyone for saving her life." As she spoke, Shang Guanyu also looked at Yang Kai expectantly. After all, for her, Yang Kai had indeed saved her life, and she still hadn't thanked him for this life-saving grace, so she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Chapter 4187. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's just a matter of time. There's no need for that." Shang Guanlong smiled and said, "We have to repay you for saving our lives. Otherwise, if word gets out, won't the world say that we're ungrateful people? Also, we prepared some gifts for you. Please accept them." Yang Kai turned around and said solemnly, "Madam is right. It won't be good if the world misunderstands because of this. It will damage the reputation of the flying flower boat. Since Madam is so kind, we'll have to trouble you." Shang Guanlong gestured with her hand. "Please." The lotus secret treasure was huge, and the decorations inside were extremely luxurious, showing the deep foundation of the flying flower boat. Where the stamen was, it was actually a magnificent palace. Yang Kai and the rest entered the palace under Shang Guanlong's lead. Everyone took their seats. Seeing Lu Shui and Guozian standing respectfully behind Yang Kai with a loyal look, Shang Guanlong exchanged glances with the few middle ranks on the flying flower boat. They were more and more sure that Yang Kai had a strong background. Otherwise, how could someone from the Emperor realm have such charm? Moreover, Yang Kai seemed to be someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Facing so many middle ranks, his expression did not change. Instead, he looked at the decorations in the palace calmly. In a daze, Yang Kai turned to look at Shang Guanlong and said with a smile, "I've heard of the flying flower boat for a long time. Now that I've seen it today, it's indeed extraordinary. Just this lotus secret treasure alone is an eye-opener." For some reason, he felt that Shang Guanlong was looking at him with a sense of examination. There was no malice, but there was a sense of interest. Although he had not known about the flying flower boat for long, and had not heard of it for a long time, he would not lose anything by saying a few good words. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the heaven-opening cultivators on the flying flower boat all smiled, looking as if they were proud of him. Shang Guanlong pursed her lips and said, "Little brother Yang, You must be joking. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, my flying flower boat is just a drop in the ocean. It's not even worth mentioning compared to those blessed enclaves. Yong Kai nodded solemnly. Yes, the blessed and heavenly lands are all first-class forces. Each of them has been accumulating for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Our second-class forces can't compare to them. They can crush us with just a finger. Shangguan Long heard him speak, as if he was telling the truth, and her heart skipped a beat. Little brother Yang, have you seen the weather of any blessed abode? Yong Kai slowly shook his head. I've never had the chance to meet him. I've only heard of him. Shangguan Long heaved a sigh of relief. When she heard Yong Kai's words, she thought that he had some sort of connection with some blessed grotto heaven. Since he did not, then there was no pressure. A fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator said, Little brother Yang, I heard you say that you came from the void land. Please forgive me for being ignorant. Which territory is this void land in? This fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator was the one who caught Shangguan Yu. Yong Kai did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this person was somewhat similar to Shangguan Yu. This is... Yong Kai looked to inquire. Shangguan Long pursed her lips and smiled. This is my husband. He's also the right guardian of my flying flower boat. The fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator cupped his fists and said, I'm Tong Yu Chuan. Yong Kai was stunned. He looked at Shangguan Long and then at Tong Yu Chuan. He finally understood why Shangguan Yu was somewhat similar to this person. It turned out that they were father and daughter. So, in this flying flower boat, the woman was the one in charge? After all, Tong Yuchuan's cultivation was lower than Shangguan Long's. He probably had no right to speak on the flying flower boat. So, it's Guardian Tong. Yong Kai cupped his fists. It's normal that you haven't heard of the Void Land. It's just been established. A newly established second-class force. Everyone was in an uproar. In this 3,000 worlds, the establishment of any force needed a long time to accumulate power. It was not done overnight. However, seeing that there was a fifth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator beside Yong Kai as a guard, he was qualified. Shangguan Long hesitated. Then the owner of the Void Land. That's me, Yong Kai said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. A person from the Emperor realm was actually the leader of a second-class force. It was probably one of a kind in this 3,000 worlds. They were more and more certain that Yong Kai had a backer. Otherwise, how could he make a heaven-opening realm cultivator listen to him? However, if he had such a background, why was he not related to the blessed enclave? It was really puzzling. Shangguan Long retracted the strange look in her eyes and said softly, In this 3,000 worlds, the foundation of any force depends on the heaven-opening realm. The more heaven-opening realm cultivators there are, the stronger the foundation, and vice versa. Yong Kai sighed. Madam is right. I am also worried about this matter. My void lands only have 5 heaven-opening realm masters at the very most. Our strength is truly lacking. Yu He, Chen Tianfei, Lu Shui, Guozian, and He He, who was newly added to the loyalty register, were indeed only 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators. This was the foundation of the Void Land. Everyone on the flying flower boat looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Even a third-class force would have more than 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators, right? This number was really too little. What they did not know was that although the Void Land only had 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators, each one was stronger than the last. Not to mention that he had most likely advanced to the 6th grade heaven-opening realm. Chen Tianfei was also at the 4th grade, and he was at the 5th grade. It could be said that other than Guozian, who was at the low-grade heaven-opening realm, the remaining 4 were all at the mid-grade heaven-opening realm. This ratio was impossible for any second-class force to have. Seeing his vexed look, Shangguan Long smiled. Take it slow. Any force develops step by step. You can't eat a mouthful of fat. Since little brother Yang has already established the Void Land, then in the future, as long as you use the Void Land as a foundation and gradually nurture your own heaven-opening realm cultivators, I believe that one day the name of the Void Land will spread throughout the vast universe. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Then I'll be counting on Madam's auspicious words. The banquet was already served, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Everyone toasted each other, and from time to time there would be people who would come forward to toast and thank Yang Kai and the others for their kindness. Lu Shui and Guizian also sat down and accompanied them. After 3 rounds of wine, Shangguan Yu also attended the banquet. It could be seen that she had specially dressed up. Although she still looked a little weak, she was much better than when she had just been rescued. There was a trace of redness on her face, which made her look more pure and charming. Shangguan Yu was naturally grateful to Yang Kai, her savior. She continuously toasted him several times until she could not drink anymore, and left. Half a day later, Yang Kai and the others were arranged by Shangguan Long to rest. She also told him not to worry, and that he would be sent back to the Void Land. Since she was so enthusiastic, Yang Kai could not refuse. Moreover, since someone was going to send him back, it would save him the effort of rushing back. The speed of this Lotus secret treasure was much faster. The flying boat arranged 3 rooms for Yang Kai and the others, but Lu Shui and Guizian did not enter. Instead, they guarded Yang Kai's door on both sides. Although they could not see any evil intentions from the flying boat, and it could even be said that Shangguan Long deliberately had the intention of befriending him at the banquet, they had to be prepared for the worst. In the room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and comprehended the mystery of his own 5 elements' power, hoping to comprehend some divine technique or dharma form. In another room, Shangguan Yu, who had just been rescued, looked at her mother with a pale face. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she said in disbelief, "Mother, you want me to seduce Brother Yang?" Just now, Shangguan Long had chatted with her for a while. Although she did not say anything explicitly, the meaning behind her words was clear. Shangguan Yu thought that she had misunderstood, but after asking carefully, she found that it was true. She almost couldn't believe her ears. She couldn't believe why her mother would have such thoughts. Shangguan Long's face turned serious. What seduce? Girls speak so harshly. If 2 people love each other, it will happen naturally. How can you seduce him? Shangguan Yu said in grief and indignation, "I have never met Brother Yang before. Although he saved my life, and I am very grateful to him, there is no love between us. How can we love each other?" Shangguan Long got up and stood in front of the transparent window, looking at the twinkling stars in the void, and said lightly, "Not now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Men are all the same. As long as the rice is cooked, after a long time, he will never forget you after tasting your goodness." Shangguan Yu's words were like a bell ringing in her ears. She covered her red lips, shocked beyond words. According to her mother, not only did she want her to seduce Brother Yang, but she also wanted to cook the rice. Was this the mother who had always doted on her? Moreover, why did she want to do this? Although that senior Brother Yang was a heroic and extraordinary man, and she didn't dislike him, she even admired him a little. However, whether it was her mother or herself, this was the first time they had met him. So why would her mother have such thoughts? "Mother, are you drunk?" Shangguan Yu asked hesitantly. Her mother drank a lot at the banquet just now. However, when she looked into her mother's eyes, there was no sign of alcohol at all. His eyes were clear, and he was extremely sober. Shangguan Yu shook her head. "No, I can't do it. Mother, you know, that Brother Wei, and do you think Brother Wei still wants you?" Shangguan Long interrupted her coldly. Shangguan Yu's body trembled, and she turned pale. "Mother, What do you mean by this? Is Brother Wei? Don't worry, Brother Wei didn't say anything. It's not what you think. He has been more diligent than anyone in chasing MOU for the past 2 years. Sheng Guanyu laughed. I knew Brother Wei wouldn't leave me alone. Sheng Guanlong said coldly, Do you think Brother Wei is trying so hard to save you? Isn't it? Silly girl. Sheng Guanlong flung her sleeves. As a mother, I know very well what a man is thinking. Only an ignorant young lady like you would have unrealistic fantasies. There's no harm in telling you. Your big brother Wei chasing after that old fart MOU with all his might isn't to save you at all, but to kill you. As soon as she said this, Shang Guanyu's blushing face suddenly turned pale. Her small mouth opened slightly as she looked at her mother in astonishment, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Chapter 40, 188. Want to kill me? Sheng Guanyu was shocked. Why would Big Brother Wei want to kill me? I didn't do anything wrong to him. Sheng Guan sighed and walked to the table, holding her daughter's hand. She sat down and said softly, Of course, I know you didn't do anything to let him down. I also believe your words, but does your Big Brother Wei? What do you mean? Sheng Guanyu was confused. Sheng Guanlong said, It's been more than 2 years since you were kidnapped by Mo Ning, right? Mo Ning's reputation was well known, and everyone knew that he was a lecherous man. Just because he was the young master of the Ink Feather sect and had the support of MOU, he had taken countless girls' virginity over the years. You've been kidnapped by Mo Ning for 2 years, and there's been no news of you. It's all thanks to the soul lamp in my hand that you're still alive. The entire Ink Feather sect is running for their lives, yet Mo Ning still keeps you by her side. What would Brother Wei think? Sheng Guanyu said with a pale face, Mother, you mean Big Brother Wei would think, but I really didn't do anything wrong to Big Brother Wei. After I was kidnapped by Mo Ning, I immediately used the secret technique you taught me to freeze myself. When I woke up, I saw Father. Would your Big Brother Wei believe you? Shang Guanlong interrupted her and looked at her coldly. Sheng Guanyu was speechless. I don't care what I think, but what your Big Brother Wei thinks. Silly girl, think about it yourself, don't you? Sheng Guanyu said with a trembling voice. I can explain it to him. He'll believe me. Sheng Guanlong laughed and said sarcastically, All right, even if your Big Brother Wei believes you, what about the sky-bearing pavilion? Will anyone believe you? I don't care if others believe me, as long as Big Brother Wei believes me. Sheng Guanyu shook her head. Her eyes were filled with determination. It was obvious that she had great confidence in her lover. If Wei Wuxuang is an ordinary cultivator, he can ignore others. But since he's the young master of the sky-bearing pavilion, it's not up to him. Shang Guanlong patted the back of her daughter's hand and said earnestly, If you marry into the Wei family and really become the young master's wife of the sky-bearing pavilion, Wei Wuxuang won't be able to raise his head in the future. Wei Jiweng won't agree to let you marry into his family. Shang Guanyu's face suddenly turned pale. Shang Guanlong sighed. From the moment you were taken away, it was already irreversible. In the beginning, Wei Wuxuang might have really cared about your safety and wanted to save you. However, after 2 years, his mind should have changed a little. You and Wei Wuxuang are childhood sweethearts. Both of you are innocent and are a perfect match. However, it is precisely because of this that the sky-bearing pavilion is unable to easily break off the engagement. Otherwise, it would offend my flying flower boat. Since this engagement cannot be cancelled, could it be that he, Wei Wuxuang, is really going to marry you in the future? There's only one way to solve this problem. What way? Shang Guanyu's body trembled. She looked at her mother blankly. It'll be fine if you die. Shang Guanlong looked at her indifferently. If you die, Wei Wuxuang won't have to marry you, and the sky-bearing pavilion won't offend the sky-bearing pavilion. It's the best of both worlds. Sheng Guanyu stood up in shock. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. She seemed to be in great panic. She shook her head and said, "It's not like that. Mother, it's not like that. You're just talking to yourself. Big Brother Wei is definitely not such a person." Sheng Guanlong said lightly, "If it's really not like that, why are you so flustered? I'm afraid you believe it in your heart, right? Do you want to know why you have this idea? It's not that I'm right, but that you've already noticed it. You just haven't realized it yet." "I noticed it? Although you've sealed yourself these 2 years, you haven't completely lost your senses. You're more or less aware of some movements in the outside world. Think about it. How many battles did old MOU experience in these 2 years? There were a few battles where my sky-bearing pavilion chased after him and fought with the Ink Feather sect. The other battles should be done by the sky-bearing pavilion. In those battles, did you hear your big brother Wei calling for you? Did you feel that the sky-bearing pavilion wanted to save you?" Sheng Guanlong sneered. "If I'm not wrong, the sky-bearing pavilion couldn't wait to destroy old MOU's ship and kill everyone in those battles, right? As long as I can exterminate the Ink Feather sect and get rid of you while I'm at it, they'll tell Mother that the Ink Feather sect was driven to desperation and killed you. With no proof, what can I do to them?" Sheng Guanlong's words hit the heart. Sheng Guanyu couldn't take it anymore. She covered her ears and said, "Mother, I don't believe it. I don't believe it's like that." "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It's the truth." Sheng Guanlong snorted, "My sky-bearing pavilion and my sky-bearing pavilion chased after the Ink Feather sect together. We've already agreed that if we found any traces of the Ink Feather sect, we'll immediately send a message to them to form a pincer attack. However, there were a few times when they found the Ink Feather sect, but they didn't send a message in time. Every time we rushed over, old MOU had already escaped. If the sky-bearing pavilion didn't have any other intentions, why would they do that?" Sheng Guanyu had already collapsed on the ground. Tears rolled down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. She muttered, "I don't believe it." Sheng Guanlong said, "If you don't believe it, then wait. I've already sent a message to the sky-bearing pavilion. In a few days they should meet us. At that time, you'll see how your big brother Wei will treat you." Hearing the words Big Brother Wei, Sheng Guanyu's dim eyes finally shone. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and looked at her mother. "I'll ask him." "Mother, you're wrong. Big Brother Wei won't leave me behind." After that, she wiped her eyes, slammed the door, and left. After she left, a figure flashed in from outside. It was the right guardian of the flying flower boat, Tong Yuchuan. He was also Sheng Guanyu's father and Sheng Guanlong's husband. However, at this moment, Tong Yuchuan's face was full of anger. He glared at Sheng Guanlong and said, "You know that you is deeply in love with Wei Wuxuang. She will marry no one but him. Why did you attack her like this? Are you still her mother?" Sheng Guanlong snorted coldly. She raised her hand and poured herself a cup of tea. She said lightly, "It's because I'm her mother that I have to tell her this. I'm doing this for her own good." "Then why do you want her to seduce that Yang Kai?" Tong Yuchuan clenched his fists. The veins on his neck were throbbing. "Is it also for her own good?" "Of course." "Bullshit. I think you're doing this for your own ambitions." Tong Yuchuan gritted his teeth. "That Yang Kai is only a venerable sovereign, but he can create a second-class force. Obviously, he has a bright future. If you can build a relationship with him, you'll be like a tiger that has grown wings." Sheng Guanlong looked at him calmly and said, "Oh, you can see that he has a bright future? Since you can see that, what's wrong with letting my daughter follow him? That Wei Wuxuang is only the young pavilion master of the sky-bearing pavilion. Although he has some aptitude, that's all there is to it. If he loses his identity as the young pavilion master of the sky-bearing pavilion, he'll be nothing. However, that Yang Kai is different. He can create a second-class force and has a fifth-grade Kai Tian as a guard. How can his future achievements be small? The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. If it were you, who would you choose to be the son-in-law? What's more, it's not like you didn't notice Wei Wuxiang's thoughts for the past 2 years. What I said to you was wrong. Tong Yuchuan said with a sullen face. Wei Wuxiang is indeed not worth entrusting, but do you know what kind of temperament this Yang Kai has? This is only the first time we've met. Shangguan Long chuckled. That's right. It's the first time we've met, but don't forget that I'm a woman and have a good eye for men. That Yang Kai will always do great things regardless of his character. If you follows him, she won't be humiliated. No matter how big of a thing he can do, if you doesn't like him, it's all nonsense. Love will naturally develop over time. Shangguan Long snorted. If they can spend time together in the future, and you gives birth to a son or 2 daughters for him, will she still not like him? If that's the case, not only will you get her own happiness, my flying flower boat might even take the opportunity to annex the void land. By then, our strength will definitely increase greatly. Shangguan Long, how did you become like this? Tong Yuchuan looked at his woman blankly, as if he was looking at a stranger. If you have the time to question me, why don't you persuade you? I know that you've always had a good relationship with her, and she listens to you. Your words will be more useful than mine. Of course, you can also choose to lie to her, but I'm afraid she'll be hurt even more by then. Tong Yuchuan gritted his teeth and glared at her. Shangguan Long looked indifferent. Vicious woman. Tong Yuchuan cursed and slammed the door as he left. Shangguan Long's eyes twitched, and she smashed the teacup in her hand onto the ground, smashing it into pieces. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, clearly felt that the lotus secret treasure of the flying flower boat suddenly stopped moving forward. After 2 hours, it continued to move forward. Puzzled, he summoned Lu Shui and asked her. Only then did he know that the people from the sky-bearing pavilion had come to meet with the flying flower boat. It seemed that the flying flower boat had sent a message to inform them of their location. Yang Kai used his divine thought to sense carefully, and indeed found that beside the lotus secret treasure, there was a huge palace moving forward side by side. There were many strong people in the heaven-opening realm in that palace, so it should be the secret treasure of the sky-bearing pavilion. Although this palace looked different from the flowing time temple, it should be a secret treasure with many uses. Immediately after, many cultivator from the sky-bearing pavilion boarded the lotus secret treasure. After another 4 hours, there was a knock on the door. Lu Shui's voice sounded. Master, the young pavilion master of the sky-bearing pavilion, Wei Wuxiang, is here. He said that he wants to thank you in person for saving his life. Although Yang Kai didn't want to see him, he didn't want to reject him since he was here to thank him. He could only invite Wei Wuxiang in. Chapter 40, 189. Half a day later, Wei Wuxiang got up and bid farewell. Yang Kai sent him off with a smile. After this person left, Yang Kai frowned. Wei Wuxiang had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing. After all, he was the young pavilion master of a second-class force. He had received excellent training since he was young, so it was not strange for him to have such an appearance. He came this time to thank Yang Kai for saving Shangguan Yu's life. Shangguan Yu was his fiancée. She had been kidnapped by Mo Ning for 2 years. The sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat had been chasing for such a long time just to save Shangguan Yu. Unfortunately, Patriarch Mo Yu was as cunning as a fox and had extraordinary strength. He had escaped repeatedly. If he had not wanted to attack the demon territory and ended up being lured into a trap by Yang Kai, he might have really escaped. Saving Shang Guanyu was just a small matter, but it was a great favor to both the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat. Now that Shang Guanyu had returned safely, Wei Wuxiang naturally had to come and thank her. His words were sincere, and his expression was sincere. Every word of thanks came from the bottom of his heart. However, Yang Kai had a strange feeling, especially when Wei Wuxiang looked at him. Occasionally, there was a trace of helplessness and hatred in his eyes. Even though he hid it very well, Yang Kai had experienced all kinds of hardships and had seen all kinds of people in the world. He was not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse like him. What was this guy helpless about? Why did he hate him? After all, it was the first time they had met. Not to mention that he had saved Shang Guanyu's life. Even if it was someone unrelated, he would not be like this. Yang Kai was puzzled. Although he did not quite understand, Yang Kai could not be bothered. It was fine if Wei Wuxiang did not provoke him, but if he dared to be presumptuous, Yang Kai would not mind teaching him a lesson. Another day passed, and Yang Kai suddenly noticed some movement outside. Releasing his divine sense, he found that the palace of Sky-Bearing Pavilion was speeding off in another direction, soon disappearing without a trace. It seemed that the Sky-Bearing Pavilion was going to part ways with the flying flower boat. It was not surprising. The two forces were not in the same large territory, so the way back was naturally different. Shaking his head, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and continued to comprehend the power of the 5 elements in his body. On one of the petals of the lotus artifact, Shang Guanyu's face was ashen as she stared at the palace that was rapidly disappearing from her field of vision, her beautiful eyes losing their usual luster and filled with a sense of despair. Shangguan, long stood Shang Guanyu, Shangguan, gently patted her daughter's shoulder, gently said, Do you understand now? Shang Guanyu closed his eyes and tears fell silently, recalling Wei Wuxiang's indifference and rejection to him in the past 2 days. How could he not know that what his mother said before was all true? Ever since she was kidnapped by Mo Ning 2 years ago, there was no turning back. Even if she was innocent, even if she had a clear conscience, who would believe her? In the eyes of the entire Sky-Bearing Pavilion, she had probably become a withered flower and was not worthy of being their young pavilion master's wife. This was proven by Wei Wuxiang's attitude towards her in the past few days. Behind her, Tong Yuchuan also sighed deeply but was full of helplessness. Shangguan Long said, Wei Wuxiang is not worth trusting. Don't be sad for him. There's still a long way to go. You have to think for yourself. Shang Guanyu's eyes were dull, as if she did not hear it. Tong Yuchuan felt sorry for her. He quickly went forward and comforted her in a low voice. However, Shang Guanyu just cried silently. The lotus secret treasure continued to fly in the void, crossing one large territory after another. Shang Guanyu came to visit half a month later, saying that she wanted to thank Yang Kai personally for saving her life. Yang Kai invited her in, but found that she had brought some wine and dishes. He could not help but laugh. However, when he looked up, he saw that Shang Guanyu was haggard and her eyes were dull. He could not help but ask in surprise, Junior Sister Yu, did something happen these days? Although she had sealed herself for 2 years and Yuan Qi was badly injured, she gradually recovered after the seal was lifted. However, Yang Kai found that she had lost a lot of weight and looked very haggard. Obviously, she had experienced a huge blow. Yang Kai did not understand at first. However, after pondering for a while, he recalled the scene where the people from the Sky-Bearing Pavilion came and left in a hurry. He guessed what had happened. He had encountered a problem in his relationship. Shang Guanyu's eyes moved, and she forced a smile. It's nothing. I just injured Yuan Qi not long after I escaped. I should have come to thank you earlier, but my body failed me and delayed it for a while. Brother Yang, please don't blame me. Yang Kai smiled. It's not a big deal. Junior Sister Yu, you're too polite. Shang Guanyu said softly, For brother, it may be a small matter, but for me, it's a life-saving grace. Ewer has nothing, so I don't know how to thank you. Mother taught me to cook some food. I don't know if it suits brother's appetite. Yong Kai said, the fragrance is overwhelming, and the style is exquisite. I can tell at a glance that it was made with care. It must suit your appetite. Shang Guanyu reluctantly moved the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile. She put down the dish, took out a pot of wine, and sat down. In the side room, the two sat across the table, tasting wine and eating food. In front of a beauty, it was a relaxed and happy thing. However, Shang Guanyu had not recovered from her injury. Even if she wanted to thank him, she could not squeeze out a smile. Yong Kai also felt awkward. Fortunately, after a few glasses of wine, they slowly opened up. The two chatted casually, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious. However, as they talked, Shang Guanyu suddenly thought of something and burst into tears. Yong Kai had a headache and could only say a few words of comfort. Her crying never stopped, and Shang Guanyu also drank one cup after another, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Yong Kai didn't say anything and just drank with her, hoping that she would get drunk soon so Lu Shui could send her back. After drinking half a pot of wine, Yong Kai's face suddenly changed. He felt an uncontrollable turbulence in his body. His blood surged fiercely, and the breath he exhaled from his nostrils became extremely hot. There was something wrong with the wine. Yong Kai was shocked. He was not a newcomer to Jianghu. Naturally, he would not be unguarded against the wine and food sent by outsiders. However, he clearly checked these wine and food carefully before, but did not find anything strange. He even drank a few cups before, but there was no reaction. Why did it suddenly break out? The inexplicable power was rolling in his body, impacting his mind, and expanding his perception infinitely. The smell of the girl in his nostrils was even more irresistible. He could not help but have the idea of pushing the crying beauty in front of him to the ground and ravaging her wantonly. Yong Kai gritted his teeth, grabbed Shang Guanyu's arm, and shouted in a low voice, "Shang Guanyu!" He thought that Shang Guanyu had put some kind of drug in the wine, but when he looked up, he saw that Shang Guanyu's face was flushed and her eyes were full of tears. However, she was giggling and her wrist was hot. She was also tricked. Before Yong Kai realized what had happened, Shang Guanyu had pounced on him, panting, and directly pushed him to the ground. She sat on him and looked at him with blurred eyes. Yong Kai was a little stunned. His insides were already tumbling. And now that he was being ridden by such a woman, feeling her hot skin and listening to her rapid breathing, he almost lost control of his mind in an instant. However, before he could do anything, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone. Guizian and Lu Shui, who had been guarding outside, rushed in aggressively. "Master!" Guizian shouted in a low voice. "What happened?" Lu Shui asked in surprise. The two of them had been guarding outside the room. When they heard the movement inside, they naturally rushed in to check the situation. What they saw was that Shang Guanyu was riding on Yong Kai with a flushed face, and her hands were tearing Yong Kai's clothes. Yong Kai's chest was in tatters. Both of them were a little dumbfounded, but soon Guizian showed a look of understanding. Lu Shui spat and turned her head with a red face. Asterisk, dang, 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 dang. Asterisk, there was a rush of footsteps in the corridor, and two powerful auras quickly approached. Oh no! Guizian's face changed, and he looked at Lu Shui. The two of them tapped their feet and quickly retreated, closing the door with a bang. However, in the next moment, there was a violent energy fluctuation in the corridor, and the mighty force of the world rose and fell one after another. With a bang, the door was open again. Tong Yuchuan rushed in with red eyes. At a glance, he saw Yong Kai lying on the ground with disheveled clothes, and Shang Guanyu, who was laughing coquettishly. They looked at each other. A trace of embarrassment flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he forcibly suppressed the desire in his body. Tong Yuchuan roared, "Shengguan, look what you have done!" When he heard that his daughter had entered Yang Kai with wine and food, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to stop them, but was stopped by Shengguan. His strength was not as good as Shengguan's, so how could he get rid of her? Just as he was entangled with her, they heard some movement. The couple immediately rushed over to check it out. At a glance, Tong Yuchuan saw such a scene, and his eyes were about to burst. Yang Kai looked past him and saw Lu Shui and Shengguan confronting each other, while Guizian fell to the side with a pale face. 1,000 thoughts flashed in his mind, and he suddenly understood. The drug in the wine should not have been done by Shengguan. She did not have any reason to drug herself. Coupled with Tong Yuchuan's roar, the person who had drugged her was obvious. Shengguan. But why did she want to harm her own daughter? What good did it do for her? Yang Kai could not understand, but no matter what, Shengguan must have had a motive. Yang Kai raised his knife and slashed at the back of Shengguan neck. Shengguan fell without a sound. Yang Kai hugged her and rolled on the ground. He quickly got up and leaned against the corner of the wall. He looked at Tong Yuchuan calmly and said, "Guardian Tong, this is a misunderstanding." Tong Yuchuan looked at his daughter with heartache and then glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Although he knew that Yang Kai was not at fault, he still looked angry and gritted his teeth as if he wanted to skin Yang Kai alive. Chapter 40, 190. Outside the room, Shengguan looked at Yang Kai with surprise in her beautiful eyes. This kid is actually fine? The effects of the 7 emotions and 6 desires wine were overbearing. Even a heaven-opening realm cultivator would find it hard to resist its power. How could a person from the Emperor realm keep his mind clear? This wine was made from many precious treasures, and it took 100 years of hard work to refine. It was originally the secret medicine of an evil philanderer called Hua Wuying. That Hua Wuying used this 7 emotions and 6 desires wine to ruin the chastity of countless women. He roamed the major regions and committed crimes, gaining a bad reputation. 300 years ago, one of Shengguan's direct disciples was ruined by Hua Wuying, and her Tao heart was covered in dust. That disciple's aptitude was not bad, and Shengguan was very fond of her. She deliberately nurtured her and spent a lot of energy on her. She had a chance to advance to the 4th stage of heaven-opening realm, but because of this, she had a heart demon, and all her previous efforts were wasted. It could be said that the disciple died because of Hua Wuying. Shengguan was furious. She had been inquiring about Hua Wuying for decades, and even used the other female disciples on the flying boat as bait to lure Hua Wuying. Her efforts paid off, and she finally trapped the thief in a Qianquan world 40 years later. The final outcome was needless to say. Although Hua Wuying was cunning, his strength was not much. He was only at the 3rd stage of heaven-opening realm, and he was killed by Shengguan on the spot. This secret medicine that belonged to Hua Wuying fell into Shengguan's hands. Such an evil thing was useless to her. She wanted to destroy it, but for some reason, she kept it. As a 5th stage of heaven-opening realm, it was easy for her to do something to her daughter's wine. She only needed to casually mention a few words in advance, and Shengguan would obediently bring the wine and dishes to Yang Kai's room. Hua Wuying used the 7 emotions and 6 desires wine to make a heaven-opening realm cultivator unable to stop. How could a person from the Emperor realm like Yang Kai resist the effects of the medicine? Shengguan frowned. She faintly felt that either Yang Kai had a strong willpower, or the effect of the wine on men was smaller than she expected. After all, this was a secret medicine that Hua Wuying made to target women. This situation was not what she wanted to see. She still hoped to catch Yang Kai and Shang Guanyu on the spot so that she could make Yang Kai submit. But now that there was a flaw in the plan, it was a bit difficult to deal with. Thinking quickly, Shang Guanlong's red lips moved as she sighed and looked at Yang Kai. Little brother Yang, what are you doing? Even if you really like you can't be so overbearing, right? If this were to spread out, how would you be able to face others in the future? Yang Kai suppressed the desire in his heart and looked at her while panting slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, Madam Long, you are so capable, so calculating, and so ruthless. If not for the suspicion in his heart, coupled with Tong Yuchuan's angry roar, he would have really believed Shang Guanlong said with a sullen face. What does little brother Yang mean? I don't quite understand. Tong Yuchuan said in a low voice, Little brother Yang, please let you go. He was sincerely concerned about his daughter's safety. Although Yang Kai did not really do anything to Shang Guanyu and only knocked her out, he was naturally worried that his daughter was in his hands. While they were talking, Lu Shui and Guizian had already flashed to Yang Kai's left and right, assuming a protective posture in case of any accidents. Yang Kai turned to look at Tong Yuchuan and said, Guardian Tong, don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards Miss Yu. She was not hurt, she just fainted. If that's the case, please let her go quickly. My flying flower boat will not pursue today's matter. Tong Yuchuan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, his eyes spitting fire. Regardless of whether the matter was pursued or not, it was certain that his daughter had suffered a great loss because of Yang Kai. It was difficult for him to have any good feelings towards Yang Kai. It's not up to you to decide about the matters of the flying flower boat. Shang Guanlong snorted and swung her sleeves. She took a few steps forward and said aggressively, Little brother Yang, if today's matter is spread out, it won't be good for either of us. You don't want to make a big deal out of it, right? Yang Kai nodded and said, Madam's words are reasonable. What do you suggest? Shang Guanlong chuckled and said, It's very simple. You saved Yuer's life, so it's not too much for Yuer to repay you with her body. If today's matter did not happen, it would have been fine. Since today's matter has happened, then please marry Yuer. Lu Shui and Guizian were originally looking at her with vigilance, secretly activating their powers in case of any accidents. However, at this moment, they could not help but open their mouths in shock. Well, what does this mean? They thought that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. How could a bad thing turn into a good thing? Lu Shui and Guizian's expressions could not help but become strange. Yang Kai could not believe his ears and said hesitantly, What did Madame Long say? Did you say wrongly or did I hear wrongly? Shang Guanlong smiled and said, I didn't say wrongly and you didn't hear wrongly. After all, today's matter is not very honorable. If word spreads, it will affect your reputation. I'm afraid you will not be able to face anyone. However, if you can marry Yuer and give her a status, then there will be no more problems. Yang Kai looked at her, then at Tong Yuchuan, who had a helpless and angry look on his face. He suddenly understood Shang Guanlong's intentions. He smiled and said, If I'm not wrong, your daughter and the young master of the sky-bearing pavilion, Wei Wuxuang, have a marriage agreement. Shang Guanlong said lightly, It's just a verbal agreement. It doesn't count. I see. I understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. Shang Guanyu had been kidnapped by Mo Ning for 2 years. No one knew what had happened to her in the past 2 years, especially for Wei Wuxuang. He must have lived in torment every day for the past 2 years. Now, although Shang Guanyu was rescued and her life was not in danger, who could guarantee that she was still a virgin? If Wei Wuxuang was an ordinary person, it would be fine. However, he was the young master of the sky-bearing pavilion. With such a prominent status, how could he allow a woman with a defect to marry him? Even if he did not mind, the entire sky-bearing pavilion would not agree to it. No wonder the people of the sky-bearing pavilion came, and went in such a hurry. Yang Kai did not quite understand at first. Now that he thought about it, he finally figured it out. The reason why the sky-bearing pavilion left in such a hurry was not because the way back was different. It was most likely to express a kind of attitude. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when Wei Wuxiang came to thank him, there was a trace of helplessness mixed with hatred in his eyes. He was shocked. Wei Wuxiang most likely did not want to save Shang Guanyu, or rather did not want to save a living Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanlong must have seen this too. She knew that she could not count on Wei Wuxiang for her daughter's happiness, so she came to him. After all, he had revealed the existence of the void before, and there were guards like Lu Shui and Guizian by his side. In Shang Guanlong's opinion, marrying Shang Guanyu to him was not a humiliation. Today's matter should be all part of her plan. As his thoughts changed, Shang Guanlong's voice rang in his ears. "Little brother Yang, you were the one who saved you, so you know her best. When you saved her, she was still in self-imposed isolation. In other words, she hasn't been treated harshly in the past 2 years and is still a virgin. But now that something like this has happened, her innocence is ruined. You have to take responsibility. Moreover, although my daughter is a little stupid, her temperament is very good. Moreover, her aptitude is not bad. In the future, it will not be a problem for her to reach level 4 and split open the sky. She should not be a disgrace to your identity. If our families can be married, we can help each other in the 3,000 worlds and benefit each other. You said before that the void has just been established, but in this vast universe, it is not easy to establish a force and rise. My flying flower boat has stood in the territory of the flying flower boat for thousands of years and finally has some foundation. We can help you in this matter. Little brother Yang, what do you think?" She was amiable and persuasive. Her words were clear, as if Yang Kai would suffer a great loss if he did not marry Shang Guanyu. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Madame Long's words make sense." Tong Yuchuan's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Although he did not want the situation to develop like this, it was already so. If Yang Kai could really agree to marry his daughter, it would be a solution. Wei Wuxiang could not be counted on. Compared to Wei Wuxiang, this young man in front of him was pleasing to the eye. As for his character, it was still to be verified, but he would not be worse than Wei Wuxiang. Shang Guanlong's smile became brighter. "Since you agree, we can sit down and discuss in detail." Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't work." Shang Guanlong's smile froze on her face. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai said, "I think that what you said makes sense, but it doesn't mean that I will do that. I won't hide it from Madam. Even though I'm all alone right now, I actually have 4, 5, 6, or 7 wives at home. Before I left last time, the strongest wife told me that I have to keep myself clean and not go around picking up flowers and grass. Even if I pick up some flowers and grass, I can't let her find out, and I can't bring them home. Otherwise, she will chop those flowers and grass into 7, 8, or even 10 pieces. Therefore, I can only politely decline Madam's kindness." "Ooh." Shang Guanlong narrowed her eyes slightly. "It's okay. I will explain it to them personally. I believe that they will at least give me some face." She wasn't surprised that Yang Kai had so many wives and concubines. After all, Yang Kai didn't look like an ordinary person, so it wasn't strange for him to have so many wives and concubines. As long as Shang Guanyu could marry him, with her backing, dealing with those wives and concubines would be a piece of cake. Yang Kai still shook his head. "How long have I known your daughter? How can we talk about marriage if we have no feelings for each other? Feelings can be developed slowly. As long as you two get married, you will have time in the future." "Madam Long, why are you making things difficult for me?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Shang Guanlong was slightly angry. "How am I making things difficult for you when I am marrying my daughter?" "Young man, Don't be ungrateful. Yang Kai sighed heavily. It seems that you are determined to do so. Shangguan Long said, this is the only solution. Otherwise, when Yu wakes up, I will not be able to explain it to her. Chapter 4191. Does your daughter know about this? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Marriage is something that I can decide. What does it have to do with whether she knows or not? What about Guardian Tong? Do you think so too? Yang Kai turned to look at Tong Yuchuan. Tong Yuchuan's face was gloomy and he remained silent, looking at his expression. Yang Kai knew that he did not have much say in this matter, so he ignored him and looked at Shangguan Long again. If I refuse, will Madam give the order for the people lying in ambush outside to rush in and hack me to death? In such a short time, there were many more sky-opening realm auras outside. They had no intention of hiding. It was obviously Shangguan Long's arrangement. She also knew that Lu Shui was a grade 5 sky-opening realm and was not much worse than her. However, this was the flying boat after all. In order to chase after MOU, Ancestor MO, you had sent out all the elites and experts. In this place, Yang Kai could not escape. Shangguan Long said, that's not necessary. We don't have any deep enmity. Why do we have to fight to the death? She suddenly changed the topic and said lightly, but the road is long. I believe that before we reach the void, you should have plenty of time to consider and give me a satisfactory answer. I can wait. There's no need to wait. Yang Kai said decisively, Madam, you are scheming and calculating. You don't even care about your daughter's feelings. I can't agree with such a ruthless heart. Although I feel sorry for your daughter, at least you haven't made a big mistake. I won't agree to this. Yang Kai did not want to talk to Shangguan Long anymore. He said, Madam, please make way. I want to leave. Shangguan Long frowned and said, is you ugly? You don't like her. Even if you don't like her, you won't lose out if you marry her. Why do you have to reject so decisively? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Junior Sister Yu is a first-class beauty. Which man would think that she's ugly? It's just mutual love. It has nothing to do with beauty. It's just the heart. Shangguan Long stared at him deeply, as if she wanted to look into the depths of his soul. After a while, she sighed heavily and said, all right, it's rare to find a man like you in this world. I have misjudged you and should not have acted so abruptly. Let's forget about today's matter. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. Let you go, and I'll let you leave. Ooh. Hearing this, Tong Yuchuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Yang Kai said, Madam can't be so naive as to think that I'm young and easy to bully, right? If I let Junior Sister Yu go, how would I have the chance to leave? Tong Yuchuan's face changed as he gritted his teeth and said, Brat, what do you mean? Yang Kai glanced at him and said, Protector Tong, please forgive me. You should know better than anyone what kind of temperament this madam of yours has. I'm afraid that if I really listen to her and let Junior Marshall Sister Yu go, I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Junior Marshall Sister, you will have to suffer for a while. How dare you? Tong Yuchuan was enraged. His aura suddenly burst out like mercury. I have no other choice. Yang Kai pinched Shangguan Yu's neck. Shangguan Yu, who was in a coma, couldn't help but moan. This made Tong Yuchuan's face change drastically. He instantly froze on the spot and turned to look at Shangguan Long, his face full of anger. Shangguan Long's face was also very ugly. When she and Tong Yuchuan rushed in and found that Yang Kai had her daughter in his hands, she felt that the situation was out of her control. In her imagination, when the husband and wife rushed in, they should have seen an unbearable scene. If that was the case, then no matter what she asked for, it wouldn't be too much. However, Yang Kai was still able to maintain a clear mind and answer her fluently. Staring at Yang Kai, Shangguan Long's face slowly darkened. She felt that it was a pity. Previously, she had only done that on a whim. But now, it seemed that she had made the right choice. This young man in front of her was many times better than Wei Wuxiang. How could he be an ordinary person if he could suppress the desire in his heart in that kind of situation? His achievements in the future wouldn't be small. If her daughter were to follow him, not only would she be able to get over the blow of being kidnapped, but the flying flower boat would also have a big help. It would be even better if she could use this to annex the Void Land. Unfortunately, she couldn't use it for herself. Instead, she might even become enemies. Their eyes met. Sheng Guanlong's face was as gloomy as water. Yang Kai slightly increased the strength in his hand. Sheng Guanyu, who was in a coma, also looked worse. "Madam, please make way." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. Sheng Guanlong suddenly smiled. "What if I don't? Based on my observation these days, you're not a ruthless person. I don't believe that you'll really do anything to you, Moreover, if you really kill you, the three of you can forget about leaving here." As soon as Sheng Guanlong finished speaking, she saw Yang Kai suddenly reach out and snatch the aqua-cold long sword from Lu Shue's hand. Under her horrified gaze, the sword directly pierced through Sheng Guanyu's back and out of her chest. The sword pierced through her body. With a swoosh, blood splattered. Sheng Guanyu let out a muffled groan, the blood draining from her face in an instant. Tong Yuchuan's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. His vision was filled with blood red, and the whole world seemed to have turned blood red. "Madam," Yang Kai's cold voice sounded behind Sheng Guanyu. "There's a saying that one may know a person's face, but not his heart. This is the first time you've met me. How dare you recklessly judge my character? Aren't you afraid that your cleverness will backfire on you?" Ignoring Sheng Guanlong's livid face, Yang Kai turned to look at Tong Yuchuan. "Don't worry, this sword is not fatal. I've avoided Junior Sister Yu's vital parts. However, if Guardian Tong dares to make a move in order to save your daughter, I can't guarantee Junior Sister Yu's safety." His words were like a soul-stabilizing nail that nailed Tong Yuchuan to the ground. "Madam," Yang Kai looked at Sheng Guanlong. "I'll say it one last time. Please let us leave." Sheng Guanlong clenched her silver teeth. Her body was trembling nonstop, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a difficult struggle. She didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had always looked elegant and graceful, would actually be so ruthless and heartless. Just because of a single word of disagreement, he really attacked Sheng Guanyu. Could it be that all his previous kindness was just a disguise? If that was the case, then his disguise was too good. "Still not leaving? Do you really want to kill you, Tong Yuchuan's voice exploded in her ears like divine thunder from the 9 heavens. She turned her head and saw Tong Yuchuan staring at her with red eyes, as if he was looking at an enemy who killed his father and stole his wife. That unfamiliar gaze made her heart tremble. She had no doubt that if she did not give way, the first person to attack her would not be Yang Kai, and the rest, but the person who had accompanied her for hundreds of years. Sheng Guanlong's heart sank. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. "All right, I can let you leave, but you can't hurt you anymore." "Don't worry, if you don't do anything, I won't either." Yang Kai kept nodding. "After you leave, you must let you come back." "Impossible." Yang Kai shook his head. "When I return to the Void Land, I will let Junior Sister you go. If you're worried, you can follow me." Sheng Guanlong's chest heaved up and down. After thinking seriously for a while, she nodded slightly and separated from Tong Yuchuan, making a path. Yang Kai gave Lu Shui and Guizian a look. The two of them protected him from the front and back as they walked out step by step. There were indeed many ambushes outside the house. However, when they saw Yang Kai holding Sheng Guanyu and Sheng Guanyu's chest being pierced by a long sword, they were shocked and angry. They actually did not know what happened. Shangguan Long was scheming against Yang Kai and her daughter, so she naturally would not explain the matter clearly. She only mobilized them as a precaution. If everything went according to her plan, it would naturally be a happy ending. However, she did not expect it to end up like this. Pairs of inquiring eyes looked at her, causing her face to become gloomier and more embarrassed. After a while, Yang Kai and the others left the lotus. Lu Shui took out her flying secret treasure. Yang Kai took the lead and rushed in with Shangguan Yu, Guizian following closely behind. Lu Shui looked at the heaven-opening realm experts on the flying flower boat warily before entering the secret treasure. She activated her power and turned into a stream of light, flying into the depths of the void. The huge lotus of the flying flower boat followed behind unhurriedly. The heaven-opening realm experts stood on the petals of the lotus and looked over coldly. In the windmill, Yang Kai called Lu Shui and pointed at the unconscious Shangguan Yu. "Treat her." Lu Shui nodded. After Yang Kai went out, she immediately got busy. Yang Kai's sword strike seemed to be decisive, but in fact it was controlled very well. Although it pierced through Shangguan Yu's chest, the injury was not serious. Lu Shui untied Shangguan Yu's clothes and carefully pulled out the long sword while casting a spell to suppress the wound. She then applied some healing medicine on Shangguan Yu's wound and took a healing pill. Shangguan Yu was also from the Emperor realm, so her cultivation was not too weak. Such an injury would only take a few days to heal. Yang Kai returned to check. After confirming that she was fine, he also heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the sleeping Shangguan Yu, he could not help but feel a little guilty. At that time, he really had no other choice. If he did not express his firm stand as soon as possible, Shangguan Long would definitely not compromise so quickly. If they really fought, not to mention whether he could escape Lu Shui, and Guizian would definitely be injured, or even killed. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. At this moment, Lu Shui's voice sounded, "Master, that Tong Yuchuan is flying over." Yang Kai released his divine thought, and indeed found that Tong Yuchuan was rapidly approaching. However, he was alone. The huge lotus of the flying flower boat was still hundreds of miles behind. "Should we stop him?" Lu Shui asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. "No, let him come over." Lu Shui understood and slowed down. After a while, Tong Yuchuan's voice sounded, "Little brother Yang, I want to see how Yuber's injury is. Please make an exception." He thought that he would not get any response. Unexpectedly, a hole immediately opened on the windmill. Tong Yuchuan did not hesitate and dodged into the windmill. Chapter 40-192. After entering the windmill, Tong Yuchuan immediately saw Yang Kai standing in front of him. Their eyes met, and a trace of anger and killing intent flashed in Tong Yuchuan's eyes. He lowered his eyes and said, "I want to see Yuer's injury." "Go ahead, Protector Tong." Yang Kai gestured to the side. Tong Yuchuan lowered his head and went into the side room. In the side room, Shangguan Yu was lying quietly, breathing steadily. There were still bloodstains on her chest, and her face was slightly pale. Tong Yuchuan walked forward with a gloomy face and sat down beside Shangguan Yu. He reached out and put his hand on her wrist. After checking, he found that his daughter's breathing was stable. Obviously, she had been treated by someone, and there was a strong medicinal effect flowing through her meridians and into her flesh, healing the wound. "I've already asked Lu Shui to treat her injury. It shouldn't be a big problem. She just needs a few days of rest to recover." Yang Kai's voice sounded behind him. Tong Yuchuan snorted coldly and didn't speak. Shangguan Long was blinded by greed, and Yang Kai was just taking advantage of the situation to protect himself. But no matter what, Shangguan Yu's injury was caused by Yang Kai. Even if this person was his daughter's savior, It was difficult for Tong Yuchuan to have any good impression of Yang Kai. I estimate that, junior sister, you will wake up tomorrow. However, it's not convenient for me to explain the current situation to her. Perhaps she won't believe me even if I explain it to her. So, to avoid any unnecessary disputes, I asked Protector Tong to leave behind a jade slip to record the cause and effect of this matter. I'll show it to her after she wakes up. She should believe your words. Tong Yuchuan said, I'll stay here. When you wakes up, I'll explain the situation to her. Yang Kai shook his head and said, No, I've already shown my utmost sincerity by letting you come and see junior sister you. I can't let you stay in this windmill forever. After all, Protector Tong is a level 4 heaven splitter. If you suddenly attack, I won't be able to resist. Tong Yuchuan raised his head and glared at Yang Kai. If I wanted to do something, I would have done it earlier. Why would I waste my breath on you? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I also believe that Protector Tong doesn't have any ulterior motives, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Before I boarded the boat, I never thought that today's matter would happen. Since Madame Long is able to repay kindness with enmity, Protector Tong, as the person who sleeps beside her, shouldn't have received her teachings? She is her, and I am me. Don't confuse me with that venomous woman. Tong Yuchuan was furious. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, If Protector Tong insists, then we can only shed all pretense of cordiality here. I hope that Protector Tong can protect junior martial sister you when we fight. After all, she is innocent. While speaking, Lu Shui had already quietly appeared behind Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes coldly staring at him. The corners of Tong Yuchuan's eyes twitched, and his furious expression instantly became dejected. He nodded and said, All right, I'll do as you say. I'll leave a message to tell you what happened, but you have to promise not to hurt her at all. Protector Tong, as long as your boat doesn't act recklessly, I promise that your daughter won't lose a single hair. You better. Tong Yuchuan gritted his teeth. A moment later, Tong Yuchuan left. And as Yang Kai said, he left behind a jade slip that recorded the whole story. Yang Kai carefully checked the jade slip and found that there was nothing wrong with it. There was no exaggeration in the jade slip, but it did not mention that Shang Guanyu's mind was disturbed by the 7 emotions and 6 desires wine, and did something shameful. Yang Kai could understand why Tong Yuchuan wanted to hide this kind of thing, so he did not say anything. Carefully putting away the jade slip, he was going to wait for Shang Guanyu to wake up and give it to her. After Tong Yuchuan returned to the lotus flower, the huge lotus flower gradually slowed down until it was 3,000 miles away from the windmill before continuing to catch up. This was also Yang Kai's request. Now that Shang Guanyu was in his hands, the flower boat had no choice but to comply. One day later, the unconscious Shang Guanyu slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes were blank. Her consciousness was still stuck at the time when she drank with Yang Kai, and she could not remember what happened later. Just as she was about to get up, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. Junior sister, you don't be impatient. You are injured, so it's best not to move around. I am injured? Shang Guanyu was startled, and after carefully perceiving her condition, her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. She realized that she was really injured, and the wound was very close to her vital points. It could almost be said that she had taken a trip to the gates of hell. What's going on? Brother Yang, did you save me? Where are my parents? Shang Guanyu turned her head and looked at him. Yang Kai did not say much and handed over the jade slip left by Tong Yuchuan. Shang Guanyu received it and poured her divine sense into it to investigate. A moment later, her face turned pale. She was naturally no stranger to Tong Yuchuan's aura, and she also believed what her father said. The jade slip told her that Yang Kai had some conflicts with the flower boat, and then he took her as a hostage to escape from the lotus flower artifact. The injuries on her body were also left by Yang Kai. Tong Yuchuan also told her not to act rashly and that many masters from the flower boat were not far behind. When they reached the void, Yang Kai would let her go. After checking the information in the jade slip, Shang Guanyu's mind was in a mess. For her, it was just a day of sleep, but the outside world had changed. Her savior had turned against her parents, stabbed her with a sword, and took her hostage to escape. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her face was full of fear. Yang Kai said, "Junior sister, you don't need to panic. Just stay here quietly, and I won't do anything to you." Shang Guanyu pursed her lips and nodded. Her injuries were not serious, and Lu Xue had personally treated her before, so she had recovered in just 5 days. After 5 days of recuperation, not only had her injuries healed, but her mood had also become much calmer. Over the past few days, she had been constantly thinking about a number of things, such as what had happened after she got drunk, what had caused Yang Kai to become enemies with the flower boat, and why he had stabbed her with his sword. She vaguely felt that things might not be as simple as she thought, so she boldly asked Yang Kai several times, but Yang Kai never answered. Half a month later, after passing through a territory gate, Lu Xue's voice came. "Master, we've reached the void territory." Yang Kai's closed eyes slowly opened, and he nodded lightly. "Got it." After a while, the lotus secret treasure of the flower boat also passed through the territory gate and stepped into the void territory. In the lotus, Shangguan long stared gloomily at the windmill 3,000 miles ahead and gritted her teeth secretly. Suddenly, someone came in and reported, "Boatman, those people in the void lands aren't heading towards any of the area entrances. Instead, they're heading towards a certain direction in this area. They're not going to the territory gate." Shangguan long raised her eyebrows and her expression changed. "Check which large territory this is." If they were not heading towards the territory gate, it meant that they should be arriving soon. In other words, the void should be in this large territory. That person immediately took out the map of the universe and checked, "Boat owner, this is Kikikyo territory." Kikikyo territory. Shangguan Long thought for a while and said, "If I remember correctly, there should be a Kikikyo land here." Tong Yuchuan, who had been silent all this while, said, "That's right, Chiqiao land is in this territory. The owner of Chiqiao land, Chiqiao Heaven Lord, is a grade 5 sky splitter. However, Chiqiao land has always had a bad reputation and is despised by others. Chiqiao Heaven Lord is also a vengeful person." Shangguan Long frowned and said, "I've heard of Chiqiao Heaven Lord. He's not an easy person to deal with. Since this territory is Chiqiao Land's territory, why would that guy dare to create a void here? Isn't he afraid that he'll be eaten alive?" Basically, there would only be one second-class force in every large territory. After all, how could they allow others to sleep beside them? If there were really 2 second-class forces in the same large territory, they would definitely be incompatible. "Boat owner," the person who spoke earlier spoke again and stammered, "Their route seems to be towards Chiqiao land." Shangguan Long turned her head and looked. "Did you see it clearly?" That person quickly said, "Boat owner, please take a look." As he spoke, he respectfully handed over the map of the world. Shangguan Long took it suspiciously and checked it carefully. She found that it was indeed, as he said, Yang Kai, and the rest were really heading towards Chiqiao land. Why are they going to Chiqiao land? Shangguan Long was puzzled. Tong Yuchuan hesitated and said, "Could it be that they have something to do with Chiqiao land?" Shangguan Long slowly shook her head. She couldn't figure it out either. If that was the case, then things would be a little difficult. After all, the strength of the Chiqiao land was not bad, not much worse than the flying flower boat. If Yang Kai and the others really had a close relationship with the Chiqiao land, then this matter would be troublesome. Moreover, Shangguan Long had an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in her heart. As time passed, this feeling of uneasiness grew stronger. 3 days later, a spiritual state suddenly appeared in front of them. Compared to the map of the world, it was Qiqiao land. Looking from afar, one could see that spiritual state was faintly emitting a myriad of lights. The endless power of the stars in the vast universe was channeled into spiritual state by an inexplicable force, causing spiritual state to look majestic and magnificent. Such a scene was much more powerful than the main altar of the flying flower boat. Shangguan Long said suspiciously, Qiqiao land actually has such a foundation. The group of heaven-opening realm cultivators on the flying flower boat were also dumbfounded and looked envious. It was also their first time coming to Qiqiao land. However, Qiqiao land was not the only second-grade force. They had seen many second-grade forces' main altars, but none of them could be compared to the one in front of them. Although they did not investigate deeply, everyone could sense that Qiqiao land was enveloped by an extremely brilliant array. Otherwise, it would not be able to display such a marvelous scene. A place's foundation was related to a place's future. Compared to Qiqiao land, the flying flower boat was obviously not as good. Everyone could not help but feel upset. Chapter 4193. Boat Master. They've stopped. Suddenly, an elder level 4 heaven splitter shouted. The others looked up and saw that the pinwheel's secret treasure had stopped at the periphery of the Qiqiao land. Humph. It seems like they're related to the Qiqiao land. Do they think they'll be fine with the protection of the Qiqiao land? Shangguan Long snorted. Tong Yuchuan said in a low voice, Your safety is more important. After all, it was my flying flower boat that was in the wrong first. Don't cause any more trouble. I know, Shangguan Long replied angrily. While everyone was talking, the wind chariot artifact in front of them suddenly disappeared, revealing Yang Kai and the others who were quietly looking over. Shangguan, you stood beside Yang Kai and didn't receive any harsh treatment. Moreover, after this period of recuperation, his face was ruddy. Tong Yuchuan heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go down and take a look. Shangguan Long rolled up her sleeves and walked out. The experts on the flying flower boat followed closely behind. Not long after, they arrived outside the lotus. As soon as they stood still, they saw Yang Kai smiling and saying, Welcome to the Void Land. The group of heaven splitters on the flying flower boat could not help but look at each other. Some of them even took out the map of the universe to verify. Shangguan Long frowned and said, The Void Land? Isn't this the Qiqiao land? How is it the Void Land? Yang Kai smiled and said, Madame Long is right. This was indeed the Qiqiao land before, but I changed it to the Void Land now. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. There was no reason for a second-class force to suddenly change its banner and name. After all, it was a reputation and prestige that had been passed down for thousands of years. It was not easy to accumulate it again, unless the force no longer existed. What do you mean? Shangguan Long narrowed her slender eyes. The uneasiness in her heart was extremely strong. The Qiqiao land has been conquered by me. From now on, there will be no more Qiqiao land in this world, only the Void Land. Yang Kai explained patiently. The group of heaven splitters was in an uproar. Although they had already guessed it, they still could not believe it when Yang Kai said it. Qiqiao land was a second-rate power that wasn't inferior to the flying flower boats. It wasn't a third-rate power that would spring up again and again after being cut down. It had been continuously passed down for thousands of years, so how could it be attacked and occupied just like that? Take the flying flower boat, for example. Even if they used all their strength, it was impossible for them to conquer the Kikikio land. Even if everyone's strength was about the same, one attacking and one defending, there had to be an extremely large disparity in strength for it to be possible. Did this Yang Kai really have such great skill? Heavenly Lord of 7 heavens. Naturally, he died. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Shen Guanlong was completely stunned. She did not know whether to believe Yang Kai's words. Logically speaking, this guy had to have something to rely on for spouting such nonsense outside the Qiqiao land. If Heavenly Lord of 7 heavens was really still alive, it was impossible for him to ignore it. But subconsciously, Shen Guanlong was unwilling to believe it. She was still thinking of marrying her daughter to Yang Kai, and then slowly annexing the Void Land. If he really had this ability, it was unknown who would be annexing who when the time came. Moreover, she had heard Yang Kai say that there were only 5 heaven splitters in the entire Void Land. How could he conquer the Qiqiao land with just 5 heaven splitters? What a joke! The heaven splitters in the Qiqiao land were not weaklings. Heavenly Lord of 7 heavens was a 5th grade heaven splitter, and several earth protectors were 4th grade heaven splitters. Unless there was a heaven splitter above 5th grade in the Void Land. Shen Guanlong's heart skipped a beat as she thought of this. She looked behind Yang Kai. 2 silhouettes flew out from the surging radiance. These 2 people were extremely fast. It took them less than 5 breaths to land beside Yang Kai and reveal their true appearances. One was a charming woman, and the other was a fat man. The fat man was outrageously fat. He was simply a rolling meatball. The fat on his face piled up, covering both his eyes. Although the fat man was bloated, he exuded the aura of a 4th grade heaven splitter. It would be fine if it was just him, but the key was that woman. This woman was a 6th grade heaven splitter. Everyone on the flying boat looked at the woman in unison, as if they were facing a great enemy. Shen Guanlong's eyes narrowed, and she looked shocked. There really was a heaven splitter above 5th grade, in the Void Land. Greetings, Master. Under everyone's gaze, the fat man took the lead to bow. He had an extremely flattering smile on his face, as if he was not facing the Emperor realm, but a high-grade heaven splitter. He said respectfully, Master, you must be tired from the long journey. It's been hard on you. Young Master. The woman also bent her knees and bowed gracefully. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the group of heaven splitters on the flying boat. There was no wind in the void, but everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Just the appearance of a 6th grade heaven splitter was enough to shock them. But now this 6th grade heaven splitter, whom even they had to look up to, actually called Yang Kai young master. Which family's young master was this? How could he make a 6th grade heaven splitter so humble? That was a 6th grade heaven splitter. Even in the various blessed and heavenly lands, he was a powerful existence who could take on the role of deacon or other positions with real power. Could this guy be the illegitimate son of some blessed and heavenly lands leader? Shen Guanlong's expression was extremely ugly, and the shock in her heart surged. When this 6th grade heaven splitter woman appeared, she knew that she had miscalculated. The foundation of the void was much stronger than she had imagined. It was not something a small flying boat could handle. It was laughable that she had schemed and plotted before and even disregarded her daughter's wishes. If she had known earlier, how could she have acted like that? She would have definitely treated Yang Kai as a guest of honor and treated him well. But at least there was still room for redemption. Although she had schemed and plotted, she did not have the intention to harm Yang Kai. To put it bluntly, she had only used her beauty to seduce him, but in the end, she had implicated her daughter and caused her to be stabbed. She secretly rejoiced that she had not completely fallen out with Yang Kai. Otherwise, the flying boat would not have a good life in the future. Just This sixth-grade heaven splitter alone was not someone the flying boat could deal with. That's Chen Tianfei. A voice suddenly came from behind. Shang Guanlong did not need to turn around to recognize the voice of her left guardian, Qin Wusheng. She frowned slightly. Chen Tianfei? I seem to have heard this name before. Qin Wusheng said, Boat Master, have you forgotten? 30 years ago, I was ordered to go out to purchase a batch of resources. At that time, I went to an underground star market and met this Chen Tianfei. I bought a lot of things from him. You even said that the quality of the resources was good. Shang Guanlong had a look of realization. She nodded slightly and said, I remember now. When you came back, you said that the second in command of Crimson Star was exceptionally talented, and that it would be difficult to find another person like him in this world. Could it be this person? Yes, Qin Wusheng nodded. But isn't this person the second in command of Crimson Star? Why would he appear here? And why would he have the same attitude as Yang Kai? Shang Guanlong did not understand. Qin Wusheng volunteered. Boat Master, please wait a moment. Let me find out. As he said so, he took out a communication bead and inserted his divine thought into it. This communication bead was what he had exchanged with Chen Tianfei. It was supposed to be convenient for them to contact each other if they had any transactions in the future. However, more than 30 years had passed, and Qin Wusheng had not been to the star market where Crimson Star was located. If he had not seen Chen Tianfei here today, Qin Wusheng would not have remembered this. Sure enough, after Qin Wusheng sent the message, Chen Tianfei suddenly raised his head and looked over. Qin Wusheng nodded and smiled at him, holding his fist across the air. Chen Tianfei nodded slightly and used the communication bead to communicate with Qin Wusheng. As time passed, Qin Wusheng's expression became more and more solemn until he was sweating profusely. What's wrong? Shang Guan long sensed that something was wrong and asked, Did you find out why the second in command of Crimson Star is here instead of guarding the star market? What does this void land have to do with Crimson Star? Qin Wusheng swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, Boat Master, I found out that Crimson Star is gone. Crimson Star is gone? Shang Guanlong was surprised. If I remember correctly, Crimson Star is considered a second-class force, right? They have several middle-stage Kai Tian experts. How can they be gone? Yes, Crimson Star is a second-class force. Not only that, there was also a second-class force in the star market. These three forces controlled the underground star market and made a living there, but Qin Wusheng's expression twitched. They are all gone now. What happened? Shang Guanlong was surprised. If all three second-class forces were gone, what happened in the star market? Thunderlight and Crimson Star were destroyed by Yang Kai. Chen Tianfei said that the destruction of Sword Pavilion was related to Yang Kai. What? Everyone on the flying flower boat was shocked. 3 second-class forces were destroyed just like that. How ruthless was Yang Kai? How much power did he have? The flying flower boat had offended Yang Kai this time. This, for a moment, everyone's hands and feet were cold, as if they had seen the end of the flying flower boat. Qin Wusheng's face was stiff, as if he had eaten a basket of Coptis chinensis. His smile was full of bitterness. Chen Tianfei said that he is now just a servant by Yang Kai's side, and that he should never mention the title of the second in command of Crimson Star again. Gulp, the sound of people swallowing their saliva was heard. A 4th-grade Kai Tian expert was not considered weak in the 3,000 worlds, but now he was willing to lower himself and admit that he was someone else's servant. This was not something that could be done with just strength suppression. How powerful was Yang Kai to be able to enslave someone like Chen Tianfei and that 6th-grade Kai Tian called Yang Kai Young Master? This time, the flying flower boat seemed to have offended someone they should not have offended. For a moment, everyone looked at Shangguan Long. Although no one reprimanded her, Shangguan Long still felt a burning pain on her face. She was not in the mood to be angry. She knew that if this matter was not handled well, then what happened to Crimson Star and Thunderlight yesterday would most likely be the flying flower boats tomorrow. Chapter 4194. The Void Land has just been established, and yet it already has such a magnificent scene and foundation. It's really an eye-opener for me. My flying flower boat has to admit defeat. Shangguan Long squeezed out a smile and looked at Yang Kai, saying, "There are always talents in every generation. When I was at little brother Yang's level of cultivation, I was still struggling for some poor cultivation resources. Little brother Yang, you now have a place and many capable people under you. Your future is limitless." Hearing her praise and flattery, Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Madam Long, you're too kind." Shangguan Long said, "Little brother Yang has saved my daughter's life. Everyone on the flying flower boat is very grateful. We've specially prepared some gifts as a token of our appreciation. I hope little brother Yang doesn't mind." As she said this, she flicked a space ring, and it flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He scanned it with his divine thought and looked up at Shangguan Long with interest. There were many things in the ring, far exceeding the scope of a token of appreciation. Even for a second-class force, such a batch of materials was considered a huge loss. When Shangguan Long first invited him to board the Lotus Secret Treasure, she also said that she would prepare a token of appreciation to thank Yang Kai for saving Shangguan Yu's life. However, she didn't fulfill her promise these days and even caused a disturbance later on. Now that she threw this space ring, it was obvious that she wanted to settle the matter peacefully. There might not have been so many things in the ring originally. Shangguan Long must have added some things in at the last minute. They looked at each other. Yang Kai's eyes were full of aggression. Shangguan Long's expression was slightly nervous, but there was a hint of determination in the depths of her eyes. To Shangguan Long, she was in the wrong first. Originally, she didn't take the Void Land seriously. However, when Yang Kai showed the strong foundation of the Void Land, she knew that all her previous plans were just wishful thinking. Since she was in the wrong, she could accept paying a price to settle the matter peacefully. However, if Yang Kai didn't let it go, the elites on the flying flower boat were here. They were not soft persimmons that he could bully at will. The void seemed to be on the verge of freezing. Yu He and Chen Tianfei had no idea what was going on, but they could feel that the atmosphere was not right. Both of them looked at Shangguan Long at the same time and locked their gazes on him. Once Shangguan Long made any unusual moves, she would definitely be attacked by the two of them. Suddenly, Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Madam Long is too polite. Slaying demons is our duty. Saving Junior Sister, you was just a coincidence." Shangguan Long heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "No matter what, my flying flower boat owes you a favor. If there's anything you need in the void in the future, feel free to ask. If my flying flower boat can do it, I won't refuse." "Since Madam Long says so, then I won't be polite. I have something I want from Madam Long. I wonder if Madam Long is willing to part with it." Shangguan Long's heart skipped a beat. She secretly scolded this brat for being insatiable. She wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight it out with him, but her daughter was still in his hands. She could only force a smile and said, "What does little brother Yang like?" Yang Kai pointed behind her. "I like this flying flower boat's Lotus Secret Treasure very much. The void has just been built and is lacking in manpower and food. We don't have anything we want. I don't even dare to think about such a large flying secret treasure. If Madam Long is willing to part with it, then it's best. If you don't, then it's fine." Just pretend I didn't say anything. Left Protector Qin Wusheng immediately glared at him. Brat, you dare to ask for so much? Do you know how much it costs to make this falling lotus flower? The other heaven-opening realm cultivators on the flying flower boat also glared at Yang Kai. A secret treasure like falling lotus flower was not a simple flying secret treasure, but a versatile secret treasure that combined both attack and defense. It was often the manifestation of a force's foundation, and not every force could take it out. Refining it required an unimaginable amount of resources. In the entire flying flower boat, there was only one falling lotus flower, and Yang Kai actually had his eyes on it. How could everyone not be angry? However, just as Qin Wusheng finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming towards him. He hurriedly activated his world force and blocked it with his palm. With a boom, Qin Wusheng's body swayed and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His arms fell limply as he raised his eyes and looked at Yu He in horror and fear. That attack just now was from Yu He. If you dare to speak rudely to the young master again, I'll kill you. Yu He's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked coldly at Qin Wusheng. The latter's face alternated between green and red, but he did not dare to say anything. He was only a 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, 2 grades lower than Yu He, who was a 6th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator. With just one attack, he could feel how terrifying this woman was. Not only him, no one on the flying flower boat was her opponent. Yang Kai said lazily, "If Madame Long is unwilling to part with it, then forget it. I was just casually speaking." Shengguan Long's face was gloomy. She clenched her fists, and her chest rose and fell. Her state of mind was obviously very unstable. After a while, she gritted her teeth and chuckled. "Since little brother Yang likes the falling lotus flower, I'll give it to you." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Thank you very much, madam," Shengguan Long said. "As long as you like it." She turned to look at Shengguan Yu. Come here." Shengguan Yu turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was smiling at him and had no intention of stopping him, Shangguan Yu's figure flickered and flew towards Shangguan Long. In an instant, he stood beside his mother and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Yang Kai said warmly, "Everyone has come from afar and must be tired from the journey. Why don't you come in and have a chat? Let me do my part as a host." "No need." Shangguan Long refused without hesitation. She was afraid that she would be angered to death if she continued to stay here. She said decisively, "It has been 2 years since we left the flying boat. It's time for us to go back. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely visit again." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai showed a look of regret. "Then I won't keep you any longer. I also want to thank you for your tireless efforts in escorting me. We will meet again someday." Shangguan Long looked at him deeply. Then she took her daughter's hand and urged her power to fly towards the depths of the void. Hundreds of people on the flying boat flew out of the falling lotus flower one after another, following closely behind. Some people looked at the falling lotus flower reluctantly before leaving. After flying for a long distance, Shangguan Long's body suddenly burst out a terrifying wave of air. She could no longer suppress her anger and could only release it. Otherwise, she would definitely be injured if the anger attacked her heart. "You've gone too far." Shangguan Long clenched her teeth. This incident was a great humiliation. The flying boat had stood in the 3,000 worlds for thousands of years and had never suffered such a huge loss. And all of this was bestowed by the Emperor Realm. This made her feel really depressed. "Boat Master, are you giving the falling lotus flower to him just like that?" Qin Wusheng looked indignant. He had suffered a little under Yu He's hands just now. However, he was not as strong as her and did not dare to resist. He would definitely bear a grudge against Yu He. "What else can I do?" Shangguan long clenched her teeth and said, since he said that he wants the falling lotus flower, if I refuse, there will be a fight. Who can stop a sixth-grade heaven-splitting? Moreover, Ur is still in his hands. Thinking of the sixth-grade heaven-splitting lady's power, everyone was worried. Tong Yuchuan frowned and said, it's fine if it's lost. As long as you're safe, it's fine. Also, this time, my flying boat was in the wrong. Just take it as a loss to avoid disaster. What wrong am I in the wrong? It's his honor that I took a liking to him, but he doesn't know what's good for him. The void. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll get everything back. Tong Yuchuan turned to look at her for a while. Seeing her face distorted by hatred, he could not help but sigh heavily. Outside the void, Yuhi looked at the void suspiciously and asked, young master, what's wrong with this group of people? Although she could tell that Yang Kai didn't get along well with the people on the flying flower boat, she didn't know the cause and effect. It was only after receiving Yang Kai's message that she and Chen Tianfei hurriedly flew out to greet him. It's a long story. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He did not want to explain much. After all, this matter involved Shangguan Yu's reputation. He looked at Yu He and asked, when did you come out of seclusion? Is there any risk in advancing? Seeing that he was so concerned about her, Yu He felt sweeter than if she had eaten honey. She smiled and said, I came out of seclusion more than a month ago, but my cultivation has not completely stabilized. I still need some time to accumulate and settle. My advancement was smooth and there were no risks. Young master, you don't have to worry. It was impossible to advance from the 5th rank to the 6th rank without hundreds of years of accumulation. However, a middle-grade world fruit had allowed Yuhi to advance 1 rank in just a few months. Not only that, she originally only had hopes of advancing to the 7th rank. However, because of the world fruit, she could even advance to the 8th rank in the future. The world fruit not only increased the cultivator's current rank, but also had room for growth in the future. On the other side, Chen Tianfei stared at Lu Shui and Guizian with a dumbfounded expression. His eyes bulged out of his fat and turned into eggs. The situation just now had been so treacherous that he did not pay much attention to it. When the people on the flying boat left, he discovered something that shocked him. Lu Shui had advanced to the 5th rank and opened the sky. Even Guizian had advanced to the 3rd rank. He could accept Guizian's advancement. After all, his starting point was lower, so it was easier for him to advance. However, Lu Shui's advancement puzzled him. Before this, he and Lu Shui had both split open the heavens at the 4th rank. Their cultivation bases were on par, and neither of them was inferior to the other. Now Lu Shui had leaped above him in an instant. Chen Tianfei was truly unable to accept this. Moreover, Lu Shui had reached the heaven-opening realm a few decades later than him. In other words, he should be the one to advance first. It should not be Lu Shui's turn. Moreover, it did not make sense that both of them would advance after going on a trip with the master. What kind of indescribable opportunity had they encountered? For a moment, Chen Tianfei was both envious and jealous. He rubbed his fat hands and walked to Yang Kai's side. He smiled obsequiously and said, Master, next time you go out, bring me along. Chapter 4195. In the void, Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Although he had not been away for a long time, only about a year at most, the void had undergone earth-shaking changes. From the outside, one could not see any clues, but if one looked carefully, they would be able to detect the hidden barriers of the void. Under the control of Great Master Wuliang, the 9 heavens array was becoming more and more complete, and it was gradually showing its power. The entire array consumed Yang Kai's endless resources. Almost 70 to 80% of the various natural treasures he had brought out of the great cosmological realm had been invested in this array. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this array would be once it was unleashed. Such a large array might not be able to suppress the luck of those blessed grotto heavens, but it was definitely something that no second-class force had ever possessed. Although those second-class forces had been passed down for tens of thousands of years or even longer, they had a lot of disciples and needed a lot of resources to cultivate. How could they spare the energy to set up such a large array? If not for this, the Nine Heavens array would not have fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Great Master Wuliang had set up arrays for many forces, and had also preached the various wonders of this array in front of the leaders of many forces. Could those leaders not see the power of the Nine Heavens array? On the contrary, they had seen through it long ago, but they did not have the courage to set it up. This was because many of their disciples were crying piteously for food. Once most of their resources were poured into the array, what would happen to their disciples' cultivation resources? Therefore, even though great Master Wuliang had promoted and persuaded in many ways, there was no place where he could fulfill his ambitions so far. Only a nouveau riche like Yang Kai, who had suddenly obtained a large amount of resources and inexplicably obtained a spiritual state, could let great Master Wuliang go all out. The void had definitely created a precedent. The Nine Heavens array was far beyond the level of a second-class force, and it was not inferior to the protective arrays of those blessed grotto heavens. When Yang Kai left the void, the Nine Heavens array was already more than half completed. When he returned this time, the array was almost finished, and only some key array cores were not set up. According to Great Master Wuliang's estimation, the Nine Heavens array would be completely completed in 2 months at most. At that time, it would be time for the array to truly operate. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai let out a long breath before looking back. The 600,000 people he had brought from the star boundary were now pouring out of the mysterious small world's entrance. Although there were many of them, they were all moving in an orderly manner. Anyone would be surprised to suddenly arrive in a new world. Even the great emperors were looking around. Mo Huang asked, "Kid, is this the void land you were talking about?" Yang Kai nodded. "This place is indeed the void." Duan Hongqin sensed it carefully and said, "It is indeed somewhat different from the astral plane. If I cultivate here, it is indeed possible to reach a higher level." The cultivation of the great emperors in the star boundary had already reached the limit of what the universal world could give them, and no matter how much they cultivated, they would not be able to raise it in the slightest. But here, the faintly discernible shackles had suddenly disappeared, making them feel as if the world had opened up to them. Even their state of mind had become broader. This was also the reason why many great emperors in the universal world chose to jump out of the universe after reaching the limit of their cultivation, breaking free from the shackles of the universe. However, the star boundary was located in a remote area, and before the great demon god, they had never come into contact with the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally knew nothing about it. Yang Kai smiled. Cultivation above the emperor realm requires a lot of resources. Don't worry, it won't be too late to cultivate after familiarizing yourself with it for a while. While they were talking, Yuhi, who had been quietly watching from the side, took a step forward and bowed. Yuhi greets the old master. "If you have any questions about your cultivation in the future, please feel free to ask this mistress. This mistress will definitely tell you everything she knows." The great emperors all turned to look at her. She had been standing next to Yang Kai all this time, and her aura was not obvious, so the great emperors did not pay much attention to her at first. But now that they heard her say this, they could not help but release their divine senses to investigate. Everyone's divine senses were like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no response at all, causing their expressions to become strange. Shan Wuhen quietly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, "What is this young lady's cultivation?" Yang Kai made a 6 with his hand. Hua Ying asked, "How is she compared to the great demon god?" "How should I put it?" Yang Kai scratched his face, not knowing how to explain. The great emperors had just arrived in the universe world, so their understanding of the heaven-opening realm was still relatively vague, so they could not explain it in detail. After thinking for a moment, he said, "She can probably crush the great demon god with a single finger." When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the chaotic star boundary, he had at most displayed the strength of a low-rank heaven opening. Now that Yuhi had reached the 6th stage, it would not take her much effort to kill a low-rank heaven opening cultivator. Hua Ying stared at him, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. At the end of the War of the Two Realms, they had almost used all their strength, but they had almost been completely wiped out. The great demon god's strength was still fresh in her memory, but even someone as strong as the great demon god could not resist the power of a single finger of this woman. The great emperors looked solemn and cupped their hands together. Zhan Wuhen said, "Young lady is too polite. In the future, we will have to trouble you, so thank you in advance." Yuhi smiled and said, "Old master is too polite. I am young master's maidservant, so it is my duty to share young master's worries." Hearing her call herself a maidservant, Zhan Wuhen did not know what to say, so he just looked at Yang Kai meaningfully, put his hands behind his back, and looked around. The eyes of Yu Rumeng and the others were also like leeches as they stared at Yang Kai, scrutinizing him. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat as he chuckled and said, "Yuhi, these are my wives." Yuhi curtsied and said, "This servant greets the young madams." Yu Rumeng and the others had strange expressions. This was the first time they had heard the title of young madam, so they were not used to it. However, Yu Rumeng was not an ordinary person. As the succubus demon saint, she was once one of the strongest masters in the demon territory. Even in front of Yuhi, a 6th-grade heaven splitter, she did not show the slightest restraint. Of course, the most important thing was that she had killed the so-called heaven splitter in the demon territory before. Pulling Yuhi's little hand, she smiled and said, "Such a beautiful girl. How could this dead bastard have the heart to make you his maidservant? Did he bully you? Tell me, and I will help you take care of him." Saying so, she glared at Yang Kai as if to show him off. Yang Kai's eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, cold sweat dripping down his spine. Yuhi shook her head and said softly, "No, I volunteered to follow the young master and serve him. Is that so?" Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "If he bullies you, you must tell me. This scoundrel is very good at dealing with women. Look at us. We were all fooled by him. Now that we have boarded a pirate ship, we can't even think about getting off." Yuhi said, "The young master is a bit strict, but he is a very good person." Yu Rumeng suddenly said, "Little sister's hands are really smooth and tender." Yuhi seemed a little shy. "Young madam's skin is also very good." "I was too busy talking and forgot to introduce you," Yu Rumeng said as she pulled Yuhi to introduce Su Yan and the others to her. Yuhi greeted them one by one, seeing Su Yan and the others. Some were enchanting, some were cold as ice, some were sweet and charming, some were innocent and naive, some were heroic and valiant. All with different temperaments, Yuhi was secretly speechless. It was the first time she realized that her young master was actually such a sentimental person, so she couldn't help turning her head to look at him. She saw Yang Kai standing there with a dignified face, whispering something to the great emperors. Listening carefully, Yang Kai said, "This is your first time here. Do you want me to show you around? It is also good for you to familiarize yourself with the environment." Zhan Wuhen waved his hand. "No need. You do your own thing. We will walk around by ourselves." Saying so, he took a step and flashed out. Mo Huang said, "I will also take a look." He took large strides and walked in another direction. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Duan Hongchen. The great emperors of the secular world chased after Zhan Wuhen and shouted, "Old Ghost Shan, wait for me!" Shwa, shwa, shwa. One by one, the great emperors scattered. Before Hua Ying left, he glared at Yang Kai and gloated, "Serves you right." At this moment, someone suddenly rushed in front of Yang Kai and said excitedly, "Adoptive father, are we in the void land?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up and grabbed Yang Shao. He nodded and said, "Yes, Xiaober, this is the void land. You will cultivate here in the future. Let me tell you, the void land has the yin-yang 5 elements and the 7 lands. It corresponds to the 7 powers of the yin-yang 5 elements. It is very strange. Do you want me to take you around?" Yang Shao waved his hand and said, "No need. You do what you need to do. I will go with little Andy and big Annie." Saying so, he broke free from Yang Kai's hand and called for Yang Shui and Lu Yen. They turned into light and disappeared. Qiongqi chased after them and said, "Young master, wait for me." Yang Kai was about to vomit blood. While he was speechless, he glanced at someone and immediately shouted excitedly, "Second Chief Steward!" Among the crowd, Bian Yuqing, who had just walked out of the small sealed world, didn't even have time to look around before he immediately came over and cupped his fists. "What is Palace Master's order? Is everyone out?" Yang Kai asked solemnly with his hands behind his back. Bian Yuqing looked at him strangely. The small sealed world was Yang Kai's artifact. He could see how many people were inside with just a thought, so why ask him? However, he still answered honestly, "Everyone is out, Palace Master. This subordinate is the last one." Good job. You're the second chief steward in Towering Palace. All these years when I wasn't around, you and the first chief steward worked together to handle all the big and small matters in the palace. Now that I've come to the void, and the first chief steward didn't come along, I can only rely on you." Bian Yuqing said solemnly, "This subordinate will do his best, Palace Master. Let me introduce you to someone." Yang Kai turned his head and shouted to the side, "Yu He, come here." Yu He, Yu Rumeng, and the others were talking. Hearing this, she excused herself and walked over. When she came closer, she showed a relieved expression and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "What is young master's order?" Chapter 4196. Yang Kai introduced Bian Yuqing to them, and the two women met before. "In the future, you two can discuss the matters of the void land." "You don't have to ask me," Yang Kai said. "Yes." The two women responded respectfully. Yang Kai was used to being in charge, and his temperament was also free and undisciplined. It was fine for him to open up new territories and fight in all directions, but it was a bit difficult for him to stay in one place and manage development. This was also the reason why he insisted on bringing Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing. However, Hua Qingxi did not come along and stayed at the High Heaven Palace, so he could only let Bian Yuqing do more work. After all, the 600,000 people brought this time were all from the astral boundary, and Bian Yuqing knew them well, so it was convenient for her to make arrangements. However, the void land was outside of Qinquan, and Bian Yuqing did not know much about things outside of Qinquan. Working together with you, he could make up for their shortcomings. With the two of them taking care of the void land, Yang Kai naturally did not have to worry too much. The 600,000 people, except for the great emperors Yang Shao, Yang Shui, and the others who went to investigate, all stood quietly in place, arranged in one square formation after another. Although they looked around in surprise, they did not make the slightest noise like a well-trained army. With so many people suddenly coming to the void land, the first thing to be arranged was naturally a place to live. Fortunately, the void land was not small, and there were 7 spirit provinces, so it was not a problem to arrange these people. Yu He and Bian Yuqing immediately got together and discussed this matter. Soon, the 600,000 people were divided into 7 groups, led by some people, and distributed to the 7 spirit provinces. These people originally belonged to Yu He's Tsuewei Palace. After the Tsuewei Palace was destroyed by the Lady Boss, these people followed Yu He to the Void Land. It could be said that they were the first residents of the Void Land, and now they were all disciples of the Void Land. They came earlier, so they naturally knew more about the Void Land. Among other things, it was not a problem for them to lead the way. While they were busy here, Yang Kai suddenly heard a cry from the depths of the Earth Spirit Land, followed by a roar. Immediately, the earth shook, and the spirit energy of heaven and earth became chaotic, as if someone was fighting in the depths of the Earth Spirit Land. Yang Kai was shocked, and he noticed a fleeting aura. He quickly turned his head and looked in that direction, and whispered, "Oh no!" As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved. As Bian Yuqing flew forward, she asked, "Lady Yueha, do we still have any enemies left in the Void Land?" Yuhi shook her head and said, "It's not a great enemy. It's just that this person's existence is somewhat special. I can't explain it clearly for the time being. You'll naturally understand when you meet him later." Bian Yuqing gently nodded. After a short while, the group arrived at the center of the Earth Spirit Land, where the central hall was located. Over there, a fierce monster was lying on the ground, his body filled with the aura of a divine spirit. Who else could it be but Qiongqi? However, even though old Qiong had revealed his true body at this moment, he was bound to the ground, unable to move. The thing that bound him was actually a string of sparkling white filaments. The more old Qiong struggled, the tighter the filaments became. In just a moment, his body was covered in blood. On the other side, Lu Yen had transformed into her fire phoenix form and was soaring in the air, but her mouth was also wrapped in filaments, making her unable to make the slightest sound. Outside the hall, a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure was standing there with cold eyes, carrying Yang Xiao in one hand and Yang Shui in the other. She did not have the slightest aura, but Yang Xiao, the little bastard who was not afraid of anything, was shivering at this moment. His face was pale, and he did not even have the courage to resist. Yang Shui pursed her red lips. Her face was also pale. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. This woman was Zhu Jiuyin, who had been in seclusion to heal her injuries. Since seizing this void land, she had been in seclusion to heal her injuries and had never shown her face outside. In the entire void land, other than the group of people who followed Yang Kai out of the great cosmological realm, no one else knew of Zhu Jiuyin's existence. Calculating the time, it had been about a year since they came out of the great cosmological realm. Even if Zhu Jiuyin's injuries had not fully healed, she should have recovered a lot. He did not know how Yang Xiao and the others had provoked her, but they were actually dealt with like this by her. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Swish, 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 figures flew over. They were the great emperors who had sensed the commotion here and rushed over to investigate. When they saw Qiongqi, Lu Yen, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui in such a state, they were all shocked. One had to know that the combat strength of these four was not to be underestimated, especially Qiongqi. As the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, he had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his strength was not much inferior to the great emperors. However, it had not been long since they heard the commotion, and these 4 people were all wiped out. On the other hand, this woman had a calm look. She was definitely in the heaven-opening realm. They could not afford to offend her. They could not afford to offend her. The next to appear was great dragon race elder Fu Xiu. Fu Xiu took a look and saw his son being held in the hand of a woman. He was immediately enraged and shouted, "Who are you? Quickly put down shower." Dragon race? Zhu Juin tilted her head and looked at the two great elders of the dragon race. She did not put them in her eyes and looked at Yong Kai with interest. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light. Yong Kai frowned and said, "Senior, I wonder how this unfilial son and my sister offended Senior. Please show mercy." Zhu Juin snorted coldly. If this palace did not show mercy, do you think they would still be alive? When this palace was healing, they suddenly barged in. If it was in the past, they would have already been killed. Yong Kai was speechless and glared fiercely at Yang Shao. He knew that this stinking brat did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and had accidentally offended Zhu Juin. "Thank you, Senior, but they are new here and do not know Senior's name. I will discipline them properly later." Zhu Juin's eyes flashed, and she threw Yang Shao and Yang Shui on the ground. Yong Kai heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhu Juin had sworn on her own origin to be his Dao protector and would not do anything to harm him, it was only directed at him and had nothing to do with the people around him. If Zhu Juin did not let go of this matter, Yong Kai would have a headache for a while. With a whoosh, his vision blurred, and Yong Kai suddenly realized that Zhu Juin had already arrived in front of him and was almost touching his face. He couldn't help but be shocked and quickly took 2 steps back. He frowned and said, "Senior, what can I do for you? Move aside." Zhu Juin pushed him to the side and looked at the person behind Yong Kai excitedly. As their 4 eyes met, Shan Qing Luo stared at the woman in front of her with a strange expression. She didn't know why, but in her heart, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the woman in front of her was a long-lost relative. "What's your name?" Zhu Juin asked with a smile. "Shan Qing Luo." Zhu Juin nodded and raised his hand to grab Shan Qing Luo's hand. Under everyone's gaze, he put one of her fingers into his mouth and bit it lightly. Shan Qing Luo frowned and could clearly feel that her hand was bitten. Zhu Juin sucked a drop of blood and tasted it. He spat it out and said with a look of disdain, "Why is the blood vein so thin?" "Senior, you—" Shan Qing Luo seemed to have understood something as her beautiful eyes lit up. She was shocked and happy at the same time. Zhu Juin grabbed her hand without any explanation and walked towards the main hall behind him. "Follow me." Shan Qing Luo followed suit and looked at Yong Kai with anticipation and uneasiness. Yong Kai opened his mouth and did not know what to say. Zhu Juin suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. "This little girl belongs to me in the future. You don't have any objections, right?" "I don't dare." Yong Kai hurriedly said, "At least you know your place." Zhu Juin coldly snorted and continued forward. Yong Kai hurriedly gave Shan Qing Luo a look that told her not to worry. With a bang, the main hall's door closed and blocked everyone's line of sight. Everyone looked at Yong Kai. Shan Wuhen frowned and asked, "Who is this girl?" Su Yan was also a little worried. "Husband, Luo was taken away by her. Is it okay?" Yong Kai smiled slightly. "It's okay. This is a good thing for Luo." Zhu Juin's original form was a heavenly moon demon spider, and Yong Kai had learned about the heavenly moon demon spider from Shan Qing Luo a long time ago. There was no other reason. Shan Qing Luo also had the origin power of the heavenly moon demon spider. Just now, Zhu Juin ignored everyone and was only interested in Shan Qing Luo, indicating that he had also noticed Shan Qing Luo's bloodline. Now that he had taken Shan Qing Luo away and personally taught her, Shan Qing Luo's future cultivation would probably have a unique advantage compared to anyone else. Yong Kai cooperated with Zhu Juin in the great cosmological realm. Firstly, he was forced to do so, and secondly, he wanted to pave the way for Shan Qing Luo. Otherwise, if he really wanted to cooperate with Jin Wu, he would have had a chance. It was really rare to meet someone of the same origin. Although the 3,000 realms were big, there were probably not many heavenly moon demon spiders. If he missed Zhu Jiuyin, he would have to wait for God knows how long to find another heavenly moon demon spider. After informing everyone of Zhu Jiuyin's identity, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui felt a lingering fear. They never thought that they would inadvertently provoke such a terrifying existence. Fu Si also had a lingering fear in his heart. If such an expert really wanted to kill Yang Xiao, with so many people present, it was likely that no one could stop him. However, apart from the lingering fear, they were also a little excited. This was because they saw the terrifying growth of the heavenly moon demon spider. They were the dragon race, and among all the heavenly moon demon spiders, the dragon race would always be the strongest. If the heavenly moon demon spider could have such terrifying strength, then what would happen when the dragon race completely matured? It was just that they didn't know how to continue to improve their bloodline power in the past. For countless years, their strength didn't improve, but now that they were outside of this universe, maybe the situation could be improved. Whether it was the dragon race or Qiongqi and Lu Yan, they seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. As long as they continued to follow this glimmer of light, there would be a day when they would be able to get rid of the darkness around them and see the true light. Chapter 4197. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months' time, the 600,000 people from the astral boundary had gradually familiarized themselves with the void land. Under Yu He and Bian Yuqing's arrangements, these 600,000 people were scattered throughout the void land, each performing their own duties. Under Bian Yuqing's suggestion, the void land had now set up several halls, namely the Alchemy Hall, Artifact Hall, Array Hall, Scripture Hall, Martial Hall, Holy Spirit Hall, and so on. Among them, the Alchemy Hall was headed by the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. He entered the Tao through alchemy and condensed his own Tao seal. His attainments in alchemy had long reached the limits of the astral boundary, and his alchemy skills had reached perfection. If the void land wanted to develop, it was impossible to just sit around and eat. Most of the resources that Yang Kai obtained from the great cosmological realm were spent on the 9 heavens formation. Even if there was some surplus now, it wasn't much. Adding the resources obtained from the 7 possibilities lands, hidden treasury, and the compensation from the flying flower boat, it was unlikely that they would be able to last long. The cultivation of the various great emperors had already reached the limits and urgently needed to improve. Which one of them didn't want resources of Tier 5 and above? Any Tier 5 resource was calculated in the millions of heaven-opening pills, and this was only Tier 5. Perhaps the great emperors didn't just need Tier 5 resources, but Tier 6 or even higher. If that was really the case, the expenditure would be even more terrifying. This required the void land to have means to generate income. When the void land was just established, it had no connections and no connections. So, how could it have any means to generate income? Fortunately, the 7 possibilities land had left behind a decent foundation, and the 7 orchards were the void land's greatest wealth now. The 7 types of spirit fruits were one of the main ingredients for refining the heaven-opening pill. If they could obtain the pill formula for the heaven-opening pill with the wondrous pill, Great Emperor's Foundation in Alchemy, refining the heaven-opening pill would definitely not be a problem. As long as they could continuously refine the heaven-opening pill, then the disciples wouldn't be so poor in their cultivation in the future. Hence, the development of the Alchemy Hall was of utmost importance to the current void land. It was also an opportunity for the void land to rise. As for the Artifact Hall, Hoyu was the hall master. Although her cultivation wasn't very high, only at the second-order emperor realm, Her artifact refining skills were second to none in the entire void. Back in the Star Boundary, Grandmaster Ho's name was well known throughout the four territories. Many cultivators were proud to own an artifact personally refined by her. If it weren't for the Southern Gate Army's recommendation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to recruit her. Previously, in the Star Boundary, Ho Yu had refined many exquisite artifacts for the High Heaven Palace, which had played a great role in the War of the Two Worlds. The Hall Master of the Hall of Arrays was naturally the Southern Gate Army. Over the past few days, the Southern Gate Army didn't have any time to rest. Ever since they arrived at the Void, they had been following behind Great Master Wu Liang. He was proficient in arrays and was obsessed with arrays. The Qian Kuan world of the Star Boundary had bound his hands and feet after arriving at the Void, and witnessing the mysteries of the Nine Heavens Array, he was instantly unable to extricate himself. He had an extremely high foundation and comprehension in the Tao of Arrays. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. For the past 3 months, he had been acting as Great Master Wu Yang's assistant. He regarded himself as a disciple and was cautious and conscientious, even forgetting to eat and sleep. Great Master Wu Liang originally looked down on these array masters who jumped up from the Qian Kuan world. However, after interacting with the Southern Gate Army for some time, he was surprised to find that this person had an extraordinary sense of smell and comprehension in the Tao of Arrays. The Southern Gate Army's attainments in the Tao of Arrays were indeed inferior to his, but that was because the environment in which they grew up was different. If he was placed in a place like the Star Boundary, Great Master Wu Liang admitted that he might not be able to achieve what the Southern Gate Army had. He was grateful to Yang Kai for providing him with the Nine Heavens Array and fulfilling his lifelong wish. Great Master Wu Liang didn't hide anything and intended to help the Southern Gate Army. One was willing to learn, and the other was willing to teach. Over the past 3 months, the Southern Gate Army had used the Nine Heavens Array as a foundation and frantically absorbed the mysteries of the Tao of Arrays outside the Qian Kuan world. Their growth was tremendous. The Scripture Hall was a place where many ancient records of secret techniques were stored. Whether it was in the Star Boundary or outside the Qian Kuan world, Yang Kai had killed many people. In particular, he had obtained many spoils of war in the great cosmological realm, which naturally included many secret techniques and cultivation methods. These things were useless to Yang Kai, but he had kept them all. Now they were placed in the Scripture Hall for the disciples to borrow and cultivate. Yang Kai handed the position of Hall Master of the Martial Hall to Lu Shui. After all, she was a 5th grade heaven splitter and had the qualifications to do so. In this regard, the great emperors had nothing to say. However, most of the 600,000 people who came from the Star Boundary had relatively shallow foundations. They were based on understanding the general knowledge of the martial Tao outside the Qian Kuan world. The great emperors and pseudo-emperors would also occasionally open their halls to teach their disciples the things they should pay attention to and the tricks they should take note of during cultivation. In the Star Boundary, it was basically impossible to listen to the teachings of a great emperor. No great emperor had so much free time to do such things. At most, they would accept a few disciples and teach them carefully. However, outside the Qian Kuan world, the great emperors also put down their pride and made some contributions to the development of the Void. How precious was the cultivation experience of the great emperors! It was exactly what the 600,000 people needed. Therefore, every time the great emperors opened their halls to teach, it would be overcrowded. In 3 months, it was unknown how many cultivators had broken through their shackles, and their strength had been greatly improved. As for the Holy Spirit Hall, it was a very special hall. It couldn't be helped. The number of Holy Spirits brought from the Star Boundary this time was really high. not to mention the dozen or so pure-blooded dragon race on Dragon Island. There were also hundreds of dragon race descendants with dragon bloodlines. There were also Wanfeng, Fanhua, Tsanggu, and many other monster king from the wild, ancient land. These monster kings originally had Holy Spirit bloodlines. It was just a matter of quantity. After Zhang Ruo she came out of seclusion, the blood door had been open. Over the years, many monster clans had entered the blood door and obtained the origins left behind by their ancestors. Taking Fei, for example, he obtained Ding Qi's origin in the blood door and was now a member of the Holy Spirits. Almost half of the 32 monster kings had become Holy Spirits. There were also the Stone Mongoose clan, Xiao Xiao, the Wood Spirit clan, Lu, Yan, Qiongqi, and Jiu Feng under Mo Huang, the martial beast of Spirit Beast Island. It was rare to see so many holy spirits gathered together in one place, even in the 3,000 worlds. Holy spirits were extremely arrogant existences. Such existences had always been solitary. Only a special environment like the void could allow them to get along harmoniously. The cultivation of holy spirits was mainly to improve their bloodline power and develop their origins. It was different from the cultivation of ordinary cultivator. In this regard, no one could help except for them. However, if these holy spirits could grow up, the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands would not be able to challenge the void. Many halls had their own duties. Although there were some flaws, the void had just been built after all. All kinds of deployments had yet to be perfected. Many disciples could also join different halls to cultivate according to their interests and strengths. In addition to these many halls, the void was now divided into inner and outer halls. The outer hall was the cultivator under the Emperor realm. There were many of them, accounting for almost 90% of all the disciples. The inner hall was above the Emperor realm. Currently, there were only a little over 1,000 people. These people not only included those from the Emperor realm who came from the Star realm, but also those who originally belonged to the Jade Star Palace. Once someone advanced to the heaven-opening realm, they would automatically leave the inner hall and be promoted to deacon. However, there were only a few heaven-opening realm cultivators in the void now. They could only look forward to future developments. In 3 months, the void had already taken an initial outline and embryonic form. Everything was on the right track. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing in the air above the void. He held the void formation jade ring in his hand and sensed the mysteries of the 9 heavens formation. Master Wuliang stood beside him. Compared to the first time they met, this formation Dao Grandmaster had lost quite a bit of weight. However, his expression was extremely excited as he explained the many mysteries of the 9 heavens formation to Yang Kai. True monarch, I'm sure you have some understanding of this 9 heavens formation. It is divided into 9 layers, and it combines many functions into one. It is indescribably wondrous. Grandmaster Wuliang's eyes were bloodshot, but he was in high spirits and full of vigor. He pointed at the void and said, "The first 3 layers of the grand formation are the foundation of the grand formation. When operating, it can draw upon the power of the stars from beyond the heavens and pour it into the grand formation, maintaining the grand formation's continuous operation. Excess energy will also be stored for emergencies." Not only that, but the first 3 layers can also repair themselves. As long as they aren't damaged too severely, they can repair many of the holes on their own. Yang Kai communicated with the jade ring with his mind and sensed the first 3 layers of the formation. He discovered that Master Wuliang was not exaggerating, so he nodded slightly. Master Wuliang had already introduced these functions to Yang Kai long before he had set up the 9 heavens formation. Master Wuliang continued, "The 3 middle layers are protective formations. The first is concealment. If true monarch is willing, you can activate the formation and completely conceal the void. From the outside, you won't be able to see what's inside. Of course, if true monarch wants to lure the enemy in, you can do so as well. Not only can this concealment formation hide the void, it can also create a disguise to mislead the enemy. The second is hallucination. Those who enter this array will have all kinds of hallucinations and will not be able to distinguish between north and south. Of course, if true monarch has a suitable secret treasure to fill the array core, it can increase the power of this array. This old man has already reserved the position of the array core. When the time comes, true monarch can make the decision yourself. The third is defense. I've already placed the heavenly luo umbrella that true sovereign brought back in the center of the formation. I don't know who made the heavenly luo umbrella, but it's of an extremely high grade and powerful. With it as the center of the formation, this old man doesn't dare to say that the void is impregnable, but if we want to break through, we'll need at least 10 middle ranks to work together for 3 days and 3 nights. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said happily, "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Master Wuliang waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. This old man should be the one thanking you. This 9 heavens formation costs a lot of resources. This old man had already thought of it several hundred years ago, but was unable to set it up. Today, with your support, this old man's wish has been fulfilled." Chapter 40, 198. Suddenly changing the topic, Grandmaster Wuliang said, "Let me tell you about the last 3 spirit arrays. These 3 spirit arrays are offensive spirit arrays. The first 3 spirit arrays absorb the power of the stars, and most of it is stored in these 3 spirit arrays. These 3 spirit arrays have 3 transformations, each more powerful than the last. If one falls into this spirit array, even a high-rank heaven splitter won't be able to escape. This old master has already placed suitable artifacts in the array cores of the first 2 spirit arrays. The heaven punishing sword that true monarch gave me before is placed in the penultimate spirit array. Using the power of this spirit array to stimulate the heaven punishing sword, it will be difficult for an ordinary heaven splitter to block its power. As for the last spirit array, according to True Monarch's instructions, the array core has also been reserved. Although I don't know what arrangements True Monarch has made, True Monarch must remember that this last spirit array is based on the person. It is best not to use it rashly before your strength is insufficient, otherwise there will be a risk of backlash. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "I will remember. Many thanks, Grandmaster." Grandmaster Wu Yang let out a long breath and lowered his head to stare at the void. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of arrangements and take in the entire 9 heavens spirit array, a gratified look appearing in the depths of his eyes. "Grandmaster, this is the reward we agreed on before. Please accept it." Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it over. Since he had asked Grandmaster Wu Yang to arrange this spirit array, he naturally couldn't ask him to do it for free. As for the reward, they had already agreed on it beforehand. Now that the 9 heavens spirit array had been completed, he naturally had to pay. Grandmaster Wu Yang sighed and silently accepted the space ring before saying in disappointment and frustration, "I'm afraid this spirit array is the pinnacle this old master can achieve in this lifetime. There will be no chance for me to surpass it in the future. I hope True Monarch can treat this spirit array well." For an array Dao Grandmaster like him, the 9 heavens spirit array he had painstakingly arranged for so long was not only the crystallization and result of his lifetime of cultivation, but also the child he had given birth to, so he was naturally reluctant to part with it. Yang Kai's heart stirred, and he smiled. "If Grandmaster is not reassured, you might as well stay in the void. I believe that this spirit array will operate for a long time with your personal care." Great Master Wu Liang shook his head and said, "Don't try to rope this old man in, True Monarch. This old man is used to living a carefree life and can't stand being restrained. If this old man really wanted to join some force, he would have done so long ago. He wouldn't have waited until today. Although Yang Kai knew that this was somewhat impossible, he was still somewhat disappointed when Grandmaster Wu Yang actually refused. If such a formation Tao Master could stay in the Void Land, it would be of great help to the future development of the Void Land. However, since the other party was unwilling, Yang Kai could not force it. However, true sovereign, please rest assured. Since this Nine Heavens Grand Formation is set up in the void, this old man will naturally keep his mouth shut about the various mysteries within it. If even half a word is leaked, this old man's Tao seal will collapse, the universe will shatter, and I will die on the spot. He was swearing an oath on his own Tao seal. Yang Kai said solemnly, "You're too serious, Grandmaster. Since the lady boss invited you to set up the spirit array, I naturally trust you." Great Master Wu Liang smiled. That Southgate Great Army under your command has extremely high attainments and comprehension in the Tao of formations. Although he is still somewhat lacking now, there is hope for his growth in the future. This old man can rest assured that the Nine Heavens Grand Formation will be handed over to him in the future. At this point, Great Master Wu Liang cupped his fists and said, "True sovereign, this old man will take his leave now. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future." Yang Kai was shocked. "Grandmaster, you're leaving now?" Great Master Wu Liang smiled. "Thanks to True Monarch for allowing this old man to display his talents in the Void Land. During these days of setting up the Spirit Array, this old man has received many inspirations and gained many insights. The bottleneck that has troubled this old man for many years has loosened. I'm afraid that this old man is not far from advancing. This old man needs to go back and cultivate in seclusion." "Oh," Yang Kai was surprised, but he still smiled and cupped his fists. "Then I must congratulate Grandmaster." Yang Kai still hadn't figured out what rank this great Master Wu Liang was at opening the heavens. After all, they had very few chances to interact with each other. However, judging from his aura, he should be at least at the 4th stage, and above that would be the 5th stage. For an Array Tao Grandmaster, this kind of cultivation was already not weak. Since the other party wanted to go back and cultivate in seclusion, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stay any longer. He politely escorted him out of the Void Land until Great Master Wu Liang's secret treasure disappeared from sight. Only then did he turn around and return to the Void Land. Yuhi came up to him from the front, and after meeting with Yang Kai, she glanced behind him suspiciously. "Has Great Master Wu Liang left?" Yang Kai nodded. "Grandmaster has comprehended the opportunity to advance, and is in a hurry to go back and cultivate in seclusion." Yuhi suddenly understood, but then she said with a frown, "Young master, we don't have many resources left." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Didn't we still have some left?" Although setting up the Nine Heavens Great Array cost a lot of resources, and they even gave Great Master Wu Liang a huge reward in the end, he remembered that there should still be some left. Yuhi said, "All the old master have already started cultivating in seclusion. They all need 6th-stage resources, and some of the other peak cultivators from the Emperor realm have taken away a lot of 5th-stage resources. Although they can still hold on for a while, once more people condense their Tao seals, the demand for resources will only increase." Yuhi was in charge of the entire Void Land's finances. Yang Kai had also told her before that he would provide an unlimited amount of resources to the cultivator from the star boundary. Those below the 3rd-stage Emperor realm were still manageable, as she didn't need to worry about their cultivation. However, the great emperors had all condensed their Tao seals long ago. They had been at the level of great emperors for tens of thousands of years, and their foundations were solid and strong. After familiarizing themselves with the environment for a while, they all began cultivating in seclusion after settling down. Iron blood, red dust, beast warrior. Serene soul, heaven's revelations, wondrous pill, flower shadow, and ice feather. The 8 great emperors consumed 8 sets of 6-stage resources in one go, and this was only the beginning. The demand would only increase in the future. Yuhi was a little puzzled. She couldn't understand how these people could have such a strong foundation and aptitude, and why they all chose 6-stage resources one after another. She had also seen many great emperors from other Qiankuan worlds, but those great emperors varied in aptitude. Generally speaking, a great emperor from a Qiankuan world could at least withstand the impact of 4th stage power and could at least achieve 4th stage heaven opening in the future. However, they were not as exaggerated as the great emperors from the star boundary. The reason was none other than their solid foundation and stable Tao seals, which allowed them to withstand stronger impacts. The great emperors had been accumulating at the level of great emperors for too long, a flowing time great emperor. The great emperors from other Qiankuan worlds generally began to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in a very short time, so they didn't have much time to accumulate and consolidate. Naturally, their Tao seals were not as good as those of Zhan Wuhen and the others. In addition to these 8 great emperors, people like Tian Yan, Shengyuzhu Liwu, Yi Yangyan, and the others had all condensed their own Tao seals in these few months and began their own cultivation. Further down, people like Wenzi Shan Li Jiao and the others were still in the process of condensing their Tao seals. There were also the 30 people that Yang Kai brought out from the great cosmological realm, such as Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others who had been consuming resources of different grades. Now, in the entire Void Land, the most that was left were heaven opening pills, which amounted to 700 to 800 million. Because there weren't many heaven opening realm cultivators in the Void Land, the consumption of heaven opening pills was the least. Apart from that, because of the cost of purchasing materials for setting up the Great Formation, there wasn't much consumption. 700 to 800 million heaven opening pills seemed to be a lot, but how many cultivation resources could they be exchanged for? A set of level 6 resources would cost at least 15 million heaven opening pills, and 100 million could only buy 6 sets at most. This still depended on the right opportunity. After all, level 6 resources weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. In the long run, the finances of the Void Land were a big problem, so it was no wonder that Yuhi was so worried. What about the calabash vines? Didn't I ask you to collect the power of those small calabashes? Yang Kai asked. Yuhi said, "We've already started, but although those small calabashes can produce level 5 power, the number of times they can be collected is limited. We can only collect them once a month at most." The calabash vines could be said to be one of the biggest gains that Yang Kai had obtained in the great cosmological realm. Among the 3 sacred medicines, the calabash vines were the most valuable. Compared to Pu Baixiong's healing ability and the small mushroom's hallucination effect, the calabash vines could not only allow Yang Kai to display a terrifying level 5 attack at a critical moment, but also become one of the foundations of the Void Land. There were 7 small calabashes on the calabash vines, which corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Usually, they were hidden in the calabashes and their power was not obvious, but they could erupt at critical moments. Since they could erupt, they could be collected. After returning this time, Yang Kai immediately planted the calabash vines in the Void Land. Whenever those small calabashes accumulated enough energy, he let Yuhi pick them out. Once collected, it could supply a cultivator with the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements needed for cultivation, and it was level 5 power. It could be imagined that, in the future, there would be countless cultivator in the Void Land who would benefit from the existence of the calabash vines. If the disciples needed level 5 resources, they could be completely self-sufficient. Under the circumstances that the Void Land was still unable to refine the heaven-opening pill, the calabash vines had become the foundation of the Void Land and could alleviate the financial crisis to a certain extent. The price was that Yang Kai had to give up a trump card. In the long run, this was undoubtedly worth it. But young master, those small calabashes are beginning to be unhappy and have been clamoring to move or something. Yuhi mentioned the calabash vines helplessly. Don't worry about them. Let Chen Tianfei watch over them carefully. If there are any mistakes, hold him accountable. Yes, Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and sighed. But we still have to solve the problem of the heaven-opening pill formula. The Void Land now had a large number of alchemy materials and many alchemists, but they did not have a heaven-opening pill formula, so the situation was quite awkward. Originally, Seven Openings' Heavenly Monarch definitely had a pill formula, but after Seven Openings' Heavenly Monarch was killed by Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan, his space ring was taken away by Yu Xiushan. Even if there was a pill formula, it fell into Yu Xiushan's hands. Yuhi said, there are many pill formulas for the heaven-opening pill in the 3,000 great worlds, and each one is slightly different, but very few of them are circulated. Young master, perhaps you can go to Star City and take a look. Perhaps you can gain something. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.